Morning in the morning. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Starts 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates from 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Starts 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Starts 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Starts 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Starts 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Starts 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Pbict and its members. Progressive Blacks in ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Start 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform with 100 delegates on 9 provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members.
Good morning to all the members, Pbict members, our guests, our invited guests, our honorary members, as well as all the delegates of the second Pbict National General Conference, where we will be electing new leadership. We are pleased that you guys have taken the time to join us, and those that will be watching after, thank you very much for the interest you've shown in the growth of the organization and where we need to go for the next term. So because we have reached our quorum, I need to just explain and start with the agenda. And I've already mentioned that this is the second National General Conference in terms of sections 8.1, 8.6, and 10.11 of the Constitution. The term of the NGC came to an end on the 7th of May, 2020, which then activated a 30-day period for us to take the organization through to this conference. The NEC agreed that the NGC date will be today, which is the 30th of May, up until the 31st of May, 2020. The midterm review of the organization was held on the 3rd of November, 2018, in which the Constitution was amended as per the 6th and the 7th of May, 2017 elective conference. The midterm also resolved that it will fill vacant positions of the NEC. As such, the meeting is held as per the amended Constitution as an elective conference of the current NEC term that ended on the 7th of May, 2020. We are pleased that all of you have joined us today, and we hope that it will be a fruitful day of discussion and of policy making. I believe that this is the first online conference that any organization has held, and I believe, comrades, that today we are part of making history, and you can gladly put yourself in that book that we have successfully convened the first online conference. Comrades, I just want to explain that the meeting accreditation and registration, which is the first part of the agenda, was done via email process to maintain its credibility and the security. So all the people who and delegates who are in this meeting by virtue of an email that went out to you and a registration process that you responded to and you were approved via a 2-step verification method. Therefore, I am told by our accreditations team that we have met the quorum of 50+1, and this allows us then to start the conference officially. The quorum is not confirmed by the Zoom meeting attendees, rather it is confirmed by the approved registrations via our agreed accreditation process. So I would like to put that on record as the quorum rules and that it is confirmed. Thank you very much. Comrades, I have done a brief opening and welcome, and I think I need to give over to our General Secretary, Comrade Dennis Rawls, who will take us into the notice of the conference and start the opening report from the office. General Secretary, are you there?
Yes, Chair, thank you. You know, this is first of its kind, so now and again, you know, your duties never end. even when the conference has begun. I'd like to welcome everybody to the conference. As we stand and checking our register, we've met quorum, and thanks to Chair for clarifying that. This allows us to proceed. Today, comrades, you just give me time to find myself also. Dealing with registration has proved to be quite challenging. So I'll be with you. Just give me a second. Let me find my documentation. Okay, lovely. Okay, so the rules of the conference, comrades, I'll go through them again, just so that we're clear on why we're here, how we got here, and what makes this an authentic occasion, and that we followed the rules. These have been shared before, and I'll just share them again. You will allow me to share my screen as soon as I find them. There we go. Lovely. So I'll just go through that again, and then we'll be able to proceed. So as we know, this conference is a 2-day conference. Today's program, just give me a second, comrades. My screen is all over the place. I just want to have some order here, and then I'll get back to my duties after this presentation. I have to minimize this. Thanks. Okay, so I'll share my screen, comrades, quickly so we can just go through the rules. At least I have some assistance with letting people in, and I have technical support here. So here we go. Okay. So comrades, the NEC had adopted that we move forward with the election as the term had ended on the 7th.
The chair can't give the notice, he gives it, and he must read it.
So this was adopted that we move forward with the conference. Part of the conference rules is the conference will be held online using Zoom accordance to the adopted rules of online engagement set by the NEC. This was to ensure that we able to move forward.
Comrade GS, can I just come in there quickly?
No problem.
Because it's a conference, GS, I think let's start with a notice, the official notice. I know I did cover it, I did touch on it, but I'm thinking it must come from your office as well and be endorsed by virtue of you reading it out first. So let's read out the notice first without any interpretation or anything. Then after that, we move on to the agenda and we move on to this slide that you are posting about the rules.
Okay.
It's critical that we follow the agenda and post the notice first. Then we move on to the rules, and then we move on to the notice of support. So I think we can follow it like that, GS.
I'm happy with doing that, Chair. Just give me a second.
I must note, GS, there's complaints about sound. It looks like Gauteng can't hear properly. So can we just make sure that everyone can hear us properly, GS? Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Chair. I have the notice open here. So I just want to share my screen to the notice.
And then, GS, can you please also confirm the numbers? I've mentioned it briefly in terms of the process of how we got to a quorum, but I think it's critical that you say that there's this many approvals, there's this many that have registered, and therefore the quorum has been met. Can you please confirm that as well? Thank you, GS.
Okay, Chair, just and all the members in the conference, can you just give me a second so I can just go back into the system to double check the numbers? Okay, here we go. Chair, if you can just please hold me just for a second, please, so I can have enough time to just go into the system and check those numbers. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Chair. It's just that there were some people in the waiting room, so I wanted to, as we're still proceeding, I wanted to. So, Chair, in terms of, let me put my camera on. So, Chair, in terms of the members, right now we are sitting at, where is this? We are sitting at 60.
Comrade Chair.
Yes, Comrade Makoba.
Thanks, Chair. Just a question, Chair. I'm looking at the program, and I don't know if I've got a wrong program, but looks like that the SG should be dealing with the notice. For me, it will be something that says on this day we issued the notice that read as follows, so that the conference will agree or disagree with the SG, because that's what is required by the Constitution, that when you call the conference, you must issue a notice. And that's all. We deal with that, we get over it. And then maybe we get, I don't know if I've got a wrong program, we get two messages of support, because we can't get an updated credentials report. We must get a final credentials report, if you know what I mean. And then it must come and say, NEC, we had expected 6 people, registered are 4. Province 1, we expected 14, registered is 10. Those are the credentials that we need to get at the final stage by the Office of the Secretary General. So I thought maybe I could ask, are we doing all at once, or what are we doing now?
Okay, no, thank you very much, Comrade Makoba. That is why I just interjected the GS when it started initially. And currently, comrades, we are on item 3, which is the notice of the conference. And that is what the GS has then prepared to proceed doing. And then after that, we're going to deal with the accreditation report, number 4, and rules of conference, number 5. And then, yes, Comrade Makoba, we're going to put in the messages of support. So we're just going to put in the message of support after the rules. Then we're going to move on to item 6 on the agenda. So yes, you are correct in where we are with the agenda. And that is why I sent the GS back quickly so that he can just shift his presentations around and deal with the notice. After that, we do the accreditation report, as you mentioned, Comrade Makoba. Then we do the rules, item 5. And then we're going to deal with the messages of support. So I think, GS, let's proceed like that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. So I'd like to welcome all the comrades to our second general conference. The notice of the meeting as follows. So this notice serves to remind all members in good standing that the PBICT will convene its second national conference in terms of section 8.1, 8.6, and 10.11 of the Constitution. Given the current COVID-19 pandemic, the lockdown as well as the economic impact, the NEC resolved to convene the meeting on Zoom. The date of the NGC has been set to the 30th and the 31st of May 2020. The PBICT held its midterm review on the 3rd of November 2018, in which the Constitution was amended as per the 6th and 7th May 2017 elective conference. This happened at Pbict Trade Port. The midterm also resolved to fill the vacant positions of the NEC. As such, the meeting is held as per amended Constitution as the elective conference of the current NEC term of office that ended on the 7th of May 2020. So, comrades, I'd like to welcome you to the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, GS. Item number 4, can we move on to the accreditation report? Comrade GS, can we move on to the accreditation report?
Yes, Chair. Comrades. No. Okay. So, comrades, as we stand for KZN, we expected 26 members. And as we stand, we have 7 members who we've confirmed in the for Limpopo, we expected 5 members. We have 4 members. For for Northern Cape, we expected 5 members.
Sorry, DSG.
Yes.
SG. Chairperson, may we please move to messages of support? Thank you very much.
DSG.
Comrade Africa, you want to come in?
Yes. I'd like to support and maybe explain the motion from the president. We are wary that there were organizations that were invited and were given a specific time slot. Now, we then also understand that credentials is a long process, and that we've gone outside of the time that they were given, that they were expected to give a message of support. So that's why then the president is suggesting that we deal with the messages of support, and then we revert back to the credentials and adopting them.
Okay, there's a secondment for the motion from the president that we move on to messages of support. The DTG is also supporting the motion. So, Comrade GS, apologies, I'm going to just interrupt you momentarily so that you can just get your report, your accreditation report ready. And then I'm going to allow the messages of support. I do know we were expecting the president of Sabispa. If he is with us, can you please come in? Okay, let's move on. Comrade Zine from the African Tourism Board, I have seen that you are with us. Can you please come in?
Thank you so much, Chair. Should I be the one who starts talking now? Because I see that the other comrades are here too. Should I start talking, or are you giving somebody else to speak before me?
Let's proceed, Comrade Zine, while I just confirm whether the other messages of support have joined us. So you can proceed. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Zine Ngukwana. Today I'm wearing a hat from the African Tourism Board, of which I sit as the chairperson of the Marketing and Communications Committee. I was invited here today to come and give a message of support to Pbict on what they are doing. I must also note that I am actually the member of Pbict as well. Those who know me quite well will know that I actually always talk about women emancipation and women development, particularly in the ICT space. So therefore today I'm here to really encourage women and say that the call for women to come on board a moving train of the fourth industrial revolution and bring along their children for all we care, so that we can build this future. I think we all know that this sector is very male dominated, the ICT sector. And a lot of talk is being done, but very little implementation of any of the programs that advance the women development and emancipation. Nothing is really being done. We always have these talk, those talk shows. There are programs that Pbict could be looking at, and I know that I've spoken with the leadership of Pbict, and I know that they're very passionate in driving these programs effectively. Give boot camps, as well as really encourage women to partake on the fourth industrial revolution. We as women, we also need to get our space within the fourth industrial revolution, as inspired by our CIC, Honorable Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams, through the programs that will ensure we are not only taking part in but we lead. We also need to take guard and protect our members against exploitation by big giants in the tech space, because we know that these big giants, sometimes they're using our members, to do their marketing campaigns whilst paying very little or peanuts, if at all. And part of the things going forward that Pbict could be looking at really strictly women in ICT development programs, where SMMEs are put through and supported from non-financial matters to finances where possible, an incubation of some sort. We need to be building our members maybe for a year or so until they are self-sustainable. And then each of those successful SMMEs must, in return, also build other, let's say, 3 to 4 other SMMEs, so on and so forth, up until we have a full explosion of self-sustainable SMMEs. There's also an issue of connectivity, of which us as women, we need to be part of, particularly the Internet for All drive that aims to build people's networks. We all know for a fact that we we suffer here in South Africa, and is in Africa as a whole. And on that very point, let me just bring the House into something that I witnessed 2 days or so ago, as we were having a webinar as African Tourism Board. We had invited all the countries, of course, because that's where we operate in a continental level, all the countries in Africa to come and partake in the webinar where we were talking about promoting tourism, African tourism within the COVID-19 as well as post-COVID-19. Of course, everybody knows and understands that tourism is very, very much managed by the whites, especially from overseas. So now we are trying to bring our own voices as Africans in as far as tourism is concerned. We wanted to bring our own narrative within that tourism. And I would actually just want to implore and ask people, particularly you in the tech space, that you need to be thinking and coming up with innovative ways as to how do you get yourselves involved within the tourism industry. Because we need to have technology in tourism. Things have changed now with the COVID-19, and we need you to come along so that we can be able to work together, because ICT cuts across all these sectors, and particularly tourism. We need to have that narrative, us as Africans. So 2 nights ago, when we had that webinar, what we experienced is that we had a lot of people connecting, particularly from overseas. I had over 600 people who registered there. And here in Africa, a lot of people could not be able to log on because of the bandwidth problem. And we need to be looking to those things. So therefore, I would like to get Pbict, because I know the militancy that Pbict comes with. We need to be moving along and getting us as Africans to really start talking together and moving together, and also start not to be looking only inwardly in South Africa. The fact that us at African Tourism Board, we are at a continental level, we need Pbict, particularly women. I would love to have women working and coming along and getting an understanding what they can do within the tourism space and using the technology, because that's what Pbict is all about. And we need these things to start happening. And again, really looking at what the African, because where we are as African Tourism Board, we're working very closely with the AU, and we're looking at the Agenda 2063 and where we are supposed to be going. And I wouldn't want to move and leave the people, particularly from the Pbict or in the tech space here in South Africa, when I know that there are opportunities of working within the continent as a whole and really exploring and getting to understand what is that we can do as Africans, as Black Africans, and particularly women. So the support that I have here today is really to say, Pbict, I'm looking at what you're doing, and I'm very proud to be a member of as well, even if I'm an ordinary member. But there are other opportunities that are out there that we should be looking at. Let's go on, and I'm hoping that you're going to be having the next 2 days and coming in. And I know you, and I've met most of you, particularly in the leadership, and I know how militant you are, and I know the things that you want to do. And here we are. Let's work together. And with those few weeks, I really would like to wish you well. And I'm hoping that these 2 days are going to be coming and giving you what you want to do throughout the next 4 years. Thank you so much. And I'm hoping that that is what you would have wanted me to say to you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Zina. It's always welcoming to hear such encouraging words, and also your work in the industry. It's truly commendable. Thank you for the vision that you have provided today. I believe that it sets the pace of the conference today and where we want to go, especially the issue relating to women. That is a very deep issue for us all, and I think it's an internal thing that we must champion. So thank you very much for that. The next message of support, and I think I'm going to allow 2 verbal messages of support, and then the others we'll just get in writing, just to save time. I'm not sure if Sabispa has joined us, but in the meantime, the Youth Economic Alliance has also given us a message of support. I think it is Comrade Luvuyo that's here. Can you please come in?
Morning, leadership. Thank you. I'm here.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Comrade Luvuyo. I believe that you are the Vice President of the Youth Economic Alliance. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, comrades and colleagues and leadership. Just like to thank you for the opportunity to just share a few words of support indeed. So it really is a privilege. As indicated, my name is Luvuyo Manyi, the Vice President of the Youth Economic Alliance. For those who don't know, we represent a constituency of young entrepreneurs across the country and over the recent years, also on the continent. And our sole purpose really is to improve the ecosystem, to create an environment that cultivates sustainable entrepreneurs across all the various pillars of the ecosystem. This is really a great moment if I consider the journey we've had with the Pbict, which actually commenced in 2018 as we were leading the SME constituency along with other ICT stakeholders at the Pbict ICT conference in Durban, and also the ITU conference that was hosted in Durban 2018, having jointly engaged with the then Deputy Minister, Stella Ndabeni. And I think the journey has been phenomenal, obviously, with us in this context, how we want to lead and champion youth entrepreneurship, but also noting that the sector of ICT is a fast-growing and fast-moving sector that can, and that has demonstrated globally how it has grown and developed amazing tech businesses and so forth. And we believe, one, from a policy perspective, the inclusion of Black business and obviously young entrepreneurs is critical to creating job creation in our economy and ultimately growing our economy. And therefore, we've been lobbying together over the past recent years to ensure that there is real inclusion, but also lobbying on some of the key areas like digital skills. And that's been a key focus for us as the Youth Economic Alliance to then determine how young people are actually being skilled appropriately, noting the demand in the market, both locally and globally, for digital skills across the board. And that's why it's been really important that we've been holding hands where we can in lobbying this thing, as it cannot be done alone or in isolation, but rather through collaboration, which is part of our values as the Youth Economic Alliance. I think really my parting words, I was actually just doing some reflection this week around the essence of, rather the impact of the lockdown and COVID-19. And I think these words would probably echo as well within the minds of the members here today. Is to remodel, re-engineer, and repurpose. These are words that I am taking to heart more than ever, as I believe, one, we need to re-engineer our thinking so far as pathing or creating the pathways for inclusion and ultimately seeing how we survive as businesses, as business people, as professionals in the sector. And actually look at the resources we have. By resources, I mean relationships, business resources, our intellectual property, and how we repurpose all of that as a collective to truly make an impact in our economy and drive things forward. And I think in the essence of innovation in the tech space, we naturally have to be in constant remodeling to ensure that our new normal is actually an always everyday normal. And I think really this initiative and this conference, looking at the agenda, has actually captivated that. And I hope the outcomes are truly progressive, as has been the essence of Pbict. So really I'm proud to support and endorse on behalf of all our members at the Youth Economic Alliance, and wish the colleagues and the leadership here all the best. I'd like to thank as well specifically Comrade President Dennis Rawls for the support and ultimately the introduction that we've had since 2018 to date. Thank you, and I wish the colleagues here all the best.
No, thank you very much. That was the Vice President of the Youth Economic Alliance, who have been one of Pbict's alliance forces that have positioned us to pioneer the call for inclusion into our mainstream economy, not just in the ICT space, but in every other spaces where there's still a monopolization or an area that is untouched by professionals. So thank you very much, Comrade Luvuyo. I think we aligned to the work that you guys are doing. And I think moving forward, even with a new structure that will be elected today, it will be a formidable alliance to continue the work that all of us have been doing. So thank you very much for that. It is appreciated. The next message of support that we've lined up will be done in writing, as I explained for the sake of time. And then I'm going to allow the president of PBICT, Dr. Leon Rolls, to come in with his opening address under this message of support item. Dr. Rolls. Dr. Rolls, can you come in? Dr. Rolls, we are waiting for your address, please. Okay, I see the president has joined us. I'm not sure if he's not hearing me or if his connection is fine. So while we wait for the president, I think because we are all here and we are wanting to proceed, let's proceed to the next item, which is what the General Secretary started with. And then as soon as the president joins us, I'll just bring him in to continue his address because I don't want us to wait and waste time. So, Comrade GS, are you ready to proceed with your accreditation report so that we can adopt it and move on to the rules of the conference?
Comrade Chair, may I ask for just a bit of time? There's, because of technology, there's some people having trouble. If the chair could give me 10 minutes, please, if you don't mind, Chair, through you, just so we can resolve some things. Because we're in a good place, but I just want to make sure that we give a proper report, one that I'll be comfortable that we can adopt. Chair, through you.
No, it's fine. I'm just concerned about the members that are watching. Let me try and get hold of the president in the meantime, and perhaps when I get hold of him, he can then start and occupy that space, because that is exactly why I wanted to bring him in now, so that I afford you the time. I'm truly sorry for, I think you're busy with 3 or 5 different things at the same time. So I do understand what you're struggling with currently. So we'll give you time. Let me try and get the president on the line and see if he can just come in to occupy the space.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Comrade Tula. I was calling you. I don't know, did you hear me? Or
yes, I can hear you. Can I, while we are just waiting for the president, take just these 3 minutes to send our message of support from the Black IT Forum?
Okay, just hold. So just hold there. I just would like to introduce you for the record purposes and for the members. Comrades, we are going to start. We are going to move into the next message of support while we're waiting for the General Secretary. The person you just heard was Comrade Tula Mchunu. He is from the BITF, also one of our alliances that are very progressive in the space. So I'm going to allow him to come in while I try and get the president online. Thank you very much, Comrade. You can come in.
Thank you, Chair. Comrade President, leadership of PBICT, national, provincial, regions, etc., invited guests and comrades. Let me begin firstly with greeting you in our traditional manner, the revolutionary greetings. I just want to reflect a little bit. I'm not just going to be long in terms of the formation, differentiation, execution, and growth of PBICT. Of course, you'll remember that all the comrades from PBICT are sons and daughters of our movement, the Black IT Forum. And the major thing that made this organization to be given birth to was the political affiliation and alignment to the ruling party. The good thing in terms of how they differentiated them to the previous organizations within the sector was PBICT has brought in the militants, in our space of fight. This, of course, has changed the game completely in terms of the influence that we intended to have. They've been very aggressive in terms of membership drive. One other major victories that we have has been the enforcement of the meaningful participation of your small and medium enterprises, entrepreneurs, students in GovTech. And this is just to mention the few. And of course, they were questioned by other comrades, our presence in the launch of PBICT. Ours is always to safeguard the unity. As we know, we cannot defeat this fight without that unity. Because others saw the birth of PBICT as probably some form of the division of the people that are fighting within the space of ICT, which leads me to the next point that we are only as strong as we are united and as weak as we are divided. Some few lessons that we've learned from the stalwart comrade Sisulu was that the African National Congress was going to only be able to fight the domination of by white people through the cross-section of the oppressed. He also brought in some few traditions that I think we've got to carry on with for us up until we really defeat this domination. The unity in action, the servant leadership, the attraction and the nurturing of quality activists. And these have been the ingredients that has really brought us to, the 1994, April the 27th. So from the Black IT Forum, really, other things are of course going to be part of the conference itself and part of the message of support from other groups. But our major one is that it is this unity that we really need to safeguard at all costs. And with those few words, I'd wish the conference the best it deserves. And thank you. Viva PBICT, viva.
Thank you very much, Comrade Tula, for those inspiring words and message of support. I think it is welcomed and appreciated. Did you want to come in?
No, I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. No, perfect. Thank you very much, Comrade Tula. That was Comrade Tula Mchunu from the BITF. I believe that one of our other alliance partners who were very critical to, especially the last year or two, Sabispa, President Mutsamai. I believe that he is now with us. President Mutsamai, can you come in? President of Sabispa, can you come in, please? Okay, then there's the ICT SMME chamber, the chairperson Muzi Makai. He is also wanting to give us a message of support. Chairperson Muzi, are you here? Okay, I also don't hear or see Muzi. So while everyone is trying to join us, I also have not heard the president yet. So comrades, as I mentioned earlier, I think I just want to find out if the GS is ready, and then we need to proceed with the rest of our program in the interest of time, comrades. Comrade Dennis, are you ready? Do you need a bit more time?
Comrade Chair?
Yes, Comrade Dennis, are you ready? Do you need a bit more time?
Okay, Comrade Chair, before we proceed, I just have one more request. Just before I read the accreditation report, can we please adopt the NGC rules that I read? The notice of the meeting, please. So I want to make sure that by the time the president comes in, we have adopted the notice, we have adopted the accreditation too, through you, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you very much. The notice of the conference was presented before we did the message of support. Can I please have a motion to adopt?
Chair,
Yes.
I support the adoption.
Thank you very much, Comrade Nkosana. Can I have a seconder, please?
I would like to second.
Thank you very much. Was that Comrade Tabani from KZN?
Yes, that's TG, Chair, outgoing.
No, thank you very much, Comrade. The notice of the conference is duly adopted. Comrade GS, can we proceed to the accreditation report?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, just to also assist you here, because I know we still, this is the very first of its kind. So we're using our knowledge and any new experiences. It's just that when the comrades, for any seconding, for anything, could you kindly just lift your hand so the chair can recognize you with your hand lifted, so we can, and then when you, before you mention anything, then you at least say your name. This is for the record. mainly for the minute keeping, because we will then give to a scriber to make reading notes or text notes. So that's it, Chair. So, Chair, as we stand, please give me a second. Please pull up the accreditations. As we stand, Chair, we currently have 97 registrants. At this point, we have 97 registrants. These are the approved ones, and we have just one denied registrant of someone who wasn't part of a list and tried to enter, which was unfortunate. So at this point, in total, just to revise it, Chair, we have 98 registrants. 97 of them have been approved. One has been denied. As you know, Chair, that we had increased security. So part of phase one, we had ensured that people who don't belong don't get in. So that has been done. Then, Chair, I will go into our expected list quickly. I have a lot of windows open here, Chair. So now and again, I'll just, there we go. So, Chair, in terms of the categories and the seats allocation, the National Committee was initially 8. Unfortunately, Chair, we had to make a quick amendment for Comrade Makoba to be in there. So it was an oversight on our side. Our National Committee expected numbers is 9 and not 8. Pushes up our number to 36 and not 35 in terms of the leadership. Meaning that provincial leadership, we expected 27 of them. To break down the 27, we expect 9 provincial chairs. We expect 9 provincial secretaries, and we expect 9 provincial treasurers as of this notice when it was sent out. So, Chair, just to clarify, there were 2 provinces which where we had to put PTTs, because we had to ensure that whatever is happening in the province, we still bring the members to the conference. I do want to verify that we have 9 provinces who are participating in this particular AGM. So, Chair, with the 2 provinces where we have PTTs, which is Eastern Cape and Free State, the treasurers will then be omitted.
Sorry, GS. Comrade GS, can you share your screen, please?
Okay. Sorry about that, Chair. You know, teething problems.
Yeah, also that there's people in the waiting room, Comrade GS, that are waiting to be allowed in.
Okay. No, not a problem, Chair. Though they're being handled. I do have support on my side. We double checking. So if they're not on the list, and we're making sure they don't come in. And if they're in the list, they'll definitely be let in, Chair. I assure you that. Chair, my screen is shared, right?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chair, so the clarity that I have to give is so that we're able to adopt the accreditation, Chair. So with the amendments, unfortunately, this is a PDF. I can't quickly make amendments. I just want to give clarity on it. So I'll quickly revise it or just quickly do an overview again of what I presented. For our National Executive Committee, Chair, the number is 9 because of an oversight on our side. So the expected number of total leadership is actually 36. But Chair, because we had to let Comrade Makoba in as an additional member, he's extremely pivotal to this process because of his a contribution to the Constitution, his deep understanding, and he's the custodian as an additional member of the NEC to provide clarity and to give you any support, Chair. So, so we're expecting 9 executive members, Chair. In the provinces, Chair, we were expecting 27. However, we are omitting 2 treasurers because 2 provinces, Chair, have PTTs. The 2 provinces sorry, Chair. The 1 province is Free State. The 2nd province is Eastern Cape. There's been trouble with Eastern Cape where we had to omit the leadership in that position also. So, Chair, that's where we sit with that. So that's just the update we have from the Secretariat side to ensure that we have clarity and we're able to adopt the accreditation. However, Chair, sorry, Chair, I'm having some messages come in. I'm also dealing with that as it goes. Oh. So, Chair, these are the expected numbers. So I will go into the numbers of the provinces and then verify what we expect and what we have currently. So whoever's in the waiting room, we currently will not count them. What we're doing is now, as I'm speaking, the people who are currently in the room. Could you open up? Okay, so Chair, we'll start with Gauteng. We'll start with Gauteng. Okay, we're expecting a total number of 17, Chair. We have 13 in attendance. We'll go to Western Cape. We're expecting a total number of 9. And we have 5 in attendance. For Northern Cape, we're expecting a total number of 5, and we have 3 in attendance. For Eastern Cape, Chair, as I explained, we will be expecting a number of 8. So the leadership will be omitted from our expectation. So we're expecting a number of 8. We have 5 in attendance. So these are just members only. In KwaZulu-Natal, we're expecting a total number of 26. We have 11 in attendance. For Limpopo, we're expecting a total number of 5. No, where's Limpopo? Sorry. Yes, we're expecting a total number of 5. And we have 4. For Free State, we're expecting a total number of 4. We have 3. For the Northwest, we're expecting a total number of 6. And we have 3. In Mpumalanga, we're also expecting a total number of 6. And we have 3. So, Chair, as you noticed, all provinces which have current active leaderships, the allocations number will then have 3, which is part of which will make the chair, the secretary, and the treasurer. And to those 2 provinces, Eastern Cape, which currently has the leadership has been suspended, and the Free State, which has a PTT in place, those numbers have been altered in accordance, Chair. In terms of our, yes, can you check? And Comrade Chair, in terms of the NEC, We expected a total number of 9. We have 9 in attendance. And as we stand chair of the guests, and alliance partners combined, we expected a number of 20. And how many we have? And we have 6 in attendance. That's where we currently stand, Comrade Chair. Thank you. Comrade Chair?
Yes, sorry. No, thank you very much, GS, for that.
Not a problem, Chair.
Comrade, I'm going to just give the waiting room another 1 minute because currently the waiting room is clean. I don't have anyone else waiting to be approved into this meeting. Currently, comrades, our participants are 75 on the conference. Out of the comrade GS, is it 98? You mentioned the total of is it the registrations or the approvals? Was it 98?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so comrades, I believe that in the interest of time and moving on, our quorum is 50+1 of conference delegates, which is 100, right? So we literally need 51 members to proceed and to take resolutions. However, it is good to allow to wait for all the accredited delegates to enter before we actually adopt these numbers. However, comrades, currently I'm sitting at 76 participants. It looks like some comrades are struggling with connectivity issues. I believe that we also cannot wait until that is sorted out. However, once they join, they will then join a meeting that is fully curated. I've seen 2 hands. One came from Comrade Tata and the other one now came from Comrade Tabani. Comrades, please, I just need to caution your time in terms of inputs or questions. Can we please limit our inputs and questions to between 30 seconds and 1 minute, just so that we can move on? I see Comrade Makoba has also raised his hand. So can I take those 3 hands in that order, please?
Thank you, Chair. It's Tata Kole from Gauteng. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Comrade Tata.
Okay. No, I think from my side, I just wanted to, I got clarity from the SG. So there are other members of ours who were on the waiting list, but then they just for about 2 hours, well, 1 hour, 30 minutes. And then I wanted to ask, should we advise them to try again or what? Because they just gave up.
Yes, please let them try again. We started a bit late, so I'm the one admitting. I've just admitted someone just now as I'm talking. So please advise them to please try again, Comrade Tata. Thank you.
Thanks.
The next hand was Comrade Tabani and then Comrade Makoba. Comrade Tabani, please come in.
Thank you, Chair. Mine was just to move for the adoption, Chair, of the credentials subject to the amendments that have been effected by the DSG in terms of the report. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Comrade Makoba.
Thanks, Chair. I raised my hand precisely because of the fear what the TJ has just done.
Yeah, I figured.
You know. So I want to request, Chair, that the SG liaise with provincial secretaries and give and maybe through your presidium, Chair, we give them as a conference a time limit, because we must come to a point where we adopt credentials. You know why? Because if we adopt 98 and tomorrow we've got 100, that will not correlate with the election procedures. And yes, what adopted as conference in terms of numbers, when we're doing elections, it must be the same numbers. So yes, the Secretary General and Provincial Secretaries must be given time to say, please finalize everything by this time so that we are able to adopt final credentials. In fact, I wanted to request even the SG to give us, when he shares the screen, there's a column that says counting 17, present 17, expected 17, present 17, because we were just following him. In other provinces we're getting lost. But if we had it on the shared screen, maybe it would be easier for us. But my point is that let's allow them as a secretariat, both nationally and provincially, to finalize credentials to the T, so that we adopt numbers that we'll use as we deal with elections, so that no one will be prejudiced as part of the process. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, no, I agree with that, Comrade Makoba. Hence, I requested Gauteng to go back to their members who are trying to connect and just let them try and reconnect. Comrade Makoba, and this is where I'll ask guidance from the NGC. Do you propose that while we're waiting, I don't think that we'll be able to then continue with the rules unless we've first finished this process, or can we finish this process after the time period we've set, perhaps 30 minutes?
Chair, thanks. My problem that I got disconnected at some point. I don't know whether the president has officially opened the conference.
No, the president is gone. I don't know where he is. I'm trying to get hold of him, but perhaps let me try and find him while we set that time that you spoke of, maybe 30 minutes for the secretary.
Yeah, I think let's just put it to conference. How long are we giving the provinces and the Secretary General to finalize credentials? Because we need to have the conference officially opened by the presiding officer. Because if you go to the constitution, it tells you that the presiding officer of the conference is the president, as much as by the chairperson. So he must officially open the meeting, and then we go to credentials, then we go to rules, and then we proceed. Thanks.
Yes, no, I was trying to. I think Comrades Africa has located the president now, and I just want to find out if he can come in. Comrades, in the meantime, can we agree on the time limit for the Secretariat to please get hold of their members so that we can adopt the numbers as Comrade Makoba has guided us? Comrade Chair of Gauteng, Comrade Chair of Gauteng, do you want to come in on this item, or is it a new item you want to raise?
No, thank you, Chair. William Ledwaba from Chairperson of Gauteng. I just want to echo the same sentiments from Comrade Makoba, especially with the credentials, because, and I think I raised this in our NEC meeting last time, that we need a committee that can also deal with such things, because Unopala also raised an issue that there's a member that was denied registration. So from where I'm sitting, no one have received registration unless and we did not receive like an explanation why that was denied, that particular access. Who is this person? So I would like also the secretary to clarify the identity of that person. Who is he? Why is he denied also? Because this is a locked and protected.
Okay.
Secondly, Chair.
Okay, perfect.
For those who are, and I think the Secretary of Gauteng, there were members who were denied access, and they are still denied access. So can we allow that process?
We'll keep a discussion.
Report in the next maybe 5 or 10 minutes before we can adopt the credentials, because if there are still members who are denied access and there's no explanation, it gives a worry. This is a members' conference. As much as we want to have checks and balances, we also need to ensure that no member is denied access unnecessarily. Thank you.
Comrade Chair?
Yes, thank you, Comrade Will from Gauteng. I need I need us to agree on the time that we need to give our secretaries to get hold of their delegates. Can I please have some input from other provinces and members about how we can finalize that process, comrades? Remember, I'm not dictating anything. I'm literally needing guidance from the entire members here and from the provinces, because this is your conference. So can we please have some guidance about the time for the secretariat so that we can finalize this accreditation process? DTG, you want to come in?
Yeah, I thought maybe if we can give them 30 minutes and then try and continue maybe with some of the parts of the agenda. I think the credentials, as Comrade Makoba has indicated, it's critical that we get that right so that it happens. We don't have mismatches in numbers, and we don't have this and conclude them to not at the time when we are doing elections, because I'm sure there will be people who might want to miss some of the process going, but they will definitely want to be in the elections. So then we will know that we've done our job in terms of this. The credentials must be corrected to tomorrow. We don't have mismatches in numbers. So maybe about 30 minutes or so between the SG and the provinces to discuss it, Chair. Thank you.
I agree.
Takumzi, you want to come in?
Yes, I'm saying I'm seconding this view. Let's have a 30-minute tea, whatever you call it, tea break or adjournment. Then we can come back and sort it out with no problem call.
Okay, no, thank you very much.
Sure.
There's the two verbal views, and then in the chat box, there's a agreement from KZN that we take a 30-minute, let me call it a comfort break, so that the secretariat provincially and that the national secretary can finalize their delegates and who must join us. If people are struggling to connect, please let them try and attempt again. I have the control over the waiting room. I don't see anyone currently. So can comrades please, the secretaries especially, can you please get hold of your delegates for them to join us? And then I think we'll proceed like that while the president is sorting out his opening address to officially open the conference. Thank you very much, comrades. Comrade Africa, you want to come in?
Yes, Chair. If I'd like to make a suggestion, if people are struggling, they should contact the secretaries, and the secretaries can post on the secretariat group. As you are aware, Chair, I am on that group, and I have been communicating to the Ops Center where we see that there are issues. So please do, if you are struggling, send your screenshots or whatever to your secretary, and he will then raise it with us. I know Dennis and the chair are busy on the front end and back end of the conference, but we are there just to make sure that whatever information you guys or messages that you guys send, they are received. And where needed, we do call to make sure that someone is alerted. So it's just also to protect the chair so that when she's presenting, she can focus on presenting. But should you raise something to us, we will then make sure that it reaches her or whoever else that is responsible for it.
Okay, now thank you very much for the suggestion, Comrade Africa. Comrade Makoba, you want to come in?
Thanks, Chair. I was
Comrade Makoba, your connection.
happy when I
your connection is not okay. We can't hear you. You're cutting out every now and then.
That Comrade Africa is located. Can you hear me now?
No, we missed the first part of everything. I only heard Africa in your
Can you hear me now?
Try and speak. Let me see if it's improved.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I was just saying I was happy when I heard you say the Comrade Africa has located the president. afraid of a break since we're virtual. Maybe we'll lose comrades. Maybe we can get an address from the president or whatever other items are there in the program until the secretariat have concluded their work. But I was hoping that maybe allow the president to address us and officially open the conference, and then we get to other items if the secretariat is not ready. I'm a bit afraid because we are virtual, we are not maybe in the same room where we can go out, have tea and come back. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Comrade Makoba. That is what I wanted us to do. However, it looks like the president is trying to accept and approve some of the registrants that must come in. I do see people are starting to join. So I think he'll be ready very soon. There's a hand that was raised from Comrade Makabo. I don't see what province you are from. I would ask that, please, comrades, can you, after your name and surname, just put your province, please, like EC or KZN or LP, so that I know what province you're from, please. Comrade Makavo, you can come in.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'll fix that. I just want to concur with the latter speaker before we break to for that 30 minutes when the secretarians are busy dealing with the accreditation issue. Then the chairperson, the president either, sorry, to open the conference officially. I submit, Chair.
Yes, no, thank you very much, comrades. I think I'm in agreement that the president must open. I would also like to remind you guys that I called the president several times after the messages of support. I do know that he must open the conference, comrades. I think I'm clear with it. Don't think I'm not clear with it. I understand. I'm also tirelessly trying to get hold of him to find out if he's ready. Apparently, he was also having some connectivity problems. So yes, comrades, I concur that the president must open the conference. Don't worry, I'm with you guys. In terms of the 30 minutes, while we're waiting for the president to connect, the 30 minutes has sort of started about 5 minutes ago. So secretaries, can you please just check on your groups and remind your delegates to start connecting as I am admitting people into the meeting. Comrade Makoba, is your hand, is it an old hand or is it a new hand? Do you want to come in?
Chair, unfortunately, I can't raise my hand. So if Comrade Makoba is not coming in, could you allow me? Thanks, Chair.
Yes, you can come in, Jess.
Okay, Comrade Chair, I think the way the accreditations are currently sitting, I'm of the view also that they can't get any better. So now and again, we don't know who's sharing these extra lists and so forth. I'm happy to disclose names that have been denied. Right now, I have 2.
GS, we didn't get. You were interrupted.
Oh, okay. Am I clear, Chair?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So, Chair, what I was saying is the accreditation, the way it sits, it can't get any better the way I see it, Comrade Chair. So there's an option that I'd like to table is not necessarily to counter what Comrade Makoba has put on the table. It's just that I have names and I have weighed them against, or rather the team have weighed them against the registration. So the registration is what I'm using, Comrade Chair, and not the people who are currently in the room, because I'm sure I've seen already that I've had to let some people in twice already. So I'm using the registration, Chair, and not the room itself. The people in the room still get vetted, Chair, just as a second precaution to ensure that there aren't any discrepancies. But as it stands, Chair, I have a list that has green lit comrades, and we have grayed out comrades. The ones who are grayed out are those who haven't registered. And if they haven't registered, chances are they wouldn't even be able to come in here. So that's what we've been experiencing, because as you see, Chair, in the room right now, we have 71 participants, but I have 105 registrations, and 2 of them have been rejected. So I'm glad to show the 2 denied comrades. I know Zoom has a problem with doing so I think in the meanwhile, Comrade Chair, what I can do is,
you know what,
I can share my screen. Yes, Chair.
I've received information that the president is ready. I also see that people are joining and then they're losing connection, and then they come again. That's what I was trying to explain to the room, that as we move on, we need to take the decision that we correct once, and whatever happens in between that, that is our number that we've used to correct and to confirm the conference attendees, because we are depending on connectivity and all that. People will come in, get kicked off, come on again. So by the time we eventually must start, people that were on have been kicked off, others will still come in. So I agree with what you're saying and with what everyone else has presented. I think the secretaries are into the half of the 30 minutes they received. So let's just give them chance as well. In the meantime, I've received information that the president is ready to open the conference. Hopefully by the time the president is ready, GS, we would have had the people who must join, have tried to join. And then, like Comrade Makoba suggested, you'll share your screen and show us your registrations versus the greens, the reds, the grays, and then it will guide the NGC to then move for a motion, and then we'll be able to adopt it after the conference has been opened by the president. So I want to ask President Dr. Rawls, are you now with us? Can you please come in with your address? Dr. Rawls, can you come in? Dr. Rawls, are you with us? I am busy admitting 4 other participants into the meeting while we're waiting for Dr. Rawls. So I believe the secretariats are working at getting their participants in.
Comrade Chair?
Yes.
Comrade Kosana was first, but I have a way forward, Chair.
With regards
but Comrade Kosana can speak first, Chair. I heard his voice first, and you can allow me through you, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, DG, you can come in.
No, I'm fine, Chair. I'm fine, Chair. You can continue, Comrade.
Very much. Comrade GS, you can continue. Wait, Comrade GS, Comrade Tata, you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Tata from Gauteng. So, Comrade SG, I just wanted to ask, so are we dealing with the members who got the confirmation emails? So remember, we can send an email, the list, and then other people, when they were registering, they didn't get the confirmation emails. So are we, those numbers, are we dealing with those people who got confirmation emails? Because in our Gauteng delegation, there are members who got confirmation emails but then are not let in. But then I'll wait for you to name those people that you said you rejected, so that we confirm if it's our members or not. But then I wanted to ask if so we're dealing with those people, those members who got the confirmation letter. So that means they've passed the registration phase. So there's no way that they can not be allowed to partake on the MGC. Thank you, Chair.
GS, you can come in.
Chair,
Yes.
If I may respond, I think also there's something that I did pick up, and it might.
Africa.
Yeah.
Can you wait just so that GS can come in? Because he wanted to come in.
I wanted to add to that too, if I may, Chair. I thought you had already allowed me to speak.
No, I was allowing Comrade Dennis to speak. However, are you done with your submission? Because it's like you just added to Comrade Tata.
I haven't made it. You asked me to stop.
Okay. Let me bring in Comrade GS first, because the order was like that. Then you'll come in after.
Through you, Chair, could you please allow Comrade Africa, and then I'll come in, Chair, because I have some more conclusive. So he has a chance to table it, and maybe I can address it after that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Comrade Africa, you can come in.
I was going to say, Chair, there have been people who did register, and I saw the screenshots that you get immediately when you register, but some have not received emails, which is what I think Comrade Tata is alluding to. Then there are some who did receive emails. They click on the link, but on the back-end side, we can't pick them up. Now, I won't say any names, but I know from some that I had called Dennis about, and I'd spoken to the other guys in the team about, that we couldn't pick them up at all, even though they had sent a screenshot to say they are registered. But the system Zoom itself was not showing them on the waiting list or anywhere. So when I then ask you to let them in, you can't see them yourself. So there is that problem, and I don't think it's a problem that's caused by us. It might just be delays in the servers of the software or whatever. So I would just like people just raise it, know that we are dealing with it,
Chair,
and just be patient.
I've added that one person that we had a query with.
Comrade Africa.
Yes, that was my input, Chair.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I do know the president is wearing his IT cap as well today. So he's also busy with the whole registration, email accreditation process and all that. So yeah, I do know he's also working on that. And then I believe that the president, are you ready, Dr. Rolls, to open with your opening address?
Comrade Chair, have you forgotten me?
Yes. No, I just want to find out from Dr. Rolls whether he's ready, so that after you're done, I know I'm not going to struggle with getting hold of him again. I just want to make sure that our president is ready now.
Actually, that's what I was trying to say, that I'm ready when you are.
Okay, but I've been ready, Dr. Rolls.
Chair.
Yes, DTG, I was going to bring you in as well.
Can I give the press just for 5 seconds?
Can you?
Yes.
What do you want to do?
That's what I want to do. Can you hear?
The GS will still speak before this. TTG.
TTG is greeting the president. Hey.
Comrades, can we?
Oliver Tambo, Tano Pota, Kululu Mande. Kululu Mande. Kululu Mande.
Viva, President, viva!
Manda!
Viva!
Away too!
Thank you, DTG. Comrade GS, sorry about that.
No, Chair. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, just to give clarity, we've double checked everything, comrades. As we stand right now, with all the comrades that were having technical difficulties, as I said, Comrade Chair, where we are now, I don't see any improvement, and I'm sure what I'll be able to present moving forward will enable us to adopt the accreditation process. Remember, Chair, as I said, I'm looking at the registrants, Comrade Chair. Those who are in and out of the rooms, we'll deal with them as we come, because we already have a mechanism in place to double check and make sure that the people in the rooms should have gone through the registration process. And if it happens that someone sends a delinquent link, they'll never get into the conference anyway, Comrade Chair. So I guarantee that the members who are in the room are members who are meant to be in the room, Chair. Chair, the way I sit right now, I have 106 registrants, Comrade Chair. 105 have been approved. The one that hasn't been approved, Comrade Chair, is Comrade. Let me just, so I can get the one who's been denied is Comrade Cindy Mbata. If you recall, Chair, remember Comrade Cindy Mbata used to be an additional NEC member. Yes. Who was, through the process of the circular that we had sent out to members, was then by the power of the NEC removed from her duties from absence and through the guidance of the Constitution. So she's the only person that we haven't allowed in to the conference because she doesn't qualify to be in a conference, Comrade Chair. So that's the only person who's been rejected, Comrade Chair. All the other, the one rejection was sorted out, Chair, because there was a member that just used their second name instead of their first name. So we sorted that one out as the President had cited, Chair. So we all systems go, Chair. So at this point, I'm ready to present our numbers, Chair, for the conference in terms of how many numbers we expected and how many numbers we have, Chair, and then we'll take it from there. If you allow me through you, Chair, we'll be able to do that.
Yes, let me just bring in Dr. Rawls, the President of PBICT, to officially present his opening address and open the conference. Dr. Rawls, you can come in, please.
Sorry, Comrade Chair.
We will bring you in after GS. After it's open, we'll then be able to accredit and adopt that, and then move on.
Can I make a suggestion, Chair? Can we allow the President to come in when we've officiated the NGC, so at least he opens an approved NGC, Comrade Chair, through you? I think maybe that'll be much better. So at least when he's addressing an approved conference with approved numbers, and we have adopted that the conference is moving forward. Because we know that we're correcting, but we need to just do the numbers. We adopt them, then we allow Comrade Press to officially open us with an approved, so we don't do an illegal NGC opening, Comrade Chair, through you.
Yes, the President must first open for us to do anything in terms of the official program. That is why I brought it in when I was dealing with the messages of support, so that after that I do the registration, opening, messages of support, notice of conference. Then he comes in, he opens the conference with his address, and then we move on to accreditation, rules, reports. So yes, I think let's, can we proceed like that, comrades? Let me just get guidance from the House. Is it fine the way I've presented it, comrades? Comrade Makoba, can you please come in to assist?
Yeah, thanks. I think I want to second your approach, because the President will officially open, and then credentials will be the first order of an opened conference, so that we then adopt credentials and then we move. So let's allow the President to address, while the the SG is dealing with his documentation, and then after that, the address won't discuss the address. We only discuss the report. So after he's finalized his input, then we credentials, because with credentials we must be meticulous with credentials, so that no one at the end, when we're dealing with the elections, has a problem with the process. The numbers can be understood by everyone, and everyone is at democratic space at that particular time, and then no one has got a query. So I want to suggest, Chair, that your approach that you want to take be the one that we follow. Thanks.
Yes, no, thank you very much for the endorsement, Comrade Makoba. Comrade Tata and then DTG, is it in relation to what we've been discussing, or is it a new item you want to raise? Comrade Tata, then DTG.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with Comrade Makoba, but then I just wanted to caution something. I think in terms of raising hands, we must at least acknowledge us equally so. I know there are other people who have a bigger voice than the others, but then I agree with you, Chair. Let the president open, and then the SG, like other people are on that comfort break. I think that 30 minutes. So he will clarify the accreditation after the president opened the NGC. Thanks.
Thank you. Comrade DTG, can you please come in?
Let's move on as per your guidance, Chair.
Yes.
And what the rest have said.
Yes. No, thank you very much, comrades. Dr. Rawls, can you please come in with your opening address?
Amandla.
Away too.
Away too.
Amandla.
Waruna.
Comrades, allow me, firstly, comrades, to welcome you to this conference. I want to believe, comrades, that this is the first of its kind in this country, definitely in the continent, probably in the world, could be. Now, comrades, I know that we are during these trying times, one would have wished and was really looking forward to us gathering and having this conference, seeing each other, meeting each other. It's always fun and games, and the debate and the robust debate. I would like to say thank you, comrades, that the spirit in which we debate in as PBICT and the battle of ideas, I can see that it's still resonating, whether we on virtual platform or whether it's physical. I want comrades to thank, special thanks to comrade Unomen, and my condolences, comrade, to the loss of your son. And yet you still made it to come here. We really appreciate it. Comrade Unomen is one of the founders, or the 5 founders of PBICT. Comrade Uqiniso has made his apology, as well as Comrade Ukaya and Comrade Dassen. Comrade, we want to say thank you, because today, had it not been for you, we would not be here as PBICT, and we would not be fighting this fight that we are. The comrades that came up with the concept of how PBICT should operate, Comrade Will, Comrade Gift, your Comrade Victors, and the likes, the 30 that came together and said and conceptualized to say this is how PBICT should be, this is the vision, and this is how we will fight. And you defined our alignment to a revolution. We want to thank you, and we want to say that, comrades, we are still continuing with that fight. To the 376 founding members, of which 100 came to Dubai Trade Port and came up with a constitution that then said that this is who we are as PBICT, this is how we function, and this is the powers that we are giving to this NEC to lead us into ensuring that we drive and change and transform this sector. To you, comrades, I want to say a special welcome, and I want to say thank you. And to my dying day, I will forever be grateful and forever say thank you to you. And even beyond that, comrades, I will join the PBICT that has been already opened by Comrade Derek SG, former USG, was a KZN, as well as Comrade Ulaki. I'm sure Uguti, they have already started PBICT there, because definitely I do not think heaven is running on systems. Probably the hell is running on Microsoft, but heaven is running on Linux. So we are definitely required there as well, comrades. Now, with that being said, comrades, I want to welcome our special guests and our alliance partners that will have joined us in the struggle. Your Youth Economic Alliance, your SABISPA, your ICT SMME Chamber, your BITF, comrades, we have fought a good fight. Comrade Zine, thank you very much for always being there, even in the other roles that you have played, and for always flying the PBICT flag high and making sure that the eye is watching out for those members, for those opportunities. We are watching out and we are monitoring the gatekeepers and we are attacking them daily, comrades. The fight continues, comrades, and in the spirit of O.R. Tambo, comrade, I quote, "The fight for freedom must go on until it is won. Until our country is free and happy and peaceful. As part of the community of men, we cannot rest. There is no time to rest, comrades. There is no time to sleep. And until we achieve the vision of this revolution, comrades, of the struggle, we cannot rest, comrades." Now, comrades, O.R. Tambo goes on to say that we are not fighting against people, comrades. Such is our character as PBICT. We do not fight against people. But he goes further to say that we are fighting against a system. Comrades, that is exactly what we fight for. We have never fought people. But if you are part of a system and you are not doing anything to transform the system, then, comrades, we fight the system. And with that, comrade, the unfortunate reality is that as a person that is part of that system, you then become part of our fight. And you then become part of the system that we are fighting. So, comrades, I want to remind each and everyone that as we are gathered here, comrades, we must remember that, comrades, from 1912 to 1994, we had a struggle. We were struggling. It was a struggle that we fought. The MK, the establishment of the ANC, and every journey that we have taken, June 16, August, you name it, comrades, 9th of August, those were all the struggle years, comrades. And the struggle was for political freedom, of which, comrades, in 1994, we then received that political freedom, therefore declaring that that particular struggle was then over, comrade. But then began, comrades, a journey to a revolution. Now, comrades, that revolution meant that we need to revolt against the systems that exist, that impede on us realizing the reason and the benefits that are enshrined in our Freedom Charter, that is then giving us that particular freedom, our economic freedom, our political freedom, and our freedom as men. So, comrade, in part of that revolution, we are then saying that there has to be a transformation that must happen, comrades. There has to be a transformation of systems. There has to be transformation of the economy. There has to be a transformation that must take place, comrades. And in order for us to make sure that that transformation happens, we then deploy cadres into government, cadres into the public sector, cadres into the community. Those comrades that fight on a day-to-day basis, our councillors, our politicians, our NECs, our ministers, our heads of departments, our chairpersons of boards, the people that we have deployed to various councils, like the chairperson to the Black Business, to the ICT BE Council, the 4R revolution. It's therefore meaning that we must deploy our comrades, and those comrades must then start to talk and start walking the journey of transformation so that our people can then realize what was promised to them at the revolution, comrades. So as long as those systems exist, and as long as those systems are depriving us of opportunities that are resulting in a 15.1 billion spend on ICT of government, the government that we supported, we voted for, of which more than 90% of it or more is going to white companies. We are then saying that, we then go back and we say that then that is a system that we must fight. That is what we are all about, comrades. We are saying that our people, they need to bridge the digital divide. We need, comrades, to bridge the social divide. We need to ensure that our people, comrades, are happy. And for our people to be happy, they can only be happy if they realize economic freedom. Now, with those things being said, comrades, the PBICT's vision is that we must achieve access and ownership of this ICT sector. Now, when we say that we align ourselves to the revolution and we identify ourselves with the leader of that revolution, which is the ANC, but we then further, comrades, to go and say that where we agree, we will agree. Where we disagree, we will totally disagree. The same goes to our alliance partners. The same goes to the spirit of this conference inside SPBICT as well, comrades. Now, comrades, when we take that position and we identify ourselves in that, we are then saying that the democratic centralism, those approaches and those principles must then be adopted. Where we are saying, comrades, that whether we agree or disagree with a particular position, whether popular or unpopular, whether right or wrong, we are saying that, comrades, that we will abide by it. This NGC is the highest decision-making structure of the PBICT, comrades. And here we're having comrades that are going to make decisions that will affect and impact this organization and the people, the 57 million South Africans, that we must ensure that through technology, those people are in places where there is internet connectivity and they are benefiting from services, and they, comrades, are part of the digital economy, and that they are driving the fourth industrial revolution and the opportunities of technology. This thing, comrades, of that we as a country, we are a largely consumer of technology rather than a producer of technology, whereas we are the biggest, the greatest producer of the best IP ever when it comes to technology. We are saying that, and there's a transformation agenda that needs to happen of localism, of saying that we need to transform the thinking, and we need to remind the comrades that we have deployed in this space, in these places, that you are there by virtue of being deployed and by virtue of you being part of a revolution and part of being given an agenda of transformation. Now, when we fight with comrades out there, I know, Chairperson and honorable delegates, that out there, we have a lot of people that will be watching this and streaming on video. They need to understand one thing. If you are in a position and you have forgotten your mandate, that you are there to transform and make sure that Black people, as the majority in this country, own this economy. They benefit. If you've got a budget in your municipality, if you've got a budget in the Standard Bank, ABSA, or wherever you are, if you are MTN or Vodacom, if you are spending anything less than 80% of your budget to white companies rather than Black companies, then there is something that is wrong with you. You are then an enemy to us because you abide to a system that is anti-transformation and one that is killing this country. Because if we empower the majority of the people, the majority population in this country, then the economy will strive. And then this country will be listed as one of the best countries. Then we will give the ability to the majority to innovate and invent and to come up with solutions that can change this country and can drive and build this economy. So we do not fight you. We are fighting a system that you are either protecting, defending, or part of. Because if you are appointed today, any one of us, as a CEO, as a chairperson, whether it be ICTA, the most untransformed organization in the ICT space, if you become a CEO today, and tomorrow there's a tender that goes out, an opportunity, and you do not make a declaration that this is for Black SMMEs, then, comrades, there is something that is wrong with you. You then prescribe to principles that you are not deployed there for, because we know what the ANC stands for. We know what we stand for. We know what the revolution is. You therefore become a part of the problem. And when you become part of the problem, comrades, the unfortunate part, you will receive the other end of the spear that PBICT carries in the sector as we go and we transform. Comrades, I want to say that thank you very much for being here, for spending your data, your time, for sacrificing to be part of this second general conference of the PBICT, comrades. And you are our leaders. You are the ones that gave us a mandate in 2017. And today, comrades, you have an opportunity between today and tomorrow to refresh the policy positions that you have taken, to refresh the leaders and the kind of leaders that you have taken. Our time, comrades, has passed. You have given us an opportunity, and our time has passed, comrades, and we are no longer relevant to lead the struggle of this phase of the revolution, of this transformation agenda. As we move forward, comrades, I was talking to a lot of comrades saying that I want us, when we get to this conference, to look at and think of ourselves being in an ocean, comrades, exploring waters, blue waters with fish, with opportunities, land of opportunities, just like they did in the 1800s and they came in the 1600s or whenever they landed here and steal our land. We are then saying, comrades, if we are sailing to this storm, this heavy storm, we need to make sure, comrades, that as we're going towards the storm, we understand what is in the storm, but we also understand what is beyond the storm, comrades. We therefore, comrades, need to make sure that the vehicle that we have, and that is PBICT, and the structures of PBICT, have a strong enough structure to withhold any bashing or any thing that will be coming to it in this particular storm, comrades. Once that vessel is strong and you know that the structure, comrades, is solid, and you believe that the structure can withstand a storm like a Noah's Ark, comrades, you therefore need to say that who is then going to man this vessel through the storm? Once, comrades, you know the kind of people that you need and the structures that you then have, you then, comrades, need to come and say that the cargo, the precious cargo, that is our members, that must benefit when we go through the storm. The best person, or otherwise the best leadership that we need to navigate us through the storm, no matter what, is a person of this character, and this is the kind of person we need. And beyond that, comrades, is that we all have one common understanding of saying that this is the vision. And our vision of PBICT, comrades, remains unchanged and it remains unshaken. And the vision is one. It's hashtag access and ownership. Thank you, comrades, and enjoy the conference. And I do hope that we can debate and start to get comrades to the meaty stuff where we start debating on policy issues. I'm looking forward to joining you in the commissions. And with that, comrades, I declare this conference open and I hand it over to you, Chairperson Amandla.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Ross, for the tone you set in moving forward today. Thank you for your dedication throughout your term and for getting us all on board and for mobilizing us to believe in something bigger than ourselves. I always say that we will be part of history when we tell our stories, even to our great grandkids. We'll tell of this time. We'll tell of a time we were part of this and what we were trying to achieve, the same way our elders are telling us about the struggle and the liberation and what happened and everything that history tells us. So I believe that we appreciate your leadership constantly every day, not giving up on what we are trying to achieve. And we also appreciate the fact that we can now come to a second National General Conference. We've made it past 3 years. And I do believe that moving forward, we'll just become a stronger organization with our new leadership from tomorrow onwards. And I believe that we will continue championing the tone that you set now. So thank you very much for that. Comrades, I don't have anyone in the waiting room. I do know that there's comrades that are getting the message there in the waiting room, but I don't see them. I've welcomed someone now, one person, and in the last 10 minutes, I've welcomed about 6 other comrades. So I don't have anyone else. So I want to ask if they are seeing I'm not approving it, can they just log out and then try and reconnect again? So that we can admit as many people as possible before we move on to adopting the credential report. I think there is a feeling that we want to try and get as close as possible to the numbers that were agreed on and the numbers that we are going to adopt. So can they please just try and reconnect? I see that our participants are at 82. And I believe this General Secretary has said there's 105 approved. So we are short of about 20. We've given the secretaries, I think, more than half an hour or like 40 minutes to get hold of their members. So please just tell them to please continue trying to connect. Currently, there's no one, I don't see anyone that's waiting to be admitted. So can they please just try and continuously connect, and I will do my best to admit them as fast as possible. Comrade GS, are you ready to share your screen? And we move on to the next item, comrades, which is the accreditation/credentials report that we started with very earlier. So now that the conference is open, GS, are you ready to share your screen? Comrade Dennis, are you ready? Can you come in, please?
Comrade Chair, I'm almost ready. I just verified just one more person. We just want to make sure that they can get in. If you can just give me a second, I'm actually just checking like one last person, Comrade Chair.
Can you also please, on your side, I know you co-host with me and the support and praise. Can you just check the waiting room, double check it with me, please, so that I don't miss it. I don't see anyone, but yeah, can we just check it, please?
Okay, Chair. Okay. I'm also checking, Chair. Chair, if you can just afford me, say, 3 minutes, I'll definitely be done. I just have to just triple check everything, but we're pretty good. I just need to check 4 more names to ensure that they can get in, and then we sort it, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Comrade Dennis, can you please also check on the live stream on YouTube? It doesn't look like it started. I see comrades are posting in the NEC group. Can you please check the live stream on YouTube as well?
No, the live stream is, Comrade Chair, the live stream is running.
Okay.
Yes, it's running on our side. It's been running for 2 hours, 27 minutes and 39 or 41 seconds.
Okay, no, thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair.
DTG, you can come in with your item if you're ready while we're waiting for GS.
Automatically going to your system in your own.
Siphinda kabili nje indlela endlela siphinda kabili khomba nje
Ubalandeli bakhe wathi
sasho namanje ngo-2014 ukuthi sithuthukisa izwe lakithi.
But DTG, you can't be playing remixes. We must hear the original. This is a remix. I am
Pbict.
Yo inde Edela esihambayo. Awasho Leon madoda. Kubalandeli bakhe wathi sodibana nge-Freedom Day.
Oh, ide lendela esihambayo.
yinde lendela isihambayo yinde lendela
Freedom, yeah.
ambayo yinde lendela isihambayo Indelendela isihambayo indelendela isihambayo Shumatela
ubalaleli bakhe wathi sodibana nge-freedom indlela esihambayo indlela esihambayo
indlela sihambayo indlela
Comrade Dennis, are you close to finishing? People are disconnecting. Yeah, Karen, how close are you? Comrade Dennis, can you please come in? GS, Comrade Dennis. Comrade Dennis, can you please come in? Comrade Dennis, can you please come in? All right, the next item on the agenda is the credentials report and the rules of the conference. I'm waiting for Comrade Dennis to come in. I don't know where he is. Okay, here he is. Thank you very much. GS, you can proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, these are very testing times, Chair. Very exciting also because the teething problems that you face and you resolve them very quickly. I'm very excited to proceed. Comrade Chair, as we'll do a refresher, as we're seeing on the screen, I just had to take a bit of time to update the document that we have so that we have a visual representation of what we're adopting. Comrade Chair, as I had explained in the beginning, the NEC had a small oversight. We had expected 8, but we really needed the 9. So we do have all 9 present. So the little discrepancy that we had, or the oversight that we had, that was corrected, Comrade Chair. So we're sitting with 9 NEC members. So in terms of the province, Comrade Chair, we currently sitting. We expected 9 chairpersons. We currently have 8. For the secretaries, we expected 9. We have 8, and the same goes with treasurers. We expected 9, and we have 8. So in terms of the leadership, the numbers or the percentage we're sitting at is 94. Of the expected, we have, of the expected initial 35, we have 33. With the space for that little oversight, but it still balances us because we still have to accommodate the actual number for the oversight. But in terms of what we have is what we have, Comrade Chair. We can't really amend the number in the red. That's just for clarity, Comrade Chair. So our official numbers that we had submitted to the members, we expected 35. Of those numbers, we have 33. On total leadership, Comrade Chair, we have 94%. Comrade Chair in Gauteng, our allocation seat was 14, and we have full registration, Chair of Gauteng. Western Cape, Comrade Chair, we had allocation of 6. We have 3 registrations, Comrade Chair. Northern Cape, we
Can I correct you there, Senator? Or maybe later on, because these numbers are not tally. But I'll speak to you later on because there are guys that you're not mentioning.
Comrade. Comrade, wait, Sakumzi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Chair.
So how it works is you need to raise your hand, and I need
okay.
to let the GS finish the presentation so that we can open a round of questions and comments. So that's how I'm going to proceed. I've seen your hands as well as Comrade Zizipo's hand. It's probably, I don't know if it's the same issue, but I've noted 2 hands already while the GS was presenting. So I want us to let the presenter who's on the floor finish his presentation. Then I'm going to open rounds of questions, and then that's how we proceed. Thank you very much, Comrade.
Sorry,
GS?
Chair. Thanks.
Oh, it's fine. GS, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. As we stand, Chair, Northern Cape, we had 2 seat allocations, Comrade Chair. We have 2 registrants in there. In Eastern Cape, we had 8 seats, Comrade Chair. We had 8 registrants. In KZN, Comrade Chair, we have 23 seats allocated. We had 23 registrants. In Limpopo, Comrade Chair, we have 3 seats allocated, sitting at 3, Comrade Chair, registrants. Free State had 2 seats, and then we had, 2 registrants. Northwest, we had 3 seats. We had 3 registrants, and in Mpumalanga, we had 3 seats, and we had 2 registrants. So, Comrade Chair, where we sit now, in terms of the members, we're sitting with 59 members registered. When we look at our guests, we have 9 guests. We expected 10. We have 9 guests, and alliance partners, we expected 10, and we have 4 guests. So, Comrade Chair, as we sit our delegation for this conference, as of day 1, we're sitting at 105 at the point of capture, and our quorum check puts us at a 92%. So, Chair, I'm safe to say that the conference correlates, and I'm sure through you, Chair, you'd be able to now guide us to move forward. Thank you, Chair. Chair, you let me know if you want me to keep these on the screen, or can I stop the share?
No, I think GS, keep it on the screen so that when comrades are giving input or asking questions, they can see it. I believe that everyone can see it. So I've noted that Western Cape wants to come in. So let's keep it on so that when we're discussing, there's reference and there's, it's easier to get reference point of what we're trying to say. Thank you thank you very much, Comrade GS, for that, and for the time it took to get us all here. Currently, I'm sitting at 78 participants in the Zoom meeting. I don't have anyone in the waiting room, but please let your comrades continue trying to join. I'm going to take the first hand, Comrade Zizipo. Then I want to come in, and then Comrade Tata. You've just raised your hand now, so you come in after the two comrades from Western Cape. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, fellow leaders. I'm the Deputy Secretary of the Western Cape. We just want to clear up a few things regarding credentials regarding Western Cape. We see that we have 6 allocated, that is excluding the ex officio members, which is the chairperson, the treasurer, and Unopal. In the meeting, as we speak, there are 5 out of that 6. So I just want to correct that you have 3 registered there, whereas in the meeting right now, if you scroll through the members, there are 5 from the voting delegates from the Western Cape. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you very much. I'll let GS come in after the round of questions. Comrade Sakumzi, you can come in. Comrade Sakumzi, can you please come in?
Yeah. Hey, Comrade Chair.
Yes.
Hey, sorry, man. Some of us are PBTs, man. Born before technology. No, it's fine. I'm clear. My Deputy Secretary has clarified. Thanks, Chair.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Comrade Tata, you can come in.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask, maybe it's a dumb question from my side, and thanks to the SG with the numbers. I'm happy with the numbers, but then I wanted to ask. So in terms of like for instance, one of the 3 PEC members, so they couldn't register or partake today, but then we had, when we sent the list, we had more than 20 members who were interested in partaking on the NGC. So is it possible, for instance, if you have a vacant member for that provincial treasury, and then we can just add one of the members who registered already, so that we can have 17 members as our plan initially. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, because under provincial treasuries, I think our treasurer has a funeral to attend, so he won't be attending this weekend. But then we had members that can occupy the space. So is it possible, or?
Okay.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. I want GS and perhaps maybe the acting GS, Comrade Africa, from the Secretariat side can also come in and assist with answering. And whoever, it will be the Secretariat that deals with these issues. Then I'm going to open the next round. So I want GS, can you please come in and attend to the 2 questions? And then I'm going to open up a next round. Comrade Rudzani and Comrade Sabata, I have seen your hands.
Chair, sorry, Chair.
Yes, Comrade Tata.
Sorry, I didn't raise. No, I withdraw my submission. It's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Comrade Dennis, can you please come and attend to the concern by Western Cape?
Comrade Chair, we can just revise the numbers as to make it so the comrades also in the room understand. I'm not working alone in terms of the accreditation. So when I capture what I have and other members are registering and coming into the rooms, I think then it was during that period when we weren't capturing that process. So what we're currently doing is, just give me a second, Chair. I just need to attend to something quickly. So what I'm just going to do now, So what I'm trying to do now is we'll review the names for Western Cape, Chair. So I think if there are more questions, please allow us to just review quickly. We'll see, and then we'll just double check against our thing to confirm Western Cape's numbers. So we're not rejecting their submission. We just also have to kind of just do a refresher as of now also, because this was captured. So I just think that during that process, while we were capturing, these members were approved and let in. So I'm also just double checking with the team, looking at the actual active register. Thanks, Jay.
Okay, while GS is doing that, Comrade Rudzani and then Comrade Sabata, can you please come in? Comrade Rudzani, can you please come in?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Morning, comrades. Okay, my concern is I got one declined member, and I believe that's Ngaredzani. Maybe if you can just explain to me why is he on denied?
Okay, you said it's Comrade Nalenzani, ne?
Yeah, it's been trying since early hours of this morning to go in. So I see three. The three I can see them. It's Tendo and Zumbu and myself. But this one that is declined, I believe, is Chico. I'm sorry, Ngalezani.
Okay, Comrade Sabata, you wanted to come in? Then Comrade Tata, you raised your hand just now. Comrade Sabata, you can come in, please. Comrade Sabata, are you here?
Yes, I'm in.
Can you please come in? Comrade Sabata, we can't hear you if you are talking. Okay, while the Northern Cape chairperson, I don't know, it looks like he's off again. It looks like there's a connectivity issue. Hence why I think we must try and get going, because it looks like people are coming in and getting thrown off since we started. Yeah, Comrade Sabata says he wants to re-enter. Looks like he's struggling with his connection. So while that's happening, GS, are you ready to deal with Western Cape so that we can move on?
No, not yet, Chair. I just want to clarify that there's only one rejected member so far, which is Comrade Cindy, who's not supposed to be here. The other comrades, I'm sure they have a connection or they're trying to get in, but we'll try resolving that. Comrade Chair, can we go to Western Cape quickly?
Yeah, Limpopo says it looks like they sorted. I also want to come in and say that just because they're struggling to connect, it doesn't mean they've been denied.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not what's happening, comrades. If they're struggling to connect or they're not getting the email, it doesn't mean they've been denied. So we must just clear that. There's only one denied registrant, the way GS explained. I have admitted about 6 comrades now into the meeting. So please check that your delegates are here, provinces.
Comrade Chair?
Yes.
Let's see. Okay. Okay, can you just double check this too? Okay, Comrade Chair. Yes. Okay, Comrade Chair, we're just confirming Western Cape. They, what's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, they 5 of the 6 seats, Comrade Chair, 5 have been occupied. We just double checked through the registration process. Yeah. So the one comrade that we didn't have at that time was Comrade Lens Nyen. Meyei. I hope I didn't butcher your surname. So otherwise, Comrade Che also, Gauteng has withdrawn where they stand. So I think the Gauteng numbers are okay. So we don't have any problems there. So with that exception, Comrade Che, we've moved up by a couple of numbers.
Yes.
Yes.
Comrade from Limpopo, Nalenzani, he says he's still waiting for approval. Can we check the approvals platform, please?
Go out.
President, I think you
okay,
are
we can do that, Comrade Che. Che, could you please just place hold me for a while? Let's just double check this issue to ensure that we're not missing anything. We just want to be as thorough as possible.
Okay.
Comrade Che?
Yes.
No, we don't have anyone in the waiting room for approval in registration, Comrade Che. Let me just do one more thing, Comrade Che, just to double check something. Comrade Che?
Yes.
For the interest of time, Comrade Che, and because just seeing that the numbers are very close, Che, can I make a submission that we adopt these credentials with the agreement that we update them so that we don't delay the process, because all the amendments in terms of Western Cape and Gauteng and so forth, we agree to that, and we've recognized that they need to be amended. With that in exception, Chair, may I submit that can we at least adopt them with that recommendation that we still update them, and maybe Chair can then advise for us to look at the revision maybe before we go into the breakout rooms, that we have that revision of the thing, Chair, through you.
Yes. JS, can you, the numbers that we are adopting, can you please for the record just confirm that? There's also a proposal from KZN and Gauteng that we adopt. So I think the members have spoken. Can we just get that finality and then we can move for adoption?
Yes, so what I'm saying, Chair, is these current numbers that we have, Chair, is that can we move for adopting as we see them, but with the clause of allowing us to amend what we've agreed to amend on, and then we be able to move forward. Because remember, we still have that one technicality with Nalenzani, so we just also want to just sort that technicality in the background out until we find, and then we at least that gives us time now to accommodate the 5 members of Western Cape, updating from 3 to 5, which pushes our number to 107 at this point. But I'm happy to adopt as they stand, Chair, but with the fact that we acknowledge the amendments and then we present the amendments after that, because we've met quorum, Chair, and I think we're above we cleanly meet the quorum, Chair, and then we'll be able to move forward. So the other parts of the program can move forward. I'm happy, Chair, to come back just before the breakout rooms so we can have a final thing, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Comrade
Yes,
Sabata, Northern Cape, you wanted to come in before. Can you please come in?
Yes, Leader, am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. No, mine was just also in the course of ensuring maximum participation from my province. I've got my treasurer who's currently going to be late, so he submitted an apology to us. And then the other is the 2 of my delegates who are struggling with data issues. So I've also posted on the group with regards to the 2 members if they can get assistance as proposed. I just needed clarity or maybe a direction on that.
Okay, no, thank you very much for that, Comrade Sabata. It looks like there is a movement for adoption from Western Cape, Gauteng, and KZN, and I therefore am going to declare that the credentials have been duly adopted. Comrades, in terms of moving forward, the next item on the agenda is the rules of the conference. Comrade GS, can you quickly come in and cover that as it's part of the agenda?
Okay, thanks, Chair. If you allow me just to launch that, Chair, because I had it. I'm just trying to relocate them, Chair. You know, there's a lot happening on my screen right now. So I just need to find, I know stuff is there. Just double check my email, please. I just need to locate it. Email, just check, open my email. There we go. Thanks, Chair. I'm ready. I'm just going to share my screen just now. I think I need to close this and make another attempt. My desktop is looking very, very crazy. Here we go. Comrade Chair, the rules that brought us to this conference, these are adopted rules, Comrade Chair, which were adopted for the 2nd elective Pbict National General Conference. The rules, Comrade Chair, are as follows. Number one is that the conference will be held online using Zoom in accordance to adopted rules of Comrade Chair, let me just, there's things, a lot of things are floating here and they're in the way. I'll just escape quickly so I can tuck them away because my presentation is wide. There we go. I'm clear now. So I'll just reread, Chair. Thanks. So the conference will be held online using Zoom in accordance with the adopted rules of online engagement set by the NEC. The conference will be convened over 2 days, with the first day focusing on the Constitution and policies, and day 2 shall focus on reports from the NEC, and finally, the election of the new office bearers. The seat quota for the conference shall be 100 as adopted by the NEC. Seats shall be allocated to the NEC PEC, which is the NEC, then it will be the provincial chairperson, the provincial secretary, and the provincial treasurer. And ordinary members shall constitute more than 51% of the conference. Only delegates that have a membership of 12 months or more may attend the NGC. 51% ordinary members allocated shall be 51% ordinary member allocation shall be allocated proportional using the attendance of members at the AGM and the at the PAGM and the AGM. The PEC through the Secretariat shall compile a list of delegates that will be attending the conference as voting delegates and submit them to the office of the SG. Thereafter, emails will be sent via Zoom inviting all delegates to register for the conference. The names submitted must be members that registered as PBICT members before PAGMs and EPAGMs. Names that did not meet this criteria shall be disqualified and the province shall lose that seat. Seats shall not be reallocated but struck off the accreditation, thus reducing the conference ceiling by that number. The election process shall be coordinated by independent persons that shall be approved by an extended NEC. Independent auditors shall also be appointed to monitor the election process. Elections shall be run in accordance to the Constitution. All elections shall be done real-time, online using Zoom voting feature. The treasurers shall ensure that they raise funds for the voting delegates to ensure full participation at the conference. Members that are given data and fail to participate shall be taken to task and requested to pay back the money. Requests and other members shall participate via social media at their cost and leisure. Thank you very much, Chair. These are the rules and they take 10 points which have been shared, I think, with our PCs and NECs too. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Comrades, can we adopt the rules of the conference? Comrades, can we adopt the rules of the conference, please?
I need closure on the data issue with regards to my request, Comrade Chair.
Yes, Comrade Chair. I've sent the request to the NWC. I do know that provincial treasurers were asked to try and raise funds for their provinces. So perhaps you can liaise with your treasurer, Comrade Chair, and then if you see you're not getting that right, I think let's take it directly offline here so we can move on and then try and help you like that, because I do know that we did ask for information to be circulated by 3 p.m. on Thursday or Friday, which was yesterday. So I'm not sure that information get there. That was not part of my duties. So let me just give me a chance to liaise with my colleagues, and then I'll get back to you on that a bit later, Chair.
Noted, comrade.
Thank you very much. There's a move from Limpopo, as well as comrades who have not stated what province they are from as per request. Can you please fix your names, comrades? Put your province after your name and surname. So there's a move for adoption and there's secondments in the chat box. Therefore, the rules of the conference are duly adopted. Thank you very much, comrades. Item number 6 are reports on matters to the NGC. Comrades, are there any reports that the NGC wishes to table today under this item?
Comrade Chair?
Yes, yes.
I think the just for clarity, sorry, Comrade Chair, sorry. Can I refrain? Can I refrain?
Okay, it's fine. Comrades, on this item, I do have one report that I need to present to the NGC, and that is in relation to the Eastern Cape matter that happened. That is the only item on my agenda. So I want to hear from other provinces and my colleagues from the NWC or NEC. Are there any other matters you want us to present, or can I continue with this one item and then open it?
The chair, you can carry on with the first one being the Eastern Cape.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Comrades, I'm going to try and be brief about this matter. However, I think there's things that I need to put on record and to guide the conversation as we discuss the matter. Comrades, on Sunday evening, the past Sunday, we received a very comprehensive letter from the Eastern Cape, which was presented to the NEC for comment. We then discussed the matter as the NEC because there were several concerns about whether we are ready for the NGC, whether we can have an NGC. There was the sentiments expressed that an online NGC is not welcomed by the Eastern Cape. Also, there were issues about the adoption of the Constitution and what the 4th of November really was in terms of was it a midterm review or was it a re-election or disbandment of the NEC. So it seems like the Eastern Cape had those challenges. And within 48 hours, within a day, comrades, I called a urgent NEC meeting on Monday, the past Monday. We then sat as the NEC and we debated the matter. 7 provinces were in agreement that they have read the letter and they have ventilated it in their PECs. I responded to the Eastern Cape as promised and as resolved within 48 hours. And my response was that the NEC's term finished the 7th of May 2020. It was a 3-year term as per the amended constitution. The November 2018 was a midterm review, and we filled vacant positions because we realized at the time we could not disband the NEC and run for a fresh election because we didn't set up the structure. It wasn't constitutionally correct. Comrades, we then went on and we filled positions. The likes of myself, the current TG, DTG were appointed and additional members. We then said to the Eastern Cape that the premise that the NEC started a new term was misplaced, and that the 3-year term came to an end on the 7th of May 2020. Therefore, it activated the constitutional provision section 1011 and section 8.72, which now means we have 30 to 60 days to convene this NGC and to elect a new structure. Otherwise, comrades, the NEC currently, even myself and the president that opened this conference, we can then be held liable by this NGC and subjected to disciplinary processes for our failure to convene this conference. It will be the same when a PEC fails to convene its EPAGM. So we brought in those provisions, comrades, to prevent dormant structures and also to prevent structures that are incapacitated and that cannot function. Comrades, also in Free State, in the strategy workshop on the 8th of December 2018, the NEC that social media platforms like WhatsApp, Zoom, Skype will be official communication platforms. Because we're in the ICT sector, things change so fast. Sometimes communication must be sent out very fast, and we've seen that WhatsApp groups and online platforms like Zoom actually achieve that purpose. Being the pioneers of ICT, we should actually use technology and technological tools to make our mandate implementable and fast. So comrades, 7 provinces in the meeting then agreed that we are ready to have the meeting today. We then directed Eastern Cape to prepare their delegation and their members accordingly, as per the rules set out in the meeting notice. We also then rejected the tone of the Eastern Cape letter, and we then submitted this response to the Eastern Cape comrades. We also asked them for minutes of their meetings, and they were supposed to send us that by Friday, the 29th of May. As of today, I did not receive any response from the Eastern Cape with relation to our request. And then what happened subsequent to that, comrades, was several members, NEC members, were removed from the Eastern Cape group. The provincial treasurer was then appointed as the acting deputy secretary because the secretary took a leave of absence. Again, this was not really vetted via processes of PEC minutes. We didn't see any of that. The provincial treasurer continued then to express his discontent on the secretariat group with everything from the delegates right through to the processes. They removed the president from the Eastern Cape group. They removed Comrade Dennis from the Eastern Cape group. And the rules, comrades, was that these two had to be part of every provincial group on WhatsApp. And these types of actions from the Eastern Cape that then continued over the 2 days, comrades. What then continued to happen is we didn't get a report from Eastern Cape that they've prepared their members. I do note that there are members here from the Eastern Cape that are here, and thank you for that. But what then happened was, comrades, because of the behavior of the Eastern Cape and the seemingly harassing attitude from the treasurer or acting provincial secretary, if you may, the president then used his powers in terms of the constitution to intervene, comrades. And I just want to go to the date of that communication. Myself and the president were both busy with being on the road and all that. So we then decided to send out a communication via the NWC and NEC groups of the next decision that will happen. I just need to note that the provincial treasurer then called the Eastern Cape meeting. When Comrade Africa tried to join it, he was kicked off the meeting. I still don't know who was part of that meeting. We didn't get a report of that Eastern Cape meeting. And comrades, it's this type of actions that have been happening from the Eastern Cape, comrades. Previous incidences like coming on NEC groups and insulting the NEC to a point where they feel that nothing that we're doing is sober, it's unconstitutional, and that behavior has always been there, even prior to the events that happened after Sunday. Comrade Africa, I'm not sure, do you want to come in to add on what I'm saying, or do you need to come in urgently?
I would like to, when you are done, Chair, to add.
Okay, perfect. Comrades, and then the last action that the president consulted me on as the acting deputy president is that the constitution says, comrades, that the president is the overall director of the PBICT. And thus the president can appoint people to serve in the interest of ensuring the PBICT functions. We said to them that we are still the NEC, and if the Eastern Cape has a problem with today that's happening, they must come here today and they must table their dissatisfaction to the entire NGC, who then has a right to intervene and also give us any direction they feel. We then said that the issue relating to the provincial treasurer coming on as acting deputy secretary is something that we need clarity on, because as far as we know, the PEC has a deputy secretary. So if the secretary becomes inactive or he's on leave, then the deputy must assume the roles as per the constitution. We then do not know what informed the Eastern Cape PEC to take the treasurer and make him the secretary. So we raised our dissatisfaction with how that was handled. And after that, the presidency's office then made the following order that the appointment of Comrade Ayanda as deputy secretary is rejected with immediate effect, that the Eastern Cape PEC be put under suspension for refusing to implement the resolutions of the NEC and also to participate in the NGC, that Comrade Africa, Comrade Nkosana, and Comrade Dennis be deployed to the Eastern Cape province to ensure that the members can participate today. Because after all, comrades, this is a members conference and the membership belongs to PBICT National. It does not belong to the PEC. The PEC manages and is the custodian of the membership is national membership, and they have a right to participate in this process today. I was then tasked, comrades, to present a report on this event that led to the suspension of the Eastern Cape PEC on the eve of the NGC. And that communication was then closed by the Office of the Presidency. So comrades, to open the discussion, I think that is what led to the actions of the Eastern Cape PEC and why you will note that some of them are not here. I'm going to allow Comrade Africa to come in. Comrade Marcel, who is from the Eastern Cape, has posted in the chat box that they know nothing about all this and none of them have been consulted or communicated with. So thank you very much. Comrade Africa, please come in. And then I see Comrade Tata has also raised his hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. And greetings to the House at large. Please do excuse the sound in the background. The beauty of this digital conference is that we are able to carry on with the work whilst being part of a conference, something that is unheard of. But on this particular issue, I think I want to give a broader context to the problem and the general attitude that we as the NEC have been receiving from the Eastern Cape. And I think it's important that we say this openly to everyone because we are all volunteers of this movement. When you sit on the NEC, there's no salary. Yes, you hold a position of power, but that power is only as powerful as if we are united, everyone as provinces and as members. There are decisions that will be taken that you do not like, for instance, or you do not agree to. For instance, I was the first one in the first NEC meeting 5 or 6 weeks ago that then made a proposal to then have an NGC. And I then said, we are not ready. Please, can we have it after August, after the lockdown, so that we can focus on issues for SMMEs to deal with during this lockdown. It went to a vote. We lost the vote, and ever since I've never raised it. In that meeting, I might add, because the Eastern Cape has a tendency of keeping quiet or not attending some of the NEC meetings, they didn't make the input. The meeting corrected, but they weren't able to vote. They didn't make the inputs. The minutes are then posted on the NEC group. They then keep quiet for 3 weeks. 2 weeks before the NGC, once a lot of preparations both on the Secretariat group and the Chair's group have been made and updates, they then suddenly decide, oh no, there's an NGC coming up and we don't want it to happen. They then raise it, they lose. They raise it again. We take it to vote. The only people in that NEC meeting that I remember that rejected it were the Eastern Cape, because also we were dealing with the letter. But we had long gone through the vote. So I myself, as the first one who said, I don't agree with this, I then, when I lost in a democratic process, I then supported it as I support it right now. And I think that's where, when you respect the Constitution, not only when it serves your purpose or it agrees with you, when you respect it fully, that is what you are expected to do. There is absolutely no argument from the Eastern Cape. The session that they are contesting, I was the one who ran that particular session, where if those who were in attendance in the midterm review and special NGC, if you remember how frustrated the House was, and then I said, let's follow the process according to the Constitution, not according to your frustrations because you are hungry and you've been here the whole day. It was to protect us in this instance where we were clear, where we asked, is the House happy with the president? Is the House happy with the deputy president? We said no, there isn't one. We then voted someone into that position, or nominated, seconded, voted, etc., etc. We went through all the positions as we should when we were doing a review, because review 3 and leave out 4. We did that. We were in agreement. Eastern Cape themselves, because Comrade Xolani, who's now the chair, was there. He himself, if you look at the minutes, agreed to that. So I then don't understand why they would want to delay and frustrate an NGC when they should just have looked at their own inputs. But this speaks to the attitude that we should all treat each other with. This job is strenuous for everyone. Members have to deal and have expectations from leadership that we will perform miracles. Fair and fine. As a member, you're allowed to feel that way. As leadership, we will disappoint you sometimes because we're not miracle workers. But you must still believe in us as long as you can see that we are trying. We do not power. That's why we exist, to fight so that we own the means of power, economic and otherwise. We will not perform miracles, like I'm saying, but we have been there. You always consistently see us. Where you don't see us, there's a reason why you do not see a particular member. So I'll give the example, for instance, of SG Brandon, who took leave of absence, and this was communicated that he's taking leave of absence. He didn't just disappear, and then we now have to institute disciplinary proceedings, which we don't enjoy ourselves. So my point on this thing of the Eastern Cape is we should look at it from the organizational workings, the democracy that we are supposed to protect and live by, and then also the respect that we must have for each other. When you lose a vote, respect the process of the vote. Respect each other. The Eastern Cape does not respect us as an NEC. They do not respect the members either. They do not. To call a decision where the majority of the NEC has decided on something and provinces have decided to say we are drunk, to say that decision is drunk, is an insult to us. I can guarantee them that they are lucky that it's a digital conference, because we would ask them to our faces, and I know they would not be able to tell us to our faces. You cannot hide behind letters, long overdrawn letters where you've misunderstood the Constitution, but where you disrespect the democracy that we are supposed to operate by. That's on that one point. Now, Chair, as I did say yesterday, I do not agree with the president deciding to remove. And I would like to state this here again. The president does not have those powers. The NEC has those powers. The president does not have those powers to disband a leadership on his own. We don't have, we're a democratic organization where the power in between NGCs or any other special conference or conference of members like this one lies with the NEC. The president is not above the NEC. He is not. The decision yesterday is incorrect. You and the president together are also not above the NEC. Hence, I did mention that or I did raise the point, and there were other cadres too who raised the point to say that we do not agree with that. But because we understood that we've got an NGC where the majority, a clear majority of the organization is ready and prepared for, as substantiated by the credentials, let us not distract ourselves with what the Eastern Cape leadership. Sorry, we must actually clarify. It's the leadership and not the Eastern Cape with their members have been doing. So I fully support if we say we must discipline them. But I would then say, let us set up a disciplinary structure, post or suggest to the House we set up a disciplinary structure, and then we discipline them. I accept your report. Your report is accurate, and I've added parts to it too. There is no factual inaccuracies. There isn't a part of your report where you've twisted it so that it supports it exactly as is. And the minutes, the recordings of all the meetings correctly supported. There was something that they raised, Chair, when you posted the decision that I've said I don't agree with, where they said WhatsApp, we are being removed by WhatsApp. We must take a step back and understand what communications is, comrades. Whether you verbalize it, whether you write it in an email, as long as there is evidence of the discussion, then it constitutes being a meeting. A meeting, we could meet physically in a picnic, and as long as there are recorded minutes, that meeting is recognized. Whether it's a telephonic meeting and there's a recording, or there are minutes drawn out of that and the attendees agree to those minutes, it's a meeting. It's then constituted as communications. Our love to stick to the old, where we have not accepted that WhatsApp is the primary communications platform of the world. It's the primary communications platform of the world. Right now, as we deal with COVID, the Department of Health uses WhatsApp as its primary communications tool with all the scientists in the different groupings that they have right now. Yes, they will have a Zoom meeting, but the day-to-day communications is done on WhatsApp. It has overtaken emails. We must accept, the same way it was hard for me to accept that this is a digital conference and we won't be able to see each other like we normally do. We must accept that this is the new norm. This is the new norm, comrades. Yes, there'll be a time where we are able to meet physically too, but we will rely heavily on technology. And we are supposed to be the purveyors and the innovators of this industry. We are supposed to take this all these new ways of doing things and take it to every single part of society, be it rural, township, urban, whatever that it is. We as PBICT are fighting that. We cannot then reject technology as a means to communicate. That will be all, Comrade Chair. Thank you for affording me the time.
Thank you very much, Comrade Africa, for that. I've seen the hands from DTG, and then a member who's here from the Eastern Cape, Comrade Marcel, wants to come in. So I'm going to let DTG come in, and then Comrade Marcel, please.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm not going to be long. I just want for the lessons learned, and maybe to prepare the leadership that will come and our members to understand that the leadership normally goes through a lot of bashing, and I'm sure the chairperson is a witness to that because he's the one who's been doing a lot of coordination with provinces, and he's been bashed and denigrated by some of the provinces. But Eastern Cape became the superstars of ill treatment of the leadership.
Yeah,
And I just want to call on our comrades. Remember, we are volunteers and we putting our heart into this, and it's important that we have organizations like this. But we cannot allow the certain people to destroy this organization. So I'm just calling on comrades to treat each other with humility and to differ with respect for each other's views. We are allowed to differ, and we are allowed, to respect each other in a point of where we differ. So let's not insult each other because maybe I lost the vote or anything like that. The lesson that I've learned, and I've seen some of the messages from some people who are here from the Eastern Cape who are saying they don't even know what happened. It indicates that also when you are in leadership, don't be doing things without consulting people. People don't even know what has been happening. People who are in the Eastern Cape. Lastly, Chair, I also just express my disagreement with the suspension of the Eastern Cape leadership and the suspension of these guys, despite the fact that they were wrong in terms of the way. I mean, I read that letter several times, and every time I felt like jumping off the roof because it was directed to the NEC, and some of the things were said, they were very personal attacks to, the NEC is not some structure that's sitting there in the cloud. It's people who've got emotions and who've got, so you can't insult people and then who you expect to handle your matter. But we did handle it with humility and with integrity. And we can't be we can't be a group of ICT people who do not believe in ICT. We need to just keep that in mind, Chair. But that's my last thing, Chair. Thank you.
I've seen my hand go up as comrades have been talking. So I'm going to do it like this. Comrade Marcel is going to come in now. Then I'm going to allow the next three. And then it will go on like that. Comrade Marcel, you can come in.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, good day to all other comrades. Yeah, I think it's like Comrade Dennis said, it's something revolutionary for us to have these meetings, but for the foreseen future, it's probably something that's going to become more relevant and things that we're going to have to do. But yeah, as far as the Eastern Cape, look, I was part of the PEC, elected as an additional member, and also Mr. Clinton Schneiders, which was also another additional member. Yeah, with a heavy heart, I'm hearing all the bashing of the Eastern Cape, and I actually want you guys just to clarify things. It's not the Eastern Cape. These are merely the PEC, certain members in the PEC of the Eastern Cape, because they are not representing us, first of all, because we have not received any communication. And also we have not received any feedback about any programs run in the province. I have basically taken my PEC then at the time to task for not fulfilling the duties and doing it on a timely basis. I have then been met with racism by being marginalized, blocked from all the groups, and basically also removed from the PEC. There is record on the WhatsApp groups where the chairperson then, or still now, Kolani, refused to speak in a medium that we all could understand, and this is on a public platform. And I told him I take offense to him speaking Xhosa, where the rest of us members that don't speak Xhosa don't understand what is going on. And I would also then, yeah, that is him and Ayanda, the treasurer at the time. So yeah, for that reason, you come to PBICT with all the hopes and dreams to make a change and a difference in your area, and then having been met with people that for some reason only want the position and not actually fulfill their duties to their members. I do feel that as myself, I have by now also found out that there's other members that also raise questions regarding what is happening in the Eastern Cape, has also then been removed from the group. And I don't think that is the way a PEC should operate. So in this, I would like the NEC to look at expelling the chairperson and the treasurer, or even disbanding the whole PEC, because it's completely dysfunctional and it does not speak about the people of the Eastern Cape. I think of all the provinces, the Eastern Cape has probably got the worst corruption, and we can't have that corruption filter down through to the PBICT, because we are supposed to be there to stop those things, to make us as Black people stand out and be counted. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Perfect. No, thank you, Comrade Marcel. Some of the information are things that we don't know about. I do remember you wrote an extensive letter of complaint to us. We had to refer it back to the PEC for them to deal with it at a provincial level. We expected the report back on how they've dealt with your issue. We have not received that report either. I'm busy noting all the stuff you've said so that my report can be extensive when we finally deal with this issue, and when we take it to the new NEC for them to then take over and deal with it. But thank you very much for that input. I do note, sorry, there's this constant thing about when you ask questions, you are removed from groups, they just totally dismiss it. So those are things that really, it's a sad story to hear, because that is really not what we had in mind when we launched your province. We have a deep sentiment towards Eastern Cape, but yeah, no, thank you very much for that. The next person that I must bring in is Comrade Tata.
Thank you, Chair. I think most speakers took my words. So in terms of, as much as we say the Eastern Cape is behaving in an un-PBICT manner, I think what transpired yesterday in terms of the president's letter, I think we need to really, I don't know if we can discuss it on today in terms of, I don't feel like it was right for him to disband the whole PEC. So on that part, I think Cada Africa spoke lengthily about it, because it will set a bad precedence in terms of when a province has disagreement with anything, and then the president or the deputy president, for that matter, just decides to disband the PEC. And I think it's one of the things that we need to capacitate our constitutions in terms of what are the rules or the steps process of disbanding a province, because the constitution is not clear on disbanding a province. But then from my side, I think I need to condemn. I didn't like even the tone of that letter, because it can happen to any province. I don't know what the Eastern Cape members have been doing or harassing the NEC, but then for a president to just disband the PC, for me, I felt like it was unconstitutional. And I think we need to really discuss it, whether we move with the motion of not recognizing, or maybe the president takes back the letter, and then the disciplinary process can arise, so that we discipline the members, like the other member from Eastern Cape said. It's not the whole PC, but then it's certain members who are just doing some nasty things. But then I think we need to discipline those members, but then not just one person disbanding the whole province. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Comrade Tata. Comrade TG has noted that he's covered. Comrade Tichuana from Eastern Cape, you can come in.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, comrades. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, mine is just to thank the NEC for the NGC that we are having and having this platform to discuss this very, very fundamental and very important discussions we are having. I'm also Eastern Cape member, one of the founding members for PBICT, an organization that we love so much. But like I think, like I've indicated in the chat, perhaps those that have seen it, I was also very, very highly and deeply troubled with how our provincial leadership have been behaving or of late, in the sense that, like what some of the previous speakers is especially referring to Marcel, the current provincial leadership have not been willing to engage with us or talking with us, regardless of the fact that we have started this organization together. We've been there. We are here to support. They know how much we love the organization, how much we want to contribute, but also that as leadership, when you are being asked the questions and you don't want to answer or you don't want to provide direction, because I think and I strongly believe that leadership is more than just a position, but walking the talk and also providing direction. So yeah, let's have this issue for Eastern Cape leadership be resolved as a matter of urgency, or as yesterday, so that we can be able to take the mandate of the movement, which is driving towards digital transformation agenda and through access and ownership. I thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Comrades, your hands go up at the same time most times. I take rounds of 3 or 4 people, then I allow response, then I take the next round of 3 or 4 people. So please, I have recognized your hand. I can't also bring you in while somebody's on the floor. I do note that seeing that there's issues raised with relation to the presidency, I think it will just be fit if I allow the president to come in and respond to that, because it was raised about the presidency. And then after the president responds, I will bring in the next line of questions or comments, which is Comrade Will, Comrade Sam, and then the chairperson of Western Cape also wants to come in. Comrade Press, please come in.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, Chair, I think, Chair, that I'm glad that the decision, the unpopular and unconstitutional decision taken by the president, the current president, it brought Eastern Cape members to this conference. That was the intention. Because, Chair, sometimes in an organization, when you are given a responsibility to lead, there are times, and we've seen it happening even in organizations, Tanda, UNEC, EANC, and even where we work, where one person is then forced to take a decision that will sacrifice you whilst defending the leaders that you are with. Right now, Chair, this is an NGC. And what I'm happy about, Chair, is that we are not having members saying that the NEC took an unconstitutional decision, therefore meaning Uguti, every member that is serving in the NEC right now then has to go for disciplinary hearing And with that, Chair, such people then cannot even stand to be nominated to lead the organization. So one of us had to take that sacrifice, Chair. And I'm happy that I took it for a greater good. I have 8 members from Eastern Cape that could have been deprived based on the recommendation that was coming, Chair. The ALTA recommendation is then saying do nothing and sacrifice Eastern Cape for not participating in the NGC. Just because, Chair, of things that were done by renegade leaders. Because that's the other thing option that we had, is to sacrifice Eastern Cape and let this issue be dealt with after, without having members coming to the NGC. So that decision, Chair, I'm happy that the NGC, and I'm hoping Uti, they take a resolution that is leading to the president, current president, then being taken to task, and there must be disciplinary hearings, as well as Chair even saying that the expulsion of the president, because Chair, the Constitution, I hold it very close and dear, and I consult the Constitution. When you say that you must preside, it means that you must be, as the Eastern Cape said, that we must apply to our sober conscience. So I think sometimes we do get drunk maybe, but when you appeal to the sober conscience, and you have to then preside and defend the NEC and take that decision. And this is why, Chair, as the Deputy President, I consulted you that our office of the President, is finding itself where it has to take a decision. And when consulting, was that the NEC will not see the ripple effect that it will, and it said that they still don't see it, but one day they will see it, Chair. Wisdom will prevail. So therefore, as the president and as a deputy president, I took full accountability that I'm taking this decision as my powers as an overall director of this organization, which the Constitution states very clearly that if something is hindering the organization from wheels from moving, you as the president then have that power to go and make sure that those wheels are moving. And Chair, that one was to ensure that Marcel teach. What is even worse, there are founding members that they attend this conference, Chair. And I'll repeat again, Chair, that the altar to this was therefore saying that Eastern Cape, let us leave them. They mustn't attend the conference, and then the Eastern Cape issue must be dealt with after. The Constitution comes back and says that the NEC must implement the Constitution and the decision of the NGC, as well as the resolutions of the NEC. And the Constitution clearly states that every member has a right to attend a conference, Chair. Doesn't say that if someone is blocking, it says you have a right, and it says NEC, you have the right to do this. And President, if the NEC is going haywire and there's a decision that needs to be taken, then you take that decision. And Chair, I'm glad that Eastern Cape is here. They're attending this conference, and I accept the motion from my fellow NEC members, Chair, that I was wrong, and there's nothing that I can do about it. The NGC has a right to reverse that decision. And with that, Chair, I'm further calling on the NGC that they must take me to task, because if I've taken a wrong decision and it's unconstitutional, Chair, therefore, the NGC must ensure that it is not contradicting the Constitution itself. And that with this, Chair, with that decision, then there must be disciplinary proceedings that then follow, Chairperson. And with the member being in disciplinary proceedings, everything else must then follow with it, Chairperson. I think that as much as one tried to protect and defend the Constitution, at sometimes we've seen the recent finding of the Concord by the public protector that sometimes even the High Court, Chair, makes mistakes, and you have to take it to the Constitutional Court. And this, Chair, is then the Constitutional Court that can then make that ruling and that decision. But for president that has taken a wrong decision, Chair, that is unconstitutional and undermining the NEC. I do apologize, comrades, and I request and put to the NGC that as the president, I must be taken to task. And such a charge, Chair, we did say in the midterm review and the policy conference that it's tantamount and would result to expulsion. So it's a serious charge, of which the order of business of the first NEC and the first disciplinary committee must then be to take the president to task, Chair. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, President. As acting deputy president, I'll be with you there, sitting there. However, I want to appeal to the members today that we were literally being asked to choose between 2 Eastern Cape members and the entire Eastern Cape members. I should put it like that. They were refusing to even mobilize the members that are here today from the Eastern Cape to attend this very conference. They were refusing. They were removing people. They were removing NEC colleagues from groups, preventing communication. When they have meetings, they throw us off the Zoom meetings. And that behavior. My question does behavior that demand respect. For every revolution, there's a counter revolution. In anything we do, if you do something, you must expect that there'll be a counter to your action. And I mean, blatantly disrespecting the NEC, blatantly insulting all of us of the NEC whenever they get a chance to. That behavior was just contrary to any membership conduct at all. So, Comrade President, I stand fully and I support your decision fully today, President. If the members here decide they want to overturn it or whatever they decide to do, that is really up to them and up to their conscience. But I could not sacrifice the members of the Eastern Cape just because 1 or 2 members don't agree with the way everything is happening and they think we're crazy. So that would, for me, that just would have been wrong. Are you asking me to sacrifice people just to make sure that structures and something stays in place that is clearly contrary to anything that we've ever wanted? It's not even the only province with these types of issues. In Free State, the same happened. We did the same with Free State, and we deployed NEC members to intervene. Currently, even now, Free State is still fighting, comrades. They're even fighting about the delegates that are here today, Free State. I'm getting WhatsApps about other members that are not here. So comrades, the issues were serious, and it demanded serious intervention. It demanded the counter of serious intervention from the presidency. And yeah, that is all I can say in response from the presidency side, because I was acting deputy president. Comrades, I'm going to allow some short inputs from Comrade Will Sam and then Comrade Sibongile from Western Cape, because I would like us to then start closing this matter so that we can move on to the next leg of the agenda. Comrade Will, you can come in. Comrade Sam, can you please come in? Comrade Will says you can come in first.
Thank you, Chair. However, most of what I wanted to say has been said already. And from what I'm hearing, this clearly, this Eastern Cape PSC hasn't represented the people well. And they seem to have the agendas against what PBIC stands for. And although this NEC was made aware of it, it seems they did not maybe make a, for a lack of a better word, maybe make a very undecisive decisions against him. So the decision which now the president has made, which seems to be very unpopular, has though, however, brought us the people of Eastern Cape to conference. And I would rather stand with the president, and maybe an example be made for these who stand against the constitution and what we as the organization stands for. These people were clearly against the movement and are hindering the growth of the movement in the province. and then also bringing the movement into disrepute. I'm again saying I stand for what the president has done, and these people be made an example of, and the expulsion be made stand. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Comrade Sam, for that. Comrade Will, and then Comrade Sibongile, please. Okay, Comrade Will says he's stuck in something. Comrade Sibongile, can you come in?
Good afternoon, Chair, and the entire leadership of various provinces. Thank you, Chair, for a very well-run NGC. As a province, we appreciate, like all the reporting, the credentials up to now, Chair. Chair, this Eastern Cape issue, I agree in terms of the way, the inner details that as a province we didn't know in terms of the happenings that you just alluded on. But Chair, as much as I support, the decision, to bring the membership to NG is the NG of the leadership of various provinces, but it's the NGC of member organization within PBICT in a particular province. So I'm very delighted that the Eastern Cape is well represented, besides, the comrades that are showing ill discipline, towards the movement. But where, Chair, I differ is the manner and approach in which this has been done. Chair, I grew up, in the glorious movement. And I always say that, Chair, or I was taught, in a school that if someone, you are better off in terms of superior logic, it's always advisable, to deal with that person in a meeting, like we did, Chair, like in the NEC, when that letter, was presented to us as a NEC, and we dealt with the Eastern Cape issue while, the comrades or the problematic comrades were there. And that was a fair process. Chair, at times we can do, good things in a bad way. So for me, I still say, as a province, I speak for the Western Cape, Chair, that we've, I'm also of the view that the comrades need to be disciplined. So I don't have a question about that. But the approach, Chair, to remove these comrades on the eve, of the conference, regardless of their, wrongdoings and stuff, because my view is that we let that situation to continue up until the moment they were removed. And I understand that it is the prerogative of the president to do as such. But I think maybe when I say in the near future, we need to be very, cautious in how we execute, certain decisions, because we don't want, to be construed that we've got something to hide and stuff like that, of which I know the movement doesn't have anything in contrary, because I was part of the NEC and the comrades in question from the Eastern Cape were there and they were dealt with in a meeting situation. So, I know that the president has already taken that decision, and there's nothing, as this NGC we can do in terms of maybe, convincing the president to change, or the NGC to call these comrades. But I always prefer that, problematic elements within any organization must be called into account, for their actions. And then if they are expelled or suspended, they are suspended in their absence, so that we show the courage, that we're not a movement that takes decisions behind people's back. But that is just a sentiment that I want to share, comrade. But I agree that we need the comrades in question. The first task, like of the incoming leadership at a national level, needs to look at the Eastern Cape issue, because we don't want, to suffocate other members that were not part, to the decision or to the ill discipline that was made by these two comrades. So in my saying, comrade, is that the incoming leadership must be seized in building, the movement in that particular province, so that we don't lose the membership that we already have. Thank you very much, Chair, once again, for a very well-run NGC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Comrade Tata and then Comrade is Max. I want us to please close the subject to move on. So can we please be brief, and then I'm going to then move for the resolution of this matter. Thank you very much. Comrade Tata, you can come in.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, we forget that even we're happy that we have Eastern Cape members here, and they are bashing their colleagues. So I just wanted to caution that, or ask them, or take them to task. What have they done to battle those ideas in their PEC? Because I can imagine, let's say, for instance, in my province, we have a disagreement, and then we take a resolution as the PEC that, and I understand that it's a members organization, and then we take any resolution, and then other members go behind the PEC resolution, and then just complains that the PEC is not for the people and those kind of things. That's what I've heard from the other Eastern Cape members bashing their PEC, because, to be quite honest, they are the PEC. They are elected members by the members of Eastern Cape. So us saying that the ones that are here are better than the ones that are not there, it's not right for me. So, because I think it will go back to the saying that we need to come up with to resolve the Eastern Cape, and then we must follow the proper processes. And thanks, President, for acknowledging your mistakes. And then I don't know what are the processes going forward. But then I think I move with other comrades like Kaidan Kosana, saying that we need to resolve the issue of Eastern Cape in terms of whether we revert the letter that was sent last night by the president, and then we instill the disciplinary process. But then in closing, Chair, sorry about that, I know you said a couple of seconds, let's refrain while the Eastern Cape members who are here, who were part of the PEC, I think they also need to be taken to task, because they were also elected as part of the collective of the PEC. So I don't see a need of them bashing the other comrades. So I think, yeah, let's resolve on the Eastern Cape matter and the letter that was sent by the president yesterday.
Comrade Max, you can come in.
Thanks, Comrade Chair. Greetings, Comrade. I will just be quick, Chair. Mine is this, Chair. Any structure that is elected, Chair, and the process will follow to the latter, it must be difficult for that structure to be dissolved. It must not be seen easy as it is, because as much as we will put value in the NEC that is going to be elected in this NEGC, it must be equally difficult to dissolve it, the same with the PEC also. So I share that sentiment that this, in the manner which it was handled, it did not go well. Secondly, Chair, I will want your assistance with the help of SG. There's members that are here from the Eastern Cape. Since you did not get correspondence or assistance from the PEC from Eastern Cape, how were they chosen? How did you come to that part of them being eligible members to be in this conference? Remembering that you remember that we've got members, but the PEC will be the one that will know who are active members, be it that they are reachable, whether WhatsApp, emails, or contacts, those things, and they are participating in particular programs. And I will want to echo the message of the one who just spoke, the comrade Tata, that comrades are here now and they are bashing these leaders which are not here, comrades. So I request that we desist also from that, and if it's even possible, let's bring comrades back here so that they say their side and we engage, because this is an organization. We must not be wary or shy to engage one another to the latter. It's not a waste of time. It's not a waste of data. This is the platform where organizations are built, and the constitution that we draw from, let it be implemented irrespective of how we see things. But this is our blueprint. Let us not compromise in such things, because once we do this, even later on, something might happen and we will want to waver from these principles. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Comrade Max. Comrades, there's a motion in the chat box from DTG that is in agreement with the decision and it should be endorsed. But then there's a counter to say that it can be endorsed, but then there needs to another mechanism must be set up, or the NEC that will be elected tomorrow will then continue dealing with this matter via disciplinary process. We need to close on this matter, comrades. I don't think on Comrade Tata's issue, I must rectify, or not rectify, but
Comrade Chair,
Comrade Will.
before you close, I just raised my hand. I said I'm back because I was distracted this side. So if you can.
I know I'm not going to allow us to labor on this thing unnecessarily, because what's happening now, it's opening up things. The comrades are not able to respond to it. People want to now start cross-questioning. You want to now start asking, you know, and I don't want it to go there. I think the decision by the president was taken, comrades. That is what needs to be emphasized here. I guess all that we need to decide on today is, do you accept the report or don't you accept the report? And if you don't accept the report, then make a counter proposal, and that is how the new NEC will implement. If it means bringing myself and Prez back if we are not elected again, we will do that. And in my disciplinary hearing, I will say the same, that I'm not going to sacrifice members or 2 members, you know. So I'm thinking that, comrades, let's not unnecessarily labor it, because nothing is going to change the decision that is already being taken. And in the interest of time, we need to move on. So, Comrade Will, is it something different to what everyone else has said, or is it a way forward for counter proposal?
This is a way forward, and I've been close to. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can.
To the matters both of Eastern Cape as an NDC member, you know, National Disciplinary Committee member, and as an NEC member, and so I understand that better. So, comrades, maybe just to because if we ventilate all over the show, it also becomes a quagmire. But it's important also to allow the members to raise their consent. You know, it's not wise to tell them what not to say. My issue, or sorry, my point was based on to summarize this thing and its entirety, and it will also come back to my suggestion that what do we need to do going forward. to provide direction. We have structures within the PBICT between conference, which is the NWC and the NEC. And the powers that have been given to those offices is the mandate that we've received, even in the last NGC. So what I want to caution members also and to conscientize them is that while we ventilated this matter, we need to and relook at measures like this one. So what other powers do we give to the NWC, for example, in case we have issues? And in the Constitution, Makoba will know, point number 866 speaks about the review and rectify. That this conference itself, it has those powers to review and rectify. Meaning that if there was any other decision, whether it was right or wrong, this conference has that power over and above any other structure of PBICT to review and rectify. So we can use that power today. We have that power to do it. The other thing that I wanted to say was, we can look at the Constitution, what it says. I know what it says. If you look at 6410, it also talks about suspension of members and all those kind of things. And then ultimately we will have 6.412 that speaks about NDC, National Disciplinary Committee. So my suggestion, Chair, is that we know where you come from, and where, not you personally, where the NWC come from, because the decision was taken from NWC, even though it was not unanimous, to take that decision to suspend the Eastern Cape office or PEC, if I have put like that. And we understand the background and why. It's very, 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 very understandable, and anyone will do. But you are a lawyer, you'll know better that even if I shoot you in front of everyone, I'm guilty. I'm a suspect. So my suggestion is that that decision has been taken in a way that the different offices analyze their powers. Just like what the president was saying, constitutionally, you analyze something and then it has to be rectified in the constitutional court. And this is our constitutional court. That's where 8.66 will take power. Now, I'm suggesting that that decision, it must remain, because if we change it now, and it's a problem, if we change it now, it creates a quagmire in terms of how we got to this conference. It might compromise this conference itself. So what I'm suggesting now is that we go back and refer this matter, and it's going to happen. We refer this matter to the new leadership, to the new NEC, to deal with it precisely in terms of investigation and what has happened, what are the faults that is happening in Eastern Cape, what are they to zoom in the structure of Eastern Cape and all those things that has happened prior. And the NEC will refer that matter to the National Disciplinary Committee to deal with it precisely. So Comrade Chen, the president, you are not in court today to be questioned of the wrongs or the rights that you've done. But I understand where the members are coming from in terms of analyzing and understanding the Constitution, that the NEC is the majority or is the major decision-making body between conferences. So when we go to to the amendment of the Constitution, let's have a look at those powers of the NEC, the powers of the President Office, the powers of the NWC, and amend them properly to ensure that we know that if tomorrow the NWC does not act according to the Constitution, they are violating the Constitution, because it's a subject of interpretation right now. So for the sake of this conference and 8.66, I therefore propose that 8.66 be provoked, and this conference will take a decision whether Eastern Cape decision stand, and then it be referred to the National Disciplinary Committee, which will be the next NEC. Thank you. Chair.
Thank you, Comrade Wall. There's a motion in the chat box from DTG that the new NEC will be tasked to resolve the EC matter, and that the NGC endorse the decision to disband PTT and appoint a PTT.
Yeah.
Comrade Wall, are you seconding that?
No, I'm saying he literally said the same thing that I said, that, but not the disbandment. I'm saying the suspension, not the disbandment. When you are suspended, there's a process going up where there is an investigation that's going to happen. So I'm saying the NEC, this matter be referred to the next NEC so that the NEC can take further instructions in terms of referring it to the NDC, which is the National Disciplinary Committee, and zoom in further and investigate before they can be expelled. Decision that the National Disciplinary Committee will take. That's the motion.
Is there a seconder on the motion?
Chair,
Yes, DTG.
I align my secondment to Comrade Will.
Perfect. Thank you very much. The matter is then resolved. The suggestion and secondment by Comrade Will and Comrade Nkosana. Dr. Rawls, I don't see your hand, hey?
I can't, Chair, because I'm a co-host.
I'm sorry.
Unless you demote me.
Sorry,
I can't
can I quickly with something? I need to just remind you of the functions of a chairperson of a meeting like this, comrades. I must give guidance where I see things are detracting from the issue at hand. I must guide the House in terms of how the decision must be conceptualized or appreciated so that it can encourage the debate to stick to what we are trying to achieve, comrades. I can also not allow unnecessary labor of issues. I can't allow people to hog the mic when they come on. Comrades, that's rules of chairpersonship. I must give direction. I must make sure that we can convene this meeting in a respectable manner, in a timely manner, comrades. Also, I must make sure that the resolutions are captured correctly and that they are captured within the context of how it was presented. Also, making sure that we stick to the time, comrades. I cannot allow unnecessary, lengthy, your continuous repetition of issues, comrades. I believe that we've made the submissions that we can make on this issue, comrades. I don't think that there will be anything contrary or so far from what has already been said by our very experienced, very professional comrades who sit on various other platforms and who are experienced in their own right as members, not only here, but in the ANC, not only here, but in their own companies, comrades. So I need us to appreciate this fact that when I am guiding and I am advising comrades on things like time and how to appreciate and contextualize the discussions, I'm not dictating on what to say. I'm not trying to sound like that, comrades, but I need to chair this meeting, comrades. I need to deliver this meeting. This is my last meeting that I'm chairing for my term. I need to deliver this meeting, comrades. So please, we also need to move on, comrades. And I'm responding to the Comrade Tata that said there's hands that are being raised. I did see them. However, comrades, we must resolve issues and we must make sure that we can move forward. And I think many of the comrades that spoke, the last four speakers, actually just repeated the first four speakers. So you see, comrades, let's not unnecessarily labor issues. I believe that we are all professional enough to understand when we are unnecessarily laboring issues. Also, with a caution that I don't mean to cut people or to not listen to people. No, but I'm the chairperson, comrades. I must guide this meeting correctly. And I must take decisions and be able to make rulings so that we can move on. Comrade Press, you can please come in, and then I see Comrade Mfana also has his hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I think thank you to the comrades on that resolution. Chair, that is one resolution that is on the Eastern Cape PEC. There is one resolution taken. The comrades here from the NEC and the comrades that have also raised issues, there's a second issue, is the decision of the president that was wrong. There needs to be a resolution on that, Chair. And thirdly, Chair, is then what was the concern that was raised by Tata Call, and it's of the Eastern Cape delegation that is here. There's a decision on that needs to be taken, whether they are accepted as delegates, and if not, we have to go back to the previous issue that we've resolved on, which is the credentials report, because they are part of the credentials report. So if we have taken a decision on the Eastern Cape PEC, then that decision that is taken, because it's similar to the second one and they are intertwined with the decision taken by the president that was also unconstitutional. We need to resolve on that, and it has to be the same as the one that has been taken before on the new NEC taking that that structure to task. Then the third one, which you still have to resolve, and is the the Eastern Cape members that are here, Chair. So there's two more decisions that must be taken, and this issue must be exhausted. It's the decision of the president, and then the second one is the members of Eastern Cape that are here. Are they here as voting delegates? Are they accepted as part of the credential reports or not? Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. I need a decision on whether the decision by the presidency was correct or not. I see that there's in the chat box, there's the DTG says that the NG, he proposes the NGC condone the decision and that we accept the apology of the president on condition that it's not repeated. Comrade Marcel has seconded that. Comrades, is there a counter proposal? I see hands.
Chair, I have not apologized for my decision. I said if the NEC, I said, Chair, if the NEC feels that I was wrong in taking a decision ensuring that Eastern Cape members are here, then that's my apology. If they feel that, but I've never apologized and I've never said my decision was wrong. And I still stand by my decision, Chair. And the House has the power to rescind that decision. And with that, Chair, I'm then saying that I need that the president must be taken to task. We cannot, there's no accepting of apologies, comrades. This is a constitutional organization. We established it because we saw that in the sector, there was, we established ourselves and we used to do things like this. PBICT will not fall to that, Chair. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, Chair. I'm not apologizing for my thing, and I will not apologize because I feel that it was right. It was right. The comrades have said that I was wrong. I can point to the Constitution why I was right. And further to that, Chair, the very same clause in the Constitution was used to disband the structure of Eastern Cape that was run by Comrade JJ, and the current PEC then came into with that. The very same one was recently used on Free State, and the same one was used on Northern Cape that Max is now the chairperson of, comrades. And it ensured that the organization continues. And we are here at NGC with 9 provinces present. Had we not taken those decisions, we would have never been here where we are. There are other decisions, Chair, that have been taken that have moved PBICT forward and have made us be the organization that we are, that were based on exactly the same clause of the Constitution. I'm not apologizing, Chairperson. We're not in kindergarten here, comrades. If the NEC has said that I took a wrong decision as a president, I'm saying I haven't. The NGC, I'm not apologizing for the decisions I've taken, comrades. I'm not apologizing.
Okay, President.
The NGC chair must rescind my decision. And with rescinding my decision, because I'm a constitutional delinquent, must then come with punitive measures like we've done with the PTT, that the president must be taken to task by the new NEC. And I will still stand with what I'm saying until such time, comrades, that I'm expelled for continuing to be a political delinquent. Those decisions must be taken, and they must be fairly so. Let's use the Constitution. We like quoting the Constitution, comrades. Let's go back to the Constitution and enforce it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, President.
This item must be, Chair, this item, you cannot be having a person leading an organization taking such decisions and we leave it hanging. That decision must be taken, Comrade Chair. So, Chair, first item, the PTT or Eastern Cape was resolved. Second one, Chair, that I'm putting here is the decision that has been put by the NEC members of saying that the president was wrong. That is what the NEC is saying to the NGC. The NGC, not the NEC. The NEC cannot make recommendations on this. They have made their recommendation, Chair. The NGC, the members, the NGC must then be the ones that they're the ones that put the president. They're the ones that elected the president. I've explained why I've taken the decision that I've taken and what is what is the outcome of that decision. I want to be told by my members that, President, you are wrong. My NEC has said I'm wrong, and I said if I was wrong and you see it that way, it's fine. Now I'm coming here to the NGC and saying, NGC, I was wrong. And if you see me that I was wrong, I'm saying I do apologize to you as well. And I'm also saying that do not minimize yourself to be constitutional delinquents like me. Then take a decision as well, counter to that I must be taken to task, just like the first one that you've taken. We're guided by constitution here, comrades, not feelings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, comrades. Okay, comrades, you've heard the president. I need us to resolve this via the 3 suggestions from the president, whether he was correct or not, and whether he should be taken to task if he was not correct. And then we need to decide, comrades, are we accepting the Eastern Cape members that are currently with us today into this meeting? Are we accepting it? Comrade Mfana and Comrade Makoba, can you please come in and speak to me? Thank you. Comrade Mfana?
Can you hear me?
Comrade Mfana?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I just want to go through this quickly. So, like the president said right now, I am not supporting his decision. And it's just, you can't have one man having that kind of power. And the reason why I'm saying this, I'm going to agree with the chairperson from the Western Cape that you're doing something bad for all the, you're trying to do something good, but whilst doing something bad. We need to protect the organization for future leaders. Because if the leaders can flaunt the constitution, then we are left vulnerable. So if the act itself is unconstitutional, we cannot as an organization endorse it because we are all putting the organization into dispute. At some point, we're gonna have constitutional amendments, which means if we already start ignoring it at this level, we don't need to have constitutional amendments because we're not guided by it in the first place. So what I'm saying is that I understand what he was trying to do. Let's go back to the constitution and put measures in place to make sure that everything we do moving forward, it's always constitutional, so that when we do at some point attract rogue leaders, members will still be protected by the constitution. That is where we're always gonna draw our strength. And if it's weak, we make it stronger every time. So now we must review everything that has happened and figure out how to make our constitution stronger so that situations like the Eastern Cape do not happen. But also let's avoid giving one man that kind of a power where he can just dismiss a whole province. That we cannot allow if we wanna give integrity to the organization itself. So that's my point, Chair, that I wanna leave it at that, but I feel like we must all resolve on this issue to actually say, we do not agree with what happened because it violates the constitution. We understand that you guys are trying to do the best for the organization, but I'm just worried about the leaders who are gonna come after you for the same precedent that you guys are setting right now. So that's why we need to make sure that we protect the organization moving forward if we want it to live beyond us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mpana. You believe that the president should then be taken to task, including me as acting?
Yes, in violation of the constitution, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Comrade Makoba, you can come in.
Thanks, Chair. I was hoping that this matter would be engaged more by general membership who are part of the NGC more than leadership, because I think leadership in different stages had an opportunity to deal with the matter.
Yeah.
And I want to say that maybe in the future we must always try to guide against individual leadership. In this sense, my assumption was that this matter should have come as part of the state of the organization report from the SG, so that it comes with other issues and it's discussed in that particular fashion. Now we're dealing with one matter and we're taking time on one matter of dealing with a variety of matters at one go. But my suggestion, Slalo, is that we can't, for example, say there is a constitutional delinquent or not sitting here right now. We need some body or some committee to then come with a full report on the events and say that on this issue, these are the things that are the findings, and maybe constitutional delinquency is part of them. So in that case, Chair, I want to suggest that maybe we follow the suggestion by Comrade Litwaba. We say as an NGC that we note the decision, we're not revoking the decision, but we need to put the issue of the constitutionality and the issue of collective leadership to a structure that will be able to then advise the organization as to whether this decision can be said to be against the constitution or not. Because I don't think here as an agency we can sit and say, okay, President, say why did you do this? Because we now become a disciplinary committee of some sort. But we can say that let us refer the matter to the incoming NEC, meaning that no one for now can be declared to have been right or wrong until that process by the incoming NEC has been facilitated and concluded, and a verdict has come, and the verdict has been presented to the collective, so that the collective also take consideration of that particular verdict and see how we move the organization forward. So I want to second Comrade Litwaba. We take everything to that particular comment, but I think the issue of the delegates becomes therefore critical for this meeting. We can't move without resolving that one. Because it's going to put the whole credentials in a state of confusion. And I think the way forward is to say, somebody must just say to us from the office of the secretary, what process after the decision has been taken to suspend because my thinking is that it's two comrades that have been suspended, unless I've got everything wrong. But if it's just the two comrades that has been put, for example, aside, then what was the process that the NEC or the Office of the Secretary General took or undertook to make sure that there are delegates from Eastern Cape? And then we take it from there. But that the issue of delegates, I don't think we can move without resolving it. I think it's very important for the credentials. But the other issues of the decision, was it taken correctly or unconstitutionally? Maybe let's follow the approach that Comrade Litwaba had suggested. Thanks.
Yes, no, thank you very much. It seems like Comrade Will is also in agreement with that. So I don't think you need to come in, Comrade Will. Is that what you're implying by your message? Okay, I see he's off. Comrade Vic, you want to come in? Yes, Comrade Vic, and then I'm going to bring in DSG because I think it's important to then discuss the delegate issue. So after Comrade Vic talks, I'm going to let us resolve on the first issue about whether the president was or not, and then after that we're going to resolve the delegate issue, because I also agree that there is a very serious thing that we need to be in agreement before we proceed. Comrade Vic, you can come in.
Thank you, comrades. From my experience, my humble experience, when anyone alleges that someone was unconstitutional, the basis on which you say someone is unconstitutional or somebody or whatever group is unconstitutional, you have to make reference to that particular constitution. Because when you don't, if you can't take an extract from the constitution that shows that this is how someone should have responded or dealt with a matter, or then this person went against this thing, then you say, based on this, it's unconstitutional. I don't see us spending so much time talking and using the word unconstitutional, and that one is unconstitutional, this one is unconstitutional. I don't understand, and no one is saying in clause this of our constitution, this is how this matter was supposed to be dealt with, and it wasn't dealt this way, unless I have missed something in the meeting. So I don't want to hog the mic like the chair has asked us to do, because I see it's almost 3 o'clock, and we scheduled this day to finish at 3, and I don't think we're probably on halfway. So just with, to appeal to everyone that let's stop throwing words around, and just be professional. If you don't have any basis to go on, let's not entertain that thing. Just move, and let's just move on. That's all I want. Even if the president wants to be taken to task, he must say, according to the constitution, clause what here, I agree. You can't just agree because people now emotional. I'm saying, let's just be professional. Thank you, because we need to set the standard, a principle here. All right, comrades, that's all that I wanted to say.
No, thank you, Comrade Vic. Look, I've noted the sentiment from Comrade Mfana from Gauteng about saying that it's unconstitutional. And as custodian of the constitution and policies of this organization, I'm going to disagree with that, because I'm holding the constitution in front of me and it is there. So I'm not really sure what provision the member is relying on to make that sentiment. And if that is then the case, it then means this House today must then amend this provision, because we gave the president these powers in 2017 when we drafted this document. We gave him these powers. We used the same powers on all the other disbandments that we did and suspensions. It then means that what happens to those decisions? So hence, I agree with Comrade Will and Makoba that it then opens other issues that cannot be ventilated today. And be considered. I also agree with you, Comrade Vic, that if you want to declare something unconstitutional, you must come with a provision that supports that. You can't just come and say it's unconstitutional, take the press to task, but you're not telling us how it is. That is also how we sort of were successful in the debate with Eastern Cape. I took out about 6 different constitutional provisions that were bringing us here today, and there was no response from them on that. So I'm going to agree with you on that one. Comrades, we have taken a resolution that we are in agreement with the decision. And we are going back onto it. So I'm not going to let us go back on that. We agreed that we are in agreement with the decision, and that we'll then take it forward to the new NEC, and the National Disciplinary Committee will then implement and ventilate issues further, and more evidence will be gathered, but it can't be done here. It can't be done here, right? I want to put the motion to this House, and I need a vote on it, please, about whether the president's decision was wrong and whether he should be taken to task. It was Comrade Mfana's proposal. There's a counter by Comrade Vic that says no, but if you say that, you must have your reasons, and I have not heard those reasons. So I need us to finalize those two. In the chat box, please, whoever is in agreement with Comrade Mfana, please state his name. If you are in agreement with Comrade Vic, I need you to, in the chat box, indicate that as well, so that I can move on, comrades, to the Eastern Cape delegate issue. Can we please resolve on that? Comrade Dennis is siding with Vic. Comrade Sabata is siding with Vic. Comrade Marcel from Eastern Cape says he agrees with Vic that it wasn't unconstitutional. Yes, by unanimous vote, comrades, I think this issue is resolved about whether the president was wrong and whether he should be taken to task. There were 2 motions, one from Gauteng, Comrade Mfana, that said he was wrong, and then there was one from Comrade Vic that said he was not. Both were seconded. I put it to a vote as per the rules, and the vote came out much stronger in support of Comrade Vic that said the president was not wrong to take his decision and he should not be taken to task. Thank you very much, comrades. The next issue I want us to now agree on is the delegates of Eastern Cape who are here. And I believe that Comrade Dennis is the one that is going to give us light on that for us to take a resolution. GS, please come in.
Comrade Chair, thank you very much. Comrade Chair, I was very close to this process from the beginning throughout the end. First of all, I commend the president for the move that he made, presented to the NEC, and we implemented on that move. Secondly, Chair, because the delegates of the Eastern Cape deserved to be here today, we ensure that that happens. If you notice, Comrade Chair, the leadership of the Eastern Cape is not present. There is no PTT. The thing that we move forward on, Comrade Chair, is to ensure that the 8 seats of Eastern Cape are filled. How did we do that? Comrade Chair, I was in the Eastern Cape group. Recommendations were put in that 1, Eastern Cape members who are founding members will have first preference. And if they wish to attend, they will DM me personally. Secondly, we open for provision that during the PAGM of the Eastern Cape, if a member was eligible to attend that particular AGM or attended the AGM, they would be eligible to attend today's meeting and today's conference. Then I spoke to our elected comrade, our elected SG, Comrade Brandon. I had a conversation with him because he's based in the Eastern Cape. And I had asked him to assist us with mobilizing members because he's closer to the ground. I'm based in Gauteng, Comrade. So that's why I consulted with our elected SG, Comrade Brandon Redcliffe, to please help us mobilize and fast track the process so that by 9 o'clock or 9:45, we have Eastern Cape members present in this NGC. As members of the NEC, we had to ensure that there are 9 provinces, and we delivered on the 9 provinces, Comrade Chair. So that's how the process happened. We vetted the members that are currently here, and we also have dates that we can even give a report to in terms of what are the dates of the members who are available in terms of their registration. So we've cross-checked and done everything, Comrade Chair. I assure from the Secretariat side that this matter here, in terms of the delegates who are here, some of them were the ones who even launched us in the first, our first conference, Kader Chair. So where we stand, Kader Chair, these are valid members from the Eastern Cape. They did deserve to be here. We ensure that they're here and we delivered, Comrade Chair. Beyond that, Comrade Chair, I have nothing else to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade GS. Comrades, we need to vote whether we are going to accept the Eastern Cape delegation into this conference.
Chair,
DTG?
I move that we accept the members.
Thank you very much for that. Comrade Slaga from KZN seconds that we accept. GP chairpersons agrees that we accept. KZN member also agrees. Free State agrees. Thank you very much, comrades. I think it's unanimous. The motion in terms of the Eastern Cape delegation is then adopted and accepted, that the delegation today is accepted into the conference. So thank you very much on that, comrades. I believe that we've exhausted this item, which is the matters to the NGC. Thank you very much for your inputs, comrades, and your debates. It is appreciated. Comrade Makoba, I need to give over the meeting to you because I will now be presenting the constitutional amendments. Can you please come in?
Thanks, Chair. And greetings to comrades and guests and everyone, the leadership, the general membership of the Pbict. I think, as the chairperson is saying, we're going to enter into an item now on constitutional amendments, where we're going to deal with the constitution, and it's going to be presented by the national chairperson of Pbict. Remember, comrades, this is our basic document. It's a foundation and an overarching at the same time, and we need all to understand it and have input in it. And this is the only meeting that has got that particular powers to even amend the constitution. So I'm going to hand over to the chairperson to give us the presentation, and then we'll hold discussions after that. Over to you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Comrade Makoba. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Perfect, thank you. Comrades, in preparation of today and to not labor into each and every amendment, I circulated this proposed amendment. You'll see there that the review is dated the 16th of May. So I've circulated it around between the 16th and 18th of May to all provincial chairpersons. They were supposed to call their PECs together as well as their members to get inputs. So, however, I want us to approach it like this. I'm going to touch on the general amendments, right? And then if you feel that there's something critical that you really need to add, you can come in and I'll make a note of it. But after today and tomorrow, I will go and work on this for the next week or so that I can extrapolate all the submissions made today, as well as further grammatical errors and cosmetic issues, because I won't be able to do it in this session now. So I'm going to give you the general attitude of the amendments and the reasons for them. Then once inputs are received and all that, I will make notes as you are talking, and then I'll go and make a further a sort of a further correction, capturing them correctly. So I'm going to start, comrades, with the first, which is just, I've literally just added the heading here that was not in the previous version. And then I'm going to move on to, I've then added the highlighted section, just and as further amended at this council held this weekend. If you go on, comrades, I've made a note here about the African National Congress and our mentioning of it. I've received a counter submission that we shouldn't necessarily remove it, but define our allegiance to the ANC. So, Chair, I'm not sure how are you gonna allow everyone to give inputs and I make notes, or should I present it and allow you then to proceed with that?
Not because we are dealing with the constitution, maybe deal with the whole section and we allow discussion on the section and then we move as such. As we're dealing with the preamble now, if this is the only point on the preamble that you needs discussion, maybe we can then open for discussion for it so that we all move along together.
Okay, thanks, Chair. The only suggestion I have is that there was a suggestion of removal, but then there's a counter suggestion that we define our relationship to the ANC without specifically mentioning the ANC. Because I do know the SG, the TG noted that it affects our fundraising capabilities because they think that we are a political party. Some people have also felt that it's not necessary that it's in here, even though we do relate. So this is the only proposed amendment that I have for this section, Chair.
Comrades, can I see hands on the issue of either defining the allegiance or the alliance that we seek to have with the ruling party? Can I see hands that wants to have a say on this matter? Okay, comrades, we'll start with Comrade Sabata, Comrade Sbu, and then Comrade Africa, Comrade Kosan. In that order, Comrade Sabata.
Thank you, Comrade. I think mine, with regards to this specific item or discussion, is from my own experience while I was out in the field looking for partnerships and for affiliations and sponsorships and funding and stuff. I've come across where I was directly pointed out to the fact that we are sort of in bed or very closely linked to a political party, number one. The second point that was highlighted was the fact that our name, the fact that it talks about black, I think because of my own relationship with this movement, I kind of was a bit offended that how can someone even think like that? But I really got to think about it and look at it from a sort of a a higher point of view and realize that in actual fact, this might not be the only one person that is having this view, that this can in actual fact impact us globally, in the same regard when we are out there in the field, and here it is again being raised as an issue. So I think my submission is that if we could look into it on how we can sort of globalize ourselves, if I can say that, because let's remember, as much as ANC is on a global stage, but national with it. So in this regard, if we want to go beyond the borders into Africa and wherever else in the world, we need to then possibly rethink our position where we are now, as far as this is concerned. So that's my suggestion, comrade. If we can maybe take other ideas on how to deal with this matter.
Done, comrade.
Yeah, thanks, Comrade Chair. I think I had been noted. Thank you very much, comrades. Yeah, no, I think one has, and I think as the chair, the national chair alluded to earlier on, that it's one of those issues that we've raised to say, in relation to the aspects of raising the much needed funds to enable the organization to function effectively, this becomes quite a stumbling block in many respects, in that whilst you would want, because the only people that would want to actually provide assistance are those that are indeed aligned with the ANC in relation to the progressive comrades and so on. But the fact of the matter and the reality that we are faced with is that the players in the sector and those people that actually provide funding in most instances are people that do not associate nor appreciate our existence, that do not appreciate our alignment with the ANC. And as a result, it hinders our fundraising efforts in that regard. So I think, Chair, it may be in our best interest, because we understand and know our allegiance in our hearts, and does not necessarily need to be reflected in the preamble per se. But also there is the issue of the black has also been raised, and I think in that regard, fortunately with that one, we are able to actually engage to say that Pbict is a non-racial, is a non-racist organization, and we have things that we can actually prove to say that we are a non-racist organization as an organization. So I believe that in relation to the name, or the black in the name, that chair we can retain, but I think we need to revisit or review our stance in terms of the mentioning of the ANC. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Comrade Africa. Comrade Africa. I see your hand there, unless it's an old hand. You've raised your hand. Yeah.
It was me.
Comrade Africa. Comrade Africa. Okay. Let's move to Comrade Nkosana.
Chair, I believe that we can rephrase that specific one without specifically referring to the ANC. We first, before I go on to what I want to suggest, we must not be apologetic of who we are and of what we represent. But we are dealing with an organization where we will have to go somewhere to corporates, South Africa, and to other organizations where we will seek funding. And the first thing that will happen is people are going to look and say, you funded this organization. And it means, because other people can interpret it like that, you funded this organization, and that it means you are indirectly funding the ANC. I've just posted what I think we should phrase there, you know.
Comrade Kozana,
I don't know what is there on the group to say.
Your connection is failing you a bit there. Can you repeat what you said?
Can you hear me? No, what I'm saying, Chair, is that I've posted what I propose we replace that particular preamble part with on the group. So I think that will represent who we are, and will show that we're not apologetic about who we are, without specifically mentioning the ANC. We are aligned with the ANC, and the specific part that I've made emphasizes the Freedom Charter, which is a document of the ANC, but it also emphasizes the Constitution. So that is what I'm saying. We must replace that with, but also it also indicates that we are a non-racial organization, we are a non-sexist, and we are non-xenophobic and Afrophobic organization. Thank you, Chair. The statement I've posted on the group.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Chair, can I just request something, please?
Okay, come in.
DTG, I cannot copy it from the chat box. So can you please just copy it and then post it to my WhatsApp? Because I'm busy as everyone's talking. I'm busy working on it so that when we leave here, we are happy with how it should look. And then the next amendments I'll make are just cosmetic. So I'm trying to capture you. I'm seeing it as it is on my screen here. Thank you, Chair.
To that, Comrade Kozana. Comrade Welcome and Comrade Africa, are you going to counter what is being suggested, or you want to re-emphasize?
Yes, I want to. Can you hear me, Marco?
I can hear you. Continue.
Sorry, man. Apologies. The first time I was speaking, but my audio was not going through. Apologies for that. But comrades, we are fighting for access and ownership. We are fighting the very people we are now complaining that they won't fundraisers. Did we not know that they won't fundraisers? The same way the ANC struggles to raise funds. How do we core down and change our very definition and whatever alliance that we have, just to appease the very people who our mandate is to fight against? I don't see a problem with that particular clause. I don't see a problem with also being open and honest about that we are soldiers of the National Democratic Revolution, which is spearheaded by the ANC. I am thus confused when we now want to cower just because they still haven't fundraised us till today. That means they do not believe in the struggle for equality within the sector. They don't. They don't believe in a non-racial society that is equal on all frontiers, especially on an economic frontier. So why do we treat them as if they believe in that? We are the only ones who believe in that. And thus they should know who they are dealing with. We should not be apologetic about who we are and the skin within which we wear. When we go to war with them, they must know that these ones want this. They want a non-racial, non-sexist, equal, economically equal society where most of any benefit of this country lies with the majority and is spread out accordingly. That's what we are fighting for. We're not fighting so that we cower just so that they still won't give you funding. Comrades, if they don't give us funding because you are black, they don't give you funding because you are women. That's the reason why they don't give you, because it's written in our constitution that they will never. So my Ntate Makoba, is to say that we must remain the same. We must own and we must grow in strength within which what we are. Kumele sibanqobe being ANC aligned. If the ANC has issues, we, those who are ANC members, will go into the ANC and fix the issues. We won't go and set up another party and wear other colors and say we're fixing the issue. We'll fix it within. We'll lose sometimes, but we will remain within, and eventually sizonqoba. The same with this battle that we must have right now. We must fix it within which we are aligned and we have an allegiance to the ANC.
Hey, thanks, Comrade Africa. Tomben, Makakul.
Chair.
Good
Chair.
afternoon, comrades.
Yes. It's Comrade.
Chair.
Okay. Mpele. Okay, now I recognize Comrade Makakul. Comrade Makakula, go on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now we can.
Okay. I would like to put a different perspective here.
Yeah.
In my view, I would like us to be seen as a business organization rather than a political organization. When I look at our reason for existence, we educate professionals, students, and ICT businesses. Of course, our organization it's a political organization that we are aligned to. But let's leave our organization to fight, our political organization to fight the political battle. Let's rather focus on the business aspect of it. We fight for our RET businesses. We fight for our professionals. Like us on the ground, we need to go and mobilize and campaign with different professionals here. You will find that some leaders in these institutions, they are not aligned to our organization. Does that mean that we have to exclude them, or they have to exclude themselves? We have to deal with businesses that are progressive but not blacks. What have we do? How are we supposed to deal with such matters? So I'd like us to move in considering a clear definition in terms of putting progressive business rather than progressive black will remain still PB, but let's rather focus it on business rather than define ourselves. But business can accommodate the wider aspect in terms of non-racial. Then the last part that I want to mention is that okay, let me just for now put this submission and see how to go. Then I'll add the rest later on.
Comrades, this is what I'm going to do. I've got Comrade Sakumzi and Comrade Gift. Sorry? Comrade, someone must mute the mics. I'm going to take those two, and then we're going to close on this matter. Comrade Sakums.
It's Comrade Sibongile, Chair.
I see the hand of Sakums here. I see Gift. I see Tata Kole. Sibongile.
I told that one to withdraw.
Okay,
No,
I want to take those three hands so that we don't waste time. Is Sakums not going to speak?
No, I don't know, Chair.
Comrade Gift.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
I think it's Comrade Gift from Gauteng. I would like to share the sentiments of Comrade Africa, but I need to elaborate more in a sense that we started the movement as progressive blacks because we were trying to address a particular issue. So I think to veer away from it would be going against our own values and our own founding principles. We must not cower. We are blacks in business. We are blacks in various professions. If you look at the racial demographics of the country, black means Asian, means colored, means Indian, means black. And that is the demographic in this country that is currently being economically stifled. So from us to stem away from that with the hopes that someone will fund us is completely irrational. We are trying to become commercially viable and self-sustaining businesses. And that means we need the opportunity to play equally in the market and in the economy at large. So as much as it is painful now, in the long run, it serves the purpose. We are politically aligned to the ANC intentionally and purposefully because that is where the ideals come from. We are just channeling them towards the ICT sector specifically. So I would like to caution us, comrades, to say, in trying to fix a short-term problem, we might be creating a gap for a problem in the long term. We must be as radical and as militant as one of the opening speakers spoke and said, we need this militancy, we need this radicalism because no one else is going to do it for us. We cannot be apologetic about being blacks in business. We are black and that's a fact. And it is because we are black that we are being stifled. So if we are then conforming and changing our founding principles, then it means we are losing our way. So I would caution us from changing one of the core principles of this organization, which is to say we need to have a organization that is pro-black, unapologetically so. We've even said, the president has even said on previous occasions that those that do not want to conform, if they are white and they want to join, we'll welcome them. We will simply change their mindsets and confirm them to be what we need them to be. So we are not saying we don't want whites. The ANC has all sorts of whites. Even if you look through history, we've had the Joe Slovos, we've had all of those people that have come through and that have shared the ideals. Just because of the name, they didn't stop. So we should not change things that are forming the core of who we are, just to deal with a pressure point that is currently coming up. We need to be very careful of that. Thank you, Chair.
Comrade Sibongile, can you come quickly and then we summarize?
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Chair, I align myself to the speaker that just spoken now in that, Chair, especially us from the Western Cape, you know, we are living still in a racist South Africa based on the power dynamics, you know, like in the province. So to us, you know, like as Western Cape, it doesn't matter if, you know, you proclaim yourself to align yourself to the ANC or not. People won't give, especially, I mean, like the people who have the financial resources business because we're black, regardless, if you are ANC or not. So I'm also of the view that we join this movement, Progressive Blacks in ICT, because it's pro-black and because we are members of the ANC and it's aligned, with the ANC. So I'm also of the view that we mustn't change, our core values, like in a short term because we need funding at the moment. Yes, the funding will come, and the funding that we will get it on a principled decision that we are pro-black and also we align ourselves to the ANC. So for me, Chair, is that I don't agree that we need to change, our alignment to the ANC because there are certain businesses that won't give us the money. My view is that we won't be given money or the funding on the basis that we're black. That's it. So it doesn't matter if it's on the constitution or not. And we mustn't change our constitution because that's who we are. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, comrades. Sihlalo, do you have anything to say before we summarize as a presenter?
Chair, are you going to recognize me?
I've closed, Mtan. I've closed.
No, you. I was the third person there when you named the other comrades there to give.
Okay, I thought you had an agreement with comrades Bongile, but it's fine. Take a few seconds.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hear me?
Continue,
okay.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Mine is on top of agreement with Kida Africa and the other members. So I just wanted to come up with a suggestion when we're dealing with this document. Can we not be in a hurry to the speakers there? Even I see the outgoing TG withdrew his statement and is agreeing with Africa. Let us not remove things and then add other things quickly, because now most speakers are agreeing that we shouldn't amend that thing, but then you've removed it now. So I think maybe going forward with the other amendments, let us not be quick in removing the comments, because you're going to confuse us now. The majority of the speakers are saying that we mustn't remove, but then it's removed now. You know what I mean? So let us, in future, going down, let us not be quick in changing the constitution based on the comments. Let us discuss them and then we'll change them after. So I'm in agreement with the alignment to the ANC. We shouldn't change our core, whatever that is. I'm agreeing that we shouldn't change our alignment to the ANC, and we should not be apologetic about it. It should stand like that. Thanks.
No, thanks. I think the chairperson or the presenter has said that she'll work on the document while we're discussing, but does not take away from the fact that at the end we'll have to summarize. And I think you've summarized. I think the majority of us are saying that we should not hide ourselves behind certain things just because maybe we want to achieve other things. We need to fight to get those resources, but we need to fight and get those resources as people ICT that is aligned to the African National Congress. I guess that's what Comrade are saying. So in summary, we're saying that we're not changing it. We'll just have to expand on it a bit just to give it proper context as Comrades Africa, Comrade Give, and others have given it a proper context. We just need to give it to that proper context, expand a bit on the explanation, but we remain with it. That's what the conference is saying. Chair, can you come in?
Yes, no, thank you very much, comrades. I just want to set Comrade Tata's mind at ease. I'm not sure how many comrades have been part of document drafting and how it works. I think I'm in agreement that we need to sort of reconstruct and maybe define, as I suggested initially. And while comrades are talking, I don't want to lose the sense of what was said. Hence, I'm making certain notes now as we are talking. But like you correctly said, Chair, after this, I'll go and I'll fix it. But there are some things that need to be contextualized. And when you now change this, you realize some things are out of place and the story doesn't flow. Hence, people are seeing that I'm drafting it. I've asked comrades to please look at the screen so that when you are discussing it and you are reading it, it makes sense in this context that we're discussing it now. And I think this was the best way to approach it. As you are talking,
Thanks.
And I'm adding things. I just want to confirm that I'm doing that. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Let us just say, as a matter of summary, that the fact that we align ourselves with African National Congress remains, but we just need to draft it in a sense that gives a proper context. I think Comrade Africa and Comrade Gift and Comrade Spongile, to a certain extent, gave that particular context very nicely. I think you will just have to find a proper way to put it in our preamble. So we can move to the next section, Comrade Chair.
Thank you very much. The next section is this definition. I've literally just, it's a cosmetic change and that I did here. I don't think it needs discussion. It was literally just a font change. And then the definitions, I don't have anything I need to add to it. I've also seen Gauteng's input about these things. They also haven't given me anything to add. So, Chair, I don't have anything to add on definitions.
Okay. Comrades, do we have anything on definitions? Anyone who has got a point on definitions, or we move? Comrade Makakula, can you unraise yourself so that I can see if it's new or your hand is new or is an old hand? Yeah, thanks. So can Comrade Chair move? I don't think we've got anything on definitions.
Thank you very much. I did not make any changes to name, location. I didn't change anything in chapter 2 here. I've changed nothing here. Are there any proposals, Chair?
Okay. Anything on chapter 2, Comrade Sbu and Comrade Makakula? Let's start with Comrade Sbu.
My apologies, Chair. I raised my hand and I think it was not noted. I wanted to go into definitions, Chair.
Okay.
My apologies to take the meeting back. I want us to engage on the definition pertaining to the Chief Directing Officer. And I think it's critical because just now we spent an awful lot of time arguing about whether there was a constitutional violation in relation to the Eastern Cape matter. And I think the confusion also to a certain extent stems from this very definition. To say if we're talking about a chief directing officer, because we need to ensure that we don't find ourselves in the same position again where we are arguing about whether or not something was constitutional or not. Because if we are saying a chief directing officer, and I think in terms of the definition as it stands, it reads exercising general executive control over and management of the whole or a significant portion of the organization and activities of the organization, or regularly participates to a material degree in the exercise of general executive control over and management of the whole or a significant portion of the business and activities of the organization. And I think, Chair, on this one, my proposal might just be to just include the term possibly under A there, in terms of saying exercising general executive control over the management of the whole or a significant portion of the organization and activities of the organization, subject to policy directives from the NEC. I think if we add that term that says subject to policy directives from the NEC, it might just minimize or eliminate the problem or the challenge that we've encountered. So that's my proposal, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Comrade Tata.
Thank you, Charlie. I just wanted to clarity. Maybe I'm the only one lost here. So we're doing the amendments. Now, so is it as and when we deem to come up with the amendments here, or that that process of provinces sending their amendments? So we're not. I don't know how to put it. So that process where provinces send through their amendment, are we discarding it so that we open for the delegates to come up with their amendments now instead of them submitting them on the deadline that the chair gave the provinces? Because I see some of the things, or is it a consolidated document, this one, where we inputted our amendment proposals or the comment, or any member can just come up with a random amendment? I don't know. I don't know the process is the process that.
Comrade Tata, my assumption is that this document, unless the presenter will say otherwise, these documents now has everything that has been submitted, and it's now being put at the, because this is the only gathering that has got a right to amend. So that's going.
Yeah.
That's going through chapter.
Yeah, I'm asking that because on that.
Yeah, Comrade Tata.
Sorry. No, I was asking because.
Comrade Tata, you don't just speak. You allow the chair to recognize you. Remember?
Sorry. No, you are cutting. You are cutting. I can't hear you properly. Sorry about the chair.
Okay, sorry. I'm saying that my assumption is, unless Comrade Steph will say otherwise, all the suggestion as presented by provincial chairperson or provinces, so to say, will reflect as we go on. But we also give comrades that were not part of that situation to say a few words or agree or disagree on the proposed amendments. Remember, the item is on proposed amendments. So we need to then give those proposals, and then the House agrees. So my assumption is that everything that is being presented here is because there was a process, and comrades, whatever suggestions have been made are part of this document. Let's go back to Comrade Steph for a reply on that. Comrade Steph.
Yes, Chair, you are correct. And I think PBICT's team, I think that's Comrade Dennis. I did send this document through to provinces, as even to the NEC and NWC members, expecting comments. For example, the issue about the chief directing officer, that's a very new thing, but it's also based on events that happened at this meeting. So I did consolidate all inputs, and those that I felt needed to change, I did. And now I'm literally just presenting a revised version. And where I see it needs to be fixed or needs to be qualified, I will then also proceed to do that. So that's how I'm dealing with it, Chair.
Yeah, thanks. I think another thing that Congress needs to understand is that even if a suggestion has been made, accordingly, this is the only gathering that can change the constitution. There is no other level that can, even the NEC cannot change the constitution. So I think let us proceed. I'm sure, Comrade Steph, you've noted the suggestion on the chief director.
Yes, we have to vote on that, Chair.
Yeah, I'll get into that. Comrade Makakula and Comrade Africa, then the last one will be the president. Comrade Makakula. It means, comrades, we are on chapter on definitions. So Makakula, you can proceed. Makakula? Yeah. Yes.
Yes, I'm covered. I'm covered for now for what I wanted to check. You can
Okay,
proceed.
Comrade Africa. Comrade Africa.
Yes. Yes, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I was saying maybe as a response to there's someone whose mic is not off. Okay, thanks. I
Comrade
was saying
Makakula. Comrade Makakula, mute yourself.
Okay.
Thanks.
thank you, Chair. Bengiti Mina, maybe as a response to Comrade Tata, in as much as provinces would have submitted their changes, provinces must be here to raise and fight for those changes. That they submitted was more of an exercise that the NEC and NWC put into place so that people don't feel like by Zumera and suddenly they have to make changes to the constitution. They then have gone through the exercise of reviewing the constitution. They must then, if you've made an input, someone from that province must stand up and say, this is the change Limpopo or Northwest or Gauteng would like to happen. We've consulted with our members. This is the change. So the space that you've asked or that you are affording us now is when provinces must stand up and raise whatever constitutional changes that they'd like, regardless of the fact that they would have submitted them prior to the chair. Because like you correctly say, this is the only platform to make changes to the constitution. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, remember, comrades, anything that we decide here, you can only change it after 3 years. So that's another thing. Comrades, on definitions, we have got the suggestion on item 11 or section 11 that we add words there that say subject to the, I don't know if I've got this correct, subject to the guidance of the NEC or policies of the NEC. Can I see hands on that addition that we must add? Are we all in agreement? Looks like that.
Comrade Chair, sorry, I didn't hear what the actual change was. Sorry, I apologize. The network is just fuzzy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. No, that's
so
fine.
what are you asking us?
I'm saying, comrades, there is an addition that is proposed on item 11 or section 11 under definitions that we must add that in consultation, all the powers that are associated with the chief director must be done in consultation with the NEC. So we must add those words in consultation with the NEC.
Chair, can I ask for clarity on that? When you say in consultation, does that mean if the NEC says no, the chief director can still carry on with his decision, his or her decision? What does in consultation mean?
It means before you act, and I'll just explain from experience. Comrade Sibu will correct me if not what he has meant, but it means that before you act on whatever you've decided as a chief director, you must have got the blessing of the collective in the NEC. In that spirit, I think that what it means. They must you take. It's in the ANC is what is called processing issues. You take the decision to the NEC for processing before it gets to being implemented. So you can't implement before consultation with the NEC.
My hand is raised, sir.
Yeah, let me start with Comrade Sbu and then Comrade Africa. Are you going to come back? And Comrade
Yes,
Sbu,
yes,
Comrade
I will.
Comrade William, Comrade Africa, and Comrade Nkosana in that order. Comrade Sbu.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. My proposal was subject to policy directives, because Chair, not necessarily consultation, because we are saying that the powers in the organization should rest largely with structures rather than with individuals, in an effort to safeguard also the individuals against backlashes that would then be targeted to an individual, where it's something that generally ought to have been taken by a collective. So hence the proposal to say, whilst the decisions may need to be taken, they must at least be subject to the policy directives of a collective, so that at the end of the day, the collective is then able to take collective responsibility for that particular decision. Thank you, Chair.
Comrade Litwaba. Stan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I don't know, technology. We need to refill the no pala. We need to refill it. So, Titi stole my words. Because I just wanted to say, which I agree with everything A and B. However, the additional is just to say, which to emphasize that collective responsibility of the consultation of the NEC. So it's not necessarily a consultation of NEC, but it's a consultation of the policy. So, for example, there's a lot of sectors within the constitution itself where NEC is supposed to do this, NEC is supposed to do this, in consultation with, So to avoid a conflict and a repetition of misinterpretation of the constitution, I just wanted to echo that. Comrade Boo stole my words, so that makes it even more sense. Thank you, Chair, without wasting time.
Thanks, Comrade Africa.
Chair.
Yes.
My concern is what is the intended outcome?
Sorry, Comrade Africa. Comrade Boo, can you mute yourself? Pichi. Thanks. Continue.
Yeah, I'm saying, what is the intended outcome? Are we saying the chief director or whatever must just inform us, or whatever big decision they must take must be approved by the NEC? And I think it's then in word will actually bring a clarity. Whether does that mean we have a right to veto that decision, or can that individual, by using that clause, take any and every decision on their own and just tell us and inform us? Because consulting might mean that we reject it. Does that mean they will carry on or not? And I think that's where we need to clarify. And my position on that is that the NEC has more power collectively than that individual, and that must be emphasized at all times. That must be emphasized. We are we lead amongst as a collective. It then renders the NEC redundant if an individual can make any and every decision on their own. It then also means that, should we say that, because by virtue of the president and provincial chairs being one and the same, just one is limited to a geographic area, it then means that the discussions that have passed on the Eastern Cape, it then means the chair of the Eastern Cape is within his rights to remove and suspend whoever they desire. And we are saying that is incorrect. It must be by the approval, not in consultation with the NEC. The same way we said, if someone wants to be an acting a secretary, you submit your list, just like I think Gauteng has done previously, to the NEC, and the NEC approves. That is what in consultation means. It means there's a bigger structure that has the ultimate power to yay or nay what a decision, whatever decision you want to make. And that's my input, Chair.
So you're saying must go with in consultation.
I'm saying in consultation must be defined to say the buck stops with the NEC. Whatever form of English we decide, but it must mean that it mustn't be open like how it is now, where in consultation just means I can consult you, but I don't have to actually listen to you.
Okay. Okay, comrades, let's move to Comrade Sabata.
Thank you, leader.
Chair.
I'm raising my
I can
hand.
see. I can see you, President. I'll come to you.
I raise my hand on a point of clarity there, Comrade Marco. From a point, speaking from a point of rank and file almost, to me, the issues that are being raised, you know, I really need guidance on it, because it doesn't make sense to me that if an issue is being dealt with someone who is, I think, almost charged to give direction to the whole organization, that the very people that the issue has bypassed should again be consulted. Or maybe I have it wrong there, Keita, and hence I'm raising my hand. Should we not perhaps look at a suggestion that says, how about getting then in such an instance an external because person or entity or whatever that will sort of play oversight over whatever the CDO needs to decide on, because if the issue is already at the CDO's desk and it, you know, you know, if so maybe I'm speaking from a point of ignorance, but I'll just need clarity on this one.
Hey, Leon.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson and comrades. Chair, I have, you know, I'm sitting and I'm listening to NEC members and chairpersons from provinces making all these beautiful inputs. One, they had an opportunity to do this in the various groups. So it's very funny that these things are coming new now, comrades, where we should be looking at the members and hearing them, giving them an opportunity instead of hogging their space. Another thing, this is a constitution, we won't cover everything, but we get as close as we can. Now, if we are going to look at each item like this, like we're looking at this one, without looking at the other mechanisms and the other clauses in the constitution that then enable what needs to happen. Now, just right above this definition is a special NGC, which the NEC has a right to call at any time and can rescind any decisions. There's a power given. You also have a midterm review that you can give powers on certain things. You also have annual general meetings that must sit annually that you can give powers to do to rescind this. Now no one anticipated that we're going to have COVID-19, but so much things have changed, and the president has had to make so much decisions, as well as the ministers, that are unpopular because we never thought of it. Now, we're talking about the fourth industrial revolution, and we're saying that it's a revolution. Otherwise, it's going to change the way we do things. To who thought that we'll have an NGC on Zoom today and sit for so many hours? No one thought of those things. So the provisions that are being made, I want to agree, Chair, that the consultation with the NEC. But if you go and look at the powers of the NEC, it still makes the NEC the supervisor of whatever individuals that make those decisions. In terms of structures, the PEC works under the supervision of the NEC. That's how this thing is structured. The NEC works under the supervision of the NGC and is the highest decision-making body in between. So these things are already covered everywhere else. But it's how you look and you phrase the various parts of the constitution to make a decision. This is what courts do. This is how we run the country. This is how we run businesses. This is how we do everything. So, Chair, the consultation with the NEC, this is democratic centralism. And we are a unitary organization and we're a constitutional organization. And the constitution is already guiding these things and has already covered those things. So if we're going to sit and try to project how many scenarios are we going to have and how many possible outcomes, people like Victor that are programmers and the people like Ronald will know that when you're writing a program and you're looking at analysis and you're looking at your code of what are the things that can happen, you try and accommodate for at least 80 to 90%, nothing more than that. So, Chair, I just want to stress very much to the NEC that is here. We are still serving as a NEC, to the chairpersons. One, we had a policy conference, and the things that are here are the things we discussed at length at the policy conference. Two, in the NWC, the chair shared this and has been requesting for inputs. It was also shared in the group of chairs, of which the chairpersons were supposed to send it to their PECs and also to their members, so that today, comrades, we're doing justice to the constitution and we're not coming up with things now. It's a concern, Chair, but also an input. I'm not saying that we must stop, but comrades, I'm saying that I am disappointed that we had an opportunity in the NWC, in our different groups for the last, I don't know how many weeks, and the chair has been pushing us to make inputs. I know just last night, she was asking for my inputs, and I said, Chair, whatever the NGC decides, will decide. My inputs right now, I think I'm happy with what we've been discussing at the policy conference, the various NEC meetings up until now. So if the NECs are the ones that are making so much inputs over the members, I worry, Chair. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, President. I think you have said what we've said already in the beginning, that in most, we want to allow the general membership to participate. But in my view, as we're in an NGC now, we all are sitting on the same level, so to speak, in terms of participation and contribution. So the processes that have been taken before are meant to make this particular exercise easier. So let us move, comrades. My thinking, unless comrades will say otherwise, we can use both those concepts. Comrade Steph will then find a way of how to intertwine them into in one sentence to mean the same. Because one thing that we should not run away from is that at the end of the day, we are an organization and we must have a collective leadership in certain things, while others, like your president, the SG, and every other, have individual work that they need to do on a daily basis. You know, when we're still in SASCO, we used to act and say we'll account later, and I don't think at this stage we can do that. But there should be checks and balances, which I agree. And as the president is saying, it is important that we're able to read the whole constitution and interpret it as a document, not as individual sections, so that we are able to get the latter and spirit of a document. So I think let's summarize and say let's that comrade Steph find a way of putting those two concepts, the policy and the consultation, together and find a way of making it work together as in a sentence or in a paragraph. And then we can move. I don't know whether Comrade Africa's hand is an old hand or is a new hand.
It's a new hand.
Okay. Proceed. 2 seconds.
Oh. My 2 seconds is gone because of your joke. A chair of the session. I want to differ with the president, and I want to caution the president using other sections to silence one aspect. We must allow for people to ventilate. We as the NEC have been complaining that people don't make imports. There's not enough discussion. We've circulated this constitution. Now we must ventilate it. We must shred it apart should there be a need. And I'm quoting him saying that we are now at NGC. We're not going to say we want to call another special. We are here now. We must deal with it now. Comrades, we must allow for these discussions to happen. We must allow for also to clarify certain things. That's how we grow. That's how we've been doing. That you don't like it, you cannot use another to say there are mechanisms. What can be done is you must raise those mechanisms and say what those mechanisms are. But on this particular issue, because we on the issue of suspending the Eastern Cape, whilst we agreed in principle with the suspension, the method to suspending was incorrect, or I stand by that and I say it's incorrect. Unfortunately, I where I was driving, I ran out of a network because they don't give enough black people opportunities to put up infrastructure. But didn't hear the conclusion of that particular discussion. But it's because of those clauses that allow for one person to make a decision single-handedly. There is a difference between, are you leading a collective or are you leading yourself? My understanding is that we lead amongst equals. That's why I am able to be acting DSG as an NEC member. I'm able to act whenever. That's why Steph is able to become acting deputy president while still being chair, and so on and so forth. That's why we are able to do that, because we are equals. Yes, there is a hierarchy, but we are equals within that structure, and that structure is more powerful between conferences than an individual. And if that clause gives an individual more power than the structure, then we should change it. Unless if the other people are saying that individual we are going to elect tomorrow, it must be the most powerful, more powerful than the NEC, because then I'll question, why do we need an NEC to begin with? Consultation must mean that they convince us and the collective majority agrees. If the majority does not agree, no one must be able to just decide on their own.
I think, Comrade Africa, it's fine. That's why I said when we're in an NTC, we're sitting on the same platform. When we're in a PEC meeting, we're sitting at the same platform with different roles and different responsibilities. So the NTC should be allowed to then move with amendments of the Constitution, because it's the highest decision-making body, and it's an only body that can amend the Constitution as per the Constitution stands right now. So, comrades, is the summary that I want to give on item 11 is that both those concepts be found a way to be added in a way that's going to make sense, because whatever, even the NEC itself as a collective must be subject to the policies, because the policies are decided by the NTC, which they are subject to. But also, there should be that consultation process. I think Comrade Steph can find ways to make those two concepts work in the same section. Comrade Steph?
Yes, Chair. I'm just concerned that we are in a definition section currently,
Yes.
and we are trying to include policy directives in a definition. Remember that the idea of a definitions section is to define what it is, and then you get now when you go to the duties of the president. I'm wondering, and this is my suggestion, shouldn't we rather qualify there in his duties and powers? Because here, all that we are trying to do is we are trying to tell the reader of this document what a chief directing officer does. You see, we are not trying to tell him about necessarily powers and what he needs to how he needs to operate as a CDO. We are defining what a CDO is, so that every new person, when they read this document, they understand the president is the CDO. What is a CDO? It is someone who exercises general control, regulates, participates to material degree. Then perhaps in the president, when we deal with his powers and functions, I wonder, and this is just my sentiment, it will just read better because I'm just concerned. And even words like policy directives. Remember, not all of us are politically inclined and as mature politically as other people. I'm just concerned that if we say it like that, it's going to now confuse the reader. And the aim of legislation, and that's why I have a job, it has a lot of confusing things that people don't understand. So us lawyers must interpret it. Now, I don't want to make it difficult for normal people when they read this document to interpret what do we mean with policy directive. Does that mean for a normal layman who doesn't even understand any politics, who's just an IT professional or student? And this is my suggestion, Chair. I want the country
Let's do this. Let's do this, comrades. I see you, Tata, and I'll get to you. Let's do this. Let's put this concept aside because it's got a broader political.
Yes.
Let's put it aside and go and go. We'll see when we get to those sections that defines the duties of the president and of the NEC and so forth. I think let us move, but we're not saying that we're chucking them aside. Let us put them in abeyance until we get to to those particular sections of the Constitution. And I'm doing this because I also want to move, comrades. Okay, let's move, Comrade President and Comrade Tata. Let's move. When we get into the end and you feel like there's an unfair situation, you let us know. But for now, we're not closing the issue. We're saying let's put those concepts or the political connotation of the whole discussion aside until we get to other sections and see what we can't really deal with. If we think we need to go back and look at it, we'll do that. Comrade Steph.
Okay, thank you, Chair. As I noted previously, there were no additions to Chapter 2, and then I think we moved on before we jump back. So I'm now with Chapter 3. I also did not have any inputs with regards to changing. I just want to note something that the minute we amend, this is why I expected comments before this process, because drafting now, if you change one thing, it might affect many other sections in this document, which is something I needed to work on, and this takes hours because alignment. So here we are aligning what Pbict seeks to attract, and then when we go here to the Pbict shall, it addresses more or less the same thing. So if I add the addition I made in the preamble, I will need to just qualify it here again, because it touches basically on the same thing. And then here again, we have the ANC. I also need to then keep that in because we agreed it will be kept in. So I'm just saying here I must qualify it and align it with the preamble. That's it.
Okay, that's fine. Let's move.
Okay. Purpose, I haven't changed anything here. The establishment we've kept as is. Aims and objective, Chair, I also didn't get any responses. It looks like we're still on track with our aims. Our activities, we're also still on track with that. Membership, we also have not changed much about the membership. We're on track with that. Categories, I have made one note here that I noted when I went to go and look at the section about members in good standing as defined, I realized when we made the changes in 2018, we did not qualify this. So I need to remove this totally, this sentence. And that's the only change I have here. It's a cosmetic thing. Corporate members as well. My note here is that we delete entirely because the section doesn't exist. Alternatively, Chair, we should create a corporate member section that states the criteria so that it makes sense. So again, this is literally just, it doesn't exist anywhere. So I'll need to create it if that's the view of the members today. Or I must just
let's find out from the House. Two suggestions, comrade. We totally remove 5.28A, or we create a section that defines a corporate member. Can I see suggestions? No. I don't see anyone that is want to talk to that matter. No, not even a chat. So, comrades,
Chair, how would you like us to make our inputs?
I'm saying there are two options that are being presented.
Yes, how would you like us to respond to that?
We either expand the section or
I support removing it completely.
removing it completely. Okay. So, because in an absence of other inputs, let's just go with removing it, Comrade Steph.
On the chat, I see three people, sorry, that have said remove.
Remove. Okay. No, I see now. Okay, sorry, I didn't see. Okay, comrades, we are going with removing that section. Let's move on.
Chapter 6, I've only changed, and I want to, someone's mic is on. I want to say here, the change.
Comrades, sorry, comrades, whose mic is on? Comrade Litwaba, on what point? Comrade Chairperson Gauteng.
Yes, Chair, apologies. I'm trying to understand what are we removing here, because
under membership, there is an issue of the suggestion was that we either or we find a section of it. Hey, we've got a challenge. Someone is not.
Comrade Zizipo is online. She just switched off now.
We're saying that the issue of corporate membership should be removed, or we create a section on its own where it's going to be properly defined. And the House is saying let's remove the issue of corporate membership.
Okay, because I was of a view that and the reason why we have corporate members was based on that when on the SG's office, there is categories of members that we have defined that we'll have a founding member, we'll have a normal ordinary member, and then we'll have a founder, a corporate member. And the reason being that the functions and the benefits that comes with a corporate member are more different from the member of the ordinary member. So meaning that if we are saying there's no more corporate members, we must say then the corporate members will fall under ordinary members. So I don't know the logic behind that, but I want to persuade it. I don't know the majority why they decide to scrap the whole corporate member, unless if we don't have corporate members at all right now in the SG's database. So if we do have currently corporate members, then it means that we need to convert those corporate members into ordinary members or something else. But then, yeah, it's just my suggestion. Thank you.
That will be the task of the SGO after the conference. To say the conference has decided to remove from the constitution corporate members. We have corporate members on our database, so we just need to convert them to ordinary members because they cannot be the one that is doing that job. The NGC, what is saying is that as a PBICT, we are saying that we're doing away with the issue of corporate members, as it has been said. And then the SGO will then deal with the nitty-gritties of the meaning of that as it operates moving forward. Right?
Okay, noted.
Yeah. Comrades, let's move. Comrades. Someone else has unmuted herself or himself. I've got Comrade Sbu, Comrade Mfana. Let's start with Comrade Sbu. And there is a suggestion also, comrades, that other inputs be done on the chat. So I will need someone to assist me with that. But Comrade Sbu, move.
I can assist, Chair.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I think in relation to, because when you talk about membership categories, Chair, they need to confer some form of rights and or benefits. So the concern is that in the case of corporate members, if we agree to have them, we need to then be able to define as to what sort of rights and benefits are conferred to that category of membership. Because as you would note, Chair, that in relation to your general membership, members have a right to also participate in elections, to vote and or to be voted for. Now, in terms of our constitution, it does not make provisions for juristic persons in terms of the right to vote and or to be voted for. And if we have corporate members, they may want to have rights that would be conferred for them to be able to exercise as well. So hence, I think it might need to be given some greater thought as to whether or not we retain the clause, because if we retain it, we need to be able to expatiate as to what rights are conferred on that category of membership. Or if we remove it, then we don't have to worry about conferring of rights. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Comrade Fana. Fana. You're on the floor, Comrade Ronald.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to go back to that point we were talking about the corporate members. So what the understanding I have, having looked at the database recently, playing around with the membership system, I had a couple of queries about this regarding to say, what is the difference? Like, can a person change their status? Like, if I'm an ordinary member, when do I become a corporate member? So I think for my understanding, and I mean, I'm open to be corrected. So the idea I had was that if I become a member as Mfano, and then I can then register a business that I call Business A. I can contribute monthly, let's say, for example, to Pbict as a member and do my own donations. But if my business is also doing well based on the access and ownership that we're trying to achieve now, the business also can do its own, contributions. But the business being able to do such contributions can also have its own benefits, as much as I would have my own benefits as a member. So for example, let's say once we have been able to consolidate all our businesses, we can also add in an element of advertising. So based on the donations that we're able to do, which means certain benefits is that, like, should members access our app, for example, let's say we're looking into such a future, your business will also be advertised to other members because you are doing something. So these are some of the incentives that you're able to get as a business. Because when we're saying we look for funding, essentially we want to get to a point where we're able to fund ourselves. But in some cases, like I remember we had a scenario where in the boot camp, we had a member of Pbict who came with an employee. Now, they are both members, but at the same time, they also represent a business. So I'm just trying to figure out, how do we work around that? Or is this something that we can leave for now until later on, or do you want to really remove it now? Because I still think there's space for it.
No, look, comrades, you see, what makes things difficult from the chair or from the presidium is that, we raised the issue, it was discussed, or comrades said that we must remove it. And now we're coming back with other arguments. Now, this is what I want to do, comrades. I think let's stick with that part of say we are removing it, because there are many variables that comes with it being in the constitution. I see even the president here is also talking about the issues of the cooperatives and all of that, that was still the functions and the work that needs to be done by the organization to create those cooperatives, to create those joint ventures where business will be able to participate. For us here as an organization and ordinary members is to just break barriers for business to be able to operate. Now, the organization, through its leadership and its membership, its primary task is to break those barriers that are in the system, so to say. So we need to then allow that business follows and be able to get the benefits after that. So I want us to deal with that in that particular sense. We allow a separate program of ensuring that corporates that are owned by our members do benefit from what we're doing on daily basis as PPICT. I see Comrade Sakumzi, I see Comrade Tata. Can I start with Comrade Sakumzi?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think I'm more of agreeing with you because I'm not sure. Because you are right, you said we have agreed to let's remove this corporate one. I was thinking that we remove it, yes, but we put it maybe when we're drafting our finance policy, and then we can put it there as part of our fundraising. Yeah. So let's park it for now.
Comrade Tata?
Thank you. So I just wanted, in terms of clarity, because I can see that you say we move with the members who said you must remove it. I see it was only 3 people. So who have the most voice? Because from the people who were on the stand, who said that it must remain. I think there were 3 or 4. And then who said it must be removed. I think there were 3 on the chat. So I think we need to manage that. That is it. How we going to vote going forward? Because I saw at the top that when people said yes, then it was said no. Majority people saying that we must go with the yeses. So I think we must be delicate in this. Give us time, because there are people who raise their hand and they're motivated why the corporate members should stand. Then the others just said no, it must be removed. And the people who motivated are more than the ones on the group chat. So let's manage that thing, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, no, thanks, comrades. I think one thing that maybe
Comrade Chair, sorry, can I assist you, Comrade Chair?
Okay, Comrade Africa.
Sorry, man, to interject, Gabi, but Comrade Tata's numbers are wrong. Comrade Tata's numbers only reflect one side that verbally made inputs, and he must note that there was no one who wrote on the group that was against. So that is 3 plus on top of the 4 that had already said, yes, this thing must be removed. You guys had 3 that said it must stay. In fact, it was 2 and 1 was it wasn't even clear. And then additionally, there were 3 people who went on to say it must be removed. So I am supporting the chair in his analysis, although I'm agreeing with maybe just making sure we pay attention to noting the actual names of who would have agreed to something, so that it's not a he said, she said type of scenario.
No, okay. Comrades, I think, in fact, what Comrade Steph had suggested is that we either we remain with it, but we create a section and then we well define it in that particular section. But I think another problem that is the afterthoughts that gets us in this kind of situation, because after other comrades have said remove, and then we say remove, and others come in and say, what exactly do you mean? And it starts the whole debate all again. That we might give us some problems. So I think, comrades, I see that I say let's keep it and create a section for it. Comrades who is saying that let us make it a policy matter, not a constitutional matter. So those are other suggestions that are being made.
Chair, can I come in?
Comrade Steph?
Yes, I think it's critical that I just provide some clarity here. And this is now relating to the confusion about what this clause seeks to speak to. And I'm going to start with I'm going to guide how, especially to the chairperson's comment in the chat box. And I want to agree with the sentiment that this section was to allow companies like, for example, Liquid, to become a member and contribute to benefits and contributions. So this is the intention of this clause. It's for other corporates to form part of us And if you look at B, Chair, it says that they may not be elected into any structures of the PBICT. And this does not address the issue raised about you have joined as a founding member, you are ordinary member, you are also a SMME, you want to get benefits as a business. No. This section doesn't speak to that, Chair. What we need to include, and this is something that I've realized, and I know why it's causing problems, is because in PE, Chair, in the resolutions in PE, we agreed that ordinary members will be subcategorized into SMMEs, big, small, and medium, I think. And I think the president will come in here. I know the press was there, TG was there, Comrade Brandon was there, Dennis was there in PE. We went a lot at that meeting, at that NEC meeting, where we said we would justify membership contributions via the size of the size of benefits that they want to have in PBICT. So, for example, if you want to pay 1,000 Rand, it gives you maybe access to a database of business. It gives you access to opportunities. If you pay 250, you are just a member and you just get information. If you pay 1.5, it then gives you more access to SLAs with bigger companies. And I do know that was the intention of the House at the time. Now, perhaps and I think that is what Gauteng is meaning. But I just want to clarify that this corporate members section, why it was removed, is because it's not supposed to address the members' issues. It's supposed to speak to external companies who want to be part of us. However, Chair, perhaps I can maybe include the subclasses of ordinary members, that you can become an SME, a small, maybe medium and large type SME who has benefits in relation to your contribution. However, Chair, I must caution that we did not qualify that policy at all. We didn't even work on it, to be honest. I think we failed our members there because we took a resolution and we didn't even implement it. And that is perhaps what's causing the problems now. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I think we're clear. My inclination is towards making this a policy matter. To be implemented by the NEC. It looks now the nation presented by Comrade Steph. We just need to keep it and redefine it to mean everything that she has said. Who is a corporate member, and will those things that you can't elect them and all of those things, or give them the honorary status in terms of being members of the PBICT. So I think, comrades, let's move and then allow that situation. So it means we're keeping it, but we're going to define it and give them honorary status. And those are the members that, in essence, are external companies that come as companies into the fold, but cannot be elected and all of those things. The Comrade Steph, you can move.
Okay, Chair. Comrade, section 6, it's literally just a numerical amendment. This should be 5 and not 4 because that clause doesn't speak to this when I cross-reference it. I have nothing to add for duties, benefits, Chair. And here I just made, it's a cosmetic change that I made here. Again, Chair, I need to caution that the minute we change the subclasses of membership here, it will affect this clause about membership benefits. It will affect this benefits of members because with the subclasses come certain benefits. Hence why we ask for input before this so that I'm able to do everything and work on it because it does take a bit of work. So the minute we change what we mean by the types of membership, we then have to bring in the benefits. So it's just a caution from my side, but it can be done. In terms of the discipline of members, this is supported by the disciplinary policy, which is attached to this constitution. There's no changes that I proposed here, Chair, and this spans over about 4 or 5 pages. Then we come to Chapter 7, Chair. In Chapter 7, Chair, I've also not changed anything. I've also received no further changes.
Sorry, Chair.
This
sorry,
is-
Chair and Chair.
Who is this?
So sorry,
Africa.
Chair. You mean Africa?
Yeah,
Chair,
yeah.
I'm confused, Chair. Senzanla, are we are we listening to the summary of changes as suggested by the Chair, or are we as an NGC allowing for every member to make changes? Because if you then go by the fact that there was no submissions prior, are you then saying right now on the floor you are not able to make a suggestion or a change? And also the manner in which we are going through, I would suggest that we do ask, is there anyone who has an objection? And not just go through the next screen as if we must just take it as is. Because then I'll ask again, what is then the purpose of this session? If anyone in attendance and who has decided to stay or attend this conference is not able to make an input, what then is the purpose of us having it?
No, comrades, my assumption, which I believe it's a fair assumption, is that everyone has got this document except for this screen that Comrade Steph is sharing. And I want to say to Comrade Africa, no one is barred from making suggestion in a section. Like we did with definitions, but Comrade TG took us back to definitions because we're at that level of engagement. So, but as for Comrade Steph as a presenter, she will go through the document, and comrades will then come in and say, but on chapter 6, this is what I have, so that we cannot read sentence per sentence. Comrade Steph, as you said in the beginning, is going through the document with what has been submitted prior. And we have said that what is submitted prior does not preclude that you can submit now or make suggestions now. But because there was a prior process, she's going to go through and say, in chapter 6.1, we did not have anything, and then she moves. But if you've got something, you can raise your hand, and then we
Chair, so you are saying the onus is on that individual when
yes.
we are at that section to then raise their hand.
Yes, exactly.
To then raise, okay. No, then apologies if for my incorrect interpretation of that slight small thing.
Okay, move. So comrades, be cautious that look at what you feel needs to be dealt with, and when we raise that particular section, you raise it so that we deal with it. I'm not going to penalize anyone to say you raise something on section 5 while on section 6. We're not going to do that, but try to be as proactive as possible. Comrade Steph, Comrade Africa, you can, so that I can see new hands. Thanks. Comrade Steph, you can continue.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure, maybe I'm going too fast.
Yeah, maybe we could just slow down a bit, a bit, to allow comrades to,
Chair, sorry, Chair. I know it was my input that you're not going too fast. Now that we know how that we can, that you will go through it, and if only the onus is on the person, then they will raise it. Your pace was not the problem, Chair. I'd like you, sorry, because I know I'm the one who made the inputs. I'm not saying that. I was just saying, when I was actually asking, when will we be able to discuss? But Makoba has said, if you need to discuss, raise your hand. And if there isn't, we will then assume that we are in agreement. So I'm fully understood, and hence I said I apologize for that misinterpretation. Please, Chair, the pace is beautiful.
Okay, Comrade Steph.
Okay.
Comrade Boo, can you mute? Thanks.
Okay. No, thanks, comrades. As I said, comrades, section 6 spans over 5 pages. That's why it looks like it's a lot, but it's literally just a discipline, which is further supported by the disciplinary policy, which is a standalone document on its own, comrades. All the chairpersons have received it. So here, I don't have any further amendments or any corrections that I need to make here. Hence, there are no comments in this section. I'm going to move to chapter 7. There's also no proposed changes I received or that I have. Any other member can come on and add what they want to change or amend. Section 8, and we're now going to get into the proper changes. That's why the first part was not actually the the most important things. Here we're going to get to now the most controversial change, I would think, and here we need debate, is that, comrades, in 2018, comrades, when we looked at the term of the NEC, we took a decision after hours of debate. I remember in 2018, Comrade Makoba, you were there too, about the 3 years versus the 5 years. If we change the provinces to 3 years here, comrades, we changed the provincial terms to 3 years, but we kept the term of the NEC 3 years as well. At the time, and I'm going to now bring in Comrade Africa here, he was of the view that it should have been 5 years because you now sit with a new PEC, but an old NEC like we have now. So, comrades, here, I'm going to revive that proposal and propose that the term of the NEC, comrades, be 5 years and not 3 years.
Okay. Let's put that on the House. It's a suggested seconded by Comrade Messel, Comrade Sabata seconds, Comrade from Limpopo seconded. I don't want to push your name there. 5 years agreed by Comrade Bongile. Is there a counter, comrade? None. Okay. So we change the term of
Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I support it, but I support what the president raised in saying there should be, within that change, there should be a review at a particular point. So we can say halfway or whatever. I remember when I was fighting the president to say, why are we reviewing in such a short period of time? But then he raised that not everyone performs fully, and that the 3 years is actually a long time in terms of work, but it's not a long time to see results. Hence, I then moved for the 5 years. So I don't know if that part would be included with this, or it would, my suggestion would fall at a later clause. The House can advise. But my thing is to say 5 years with a review like we did a year and a half ago that caused confusion to some amongst us. I would stick with that.
Comrade Africa, I think the reason why we have that meeting 1.5 years ago is because it's there in the Constitution somewhere. I know for the fact that there must be a mid-term review. Now, I think the mid-term review says if it's 5 years, it means at the mid-term of 5 years, there must be a review. If it's
then I'm covered.
If it's 3 years, at the midterm of 3 years, there must be a review.
Then I am covered, Chair, and I would like to retract that last input whilst supporting
5 years.
Yes, the Chair and her great memory in this regard.
Okay. Okay. No, thanks, comrades. Comrades are also continuing to say that you change to 5 years, then 3 years PECs. There's that also that comrades are saying. So it means that we can move. We're agreeing from now on. The NEC is 5 years with a midterm review. I know it's somewhere here, Comrade Steph. I'm sure we'll come to it.
Yes,
and
it
then
is.
Provinces will be 3 years. I'm sure we can move.
Yes. No. Yes. Thank you very much. Here I've just added a word to keep consistent with the entire document. If it's number and word, it must stay number and word throughout the document, or it must just stay numbers. The next thing, proposed change, Chair, is the changing of the word from PBICT student desk to PBICT student programs convener. All that I've again added is if I change, because I changed this, everything that refers to PBICT student desk must therefore change to convener. If the House is in agreement that we change it from student desk to convener. So I've repeated that same change throughout. The minute I have to change it here, it means I must change every reference to it.
Comrade Sabata.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. I've discussed this specific point when we were provided the document previously with my executive, and it came to us as a challenge that the move from additional member in general to now student desk to now regional coordinator and the women's, that presents a challenge for us because it's almost like now it's been cast in stone when our needs as a province is unique from the rest of the country. So I'd just like to bring that to the attention of the House.
Maybe Comrade Sabata can I don't think I get you, Gash. Now the problem that if I don't get you as a chair, there's going to be a problem. Maybe you can try to elucidate a bit on your point. All right, Kera, if we can just scroll backwards a bit. Yeah.
Can I assist, Chair?
Yes, Comrade.
I think I know what he's talking about. I think Comrade Sabata is talking about when we changed and I'm gonna go here. I hope it's here now somewhere where we mentioned like here where we mentioned the structure as a PEC. So you see here there was a proposal that we change the additional and convert them to these structures. So I hear what Comrade Sabata is saying. He's saying that as a province, they don't necessarily have the needs that other provinces have. So they won't be able to fill these positions. And now it's like it's being forced because the Constitution says. But I think to address that, Comrade, I want to just emphasize the reason for a Constitution, Comrade. It's a guiding document and it provides framework and it also provides guidance as to what is required holistically and organizationally from the national side. However, I think, Chair, and perhaps this is where you and I will come in. If a province does not require that need, then I guess motivating that to the NEC will then serve as sufficient reason to deviate from the Constitution. Because the Constitution's objective, comrades, is to provide a framework of how the organization must implement its strategy. So you have the strategy and tactics, and then you have the Constitution that gives us the governance aspects and how the strategy and tactics needs to be structured in order to fulfill a mandate. It gives us rules how to function. It then guides how we are going to implement that strategy in terms of the framework that we want as an organization. So that's the aim of this document. And that's why I'm qualifying it and I'm saying, in the event that a province cannot fulfill or does not need it, it then opens the room that it can engage the NEC, and the NEC as the overall director of policy and decision making will then take a decision about that. I don't know, Chair, if I'm assisting.
Comrade Nalizani and Comrade Tata, you are noted. But I want to say something, comrades, which now I see where the confusion might come in. 8.3 should speak to a structure.
Yeah, I should change it around.
PEC. Now, when you say convener under 8.3, which is under structures, I think that's where the confusion comes in. Yeah. Now, the question becomes, do we need a student desk or we don't? If we don't need a student desk, but we are saying we only need a person to convene programs of students, that's another debate. I don't know if comrades can get me, but I think that's where the confusion comes in to say, under the section of structures, you then have a convener, but you should have a structure, either a student desk or a student chapter. If you don't have that, you remove the issue of students under the structures. Then you go to the NEC as a committee now and say, under the committee of the NEC, we must have someone who convenes the student programs, so that all those things will be clear. I don't know if I make sense. Now I'm going to allow Comrade Naledzani and Comrade William in that order. Comrade Naledzani?
Thanks for the opportunity. I just want us to go to 8.2, the term of the office of the PEC. I still remember when we were in Durban, we agreed that PEC term, it must align with the national office bearers. And now we're agreeing that we're changing the NEC to 5 years, but we're leaving the PEC on 3 years. I thought they need to be aligned. Why, if we're changing the NEC, why can't we leave the PEC to be 5 years too? So that these people, they can run the same programs, achieve the same things that they want to achieve. Thanks.
Thank you, Kiramako. How should I address you, Kiramako?
Chairperson of the session.
Oh, chairperson of the session. Okay, sorry, chair. Okay. I think, hey man, I lost my thought of train here. I think on the issue of the student desk, I think I suggest that we leave that office as is, and then the person who's leading that office can capacitate it by having conveners under that student desk. So I suggest that we leave it that way, and then under it, whether they choose to have conveners or whoever people under that desk. But then I think it's a structure or it's an office. It's not a person. So let us have it as is for now, and then they'll capacitate it the way they want it to be. Thanks.
Comrade Chair, Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair, of the session. I just wanted to touch on what the Deputy Secretary of Gauteng just said, but to add more. So the convener, the Deputy Secretary just made a proper name that I was looking for, coordinator. So this is not a structure on its own. So the suggestion is that these desks, so whether it's student desk, whether it's professional desk, whether it's women desk, these don't become structures on their own. That's why we'll have conveners or coordinators in those offices. But then it's more to the NEC. So by virtue of them being elected in an NGC or in a P, become part and parcel of that particular office of the leadership. So if, for example, today we say we are electing a student convener, that student convener does not become an office on its own, like the president office and the SG's office, etc. But they become part and parcel of coordinators and with the mandate of coordinating young people if it's a student chapter in this example. So then going forward, it means that the NEC can deploy as and when those conveners to any other positions that they will feel like. So that it's not strictly structured the way that we want to have it, where a student office will have a SG, will have a deputy chair and all those kind of things. I don't know if that makes sense, but thanks, Chair.
Okay. Comrade
My hand.
Oh.
Whose hand is that? Yeah, you've just raised it. Let's start with Comrade from Limpopo, Comrade Makam.
Oh, thank you, Chair. The National Chair just proposed that let's move 8.2 to the PEC's issues. What to call it's 8.1 Chairperson to the duties there. Then we can discuss it, because my take on this matter is that, Chair, we can't have an NEC that has 5-year term when we've got PEC that have got 3-year term. This thing should be aligned. We all have to have 5-year terms so that we can engage. If we're saying that we're going to have a mid-review NGC, then even in provincial we can also have that kind of engagement, because you might find that along the way the PEC is gonna finish year after NGC. To me, it doesn't make that sense, Chair.
Comrade Africa.
Chair of the session, I don't know if maybe from the inputs from Gauteng, both the chair and the deputy provincial secretary, it seems like they are discussing something else, because the clarity that Comrade Steph brought was not about whether you're creating another office or not. What was originally raised was to say, and the cadre from I think the Western Cape, if I'm not mistaken, I could have it wrong. But what he was saying was, and he used the student desk as an example. He was saying we might not actually have a need for a student desk. Can we then have an alternative? Are we able to have a committee that has a focus on an alternative? Because what those committees or those desks are supposed to do is have focus areas on some of the things that we as national have identified as needing to have specific focus on. So, for instance, the need for us to be present in whatever way or format with students, and deal with either educating them on ICT or assisting them in whatever way or format. But it could be that another province, like a province, for instance, that doesn't have a university and therefore does not have a big collection of students, will not need at a PC level a student desk, but will rather have one that looks at SMMEs, for an example, or policy research or whatever. I mean, it could be. And what Steph then said was that the NEC can then allow for a deviation should it make sense. That province will make a submission to deviate, and the NEC will agree with that. And that's the move I would like to support, so that PECs are able to define, knowing that they are closer to the ground than the NEC, to define how their areas of focus, and present a plan and say, in our 3 years, this is what we'd like to focus on, and here's the rationale. And we should allow them that power and that space to be able to operate in that way. And that's what I'd like to support from both the cadre who raised it originally, and the clarification and justification from Comrade's national chair.
Comrades, sometimes it's difficult to chair. I want to put a spin on this issue a bit. Can't we allow we take off the student issues from the main board, if you know what I'm trying to say? And under structures, we just allow, as a PBICT, under the supervision of the SG somewhere, we can put that somewhere, but we allow for a student chapter. And then allow students in their different institutions to organize themselves if they are part of the ICT movement, and fight issues within the public education sector in terms of their roles as people or comrades that are in the ICT sector, but also being prepared for the outside world in terms of business and employment. And therefore, I'm just thinking, because my take is that just that I can't scroll here, I must wait for Comrade Steph to do. But I take this section. It's about structures. So now, as a main board, so to say, we can say, yeah, it's about structures of the organization. We can say, right, we can have a student chapter in a university somewhere, and then that particular chapter will then have to have its own constitution and how it conducts itself with its own structures, but under the supervision of the SGO in the main board, so that they run their own. And you see, when we're still in universities, problems of Fort Hare were different from problems of roads, for example, in terms of the institution and issues that students are dealing with at that particular institution. Maybe if there is a full structure of PPICT in a student chapter in that particular campus that mobilizes ICT students, maybe in students in general, in fighting against whatever situations and problems that are part of the situation, without having just programs that are being run by the main body, trying to lure in the students into the fold. I don't know. I'm just suggesting that so that we move.
Can I come in?
Yes, Comrade Steph.
Okay. Again, my proposal was that I wanted to move this 8.2 down to the provinces, because I realized it's in the middle of NEC. But okay. I want to talk to the intention of the drafters when they drafted specifically these provisions and put them in the NEC section, right? I'm now looking at the original document. It seems like, Chair, and that's important to appreciate, that the intention of the drafters was to, via a mandate from the NEC, create that vehicle of a student chapter that can be formed by providing the framework and the guidance of a student programs desk or student desk at the time that should be convened. And now, again, you're saying that, and then the proposal was that we shouldn't make it a desk, we should make it a programs convener, like Comrade Will said, so that it can function under NEC of the C, because we're literally saying the national structure should then be duplicated provincially. So it seems like the reason why it's up here with consortiums, that's now cooperatives, is with regards to the resolutions we took about 2 or 3 years ago with regards to student desks and consortiums. It seems like that was the intention at the time of the organization, that we wanted to create this under national so that it can be duplicated. We then didn't do consortiums, we did cooperatives. So I'm just trying to understand, and perhaps the people who were there at the time can help us here, but that's how I'm reading this section, Chair.
Yeah, I think, Comrade Steph, you are quite correct. That was exactly the intention. That's why I'm saying, as you can see, it's under the section of structures.
Yeah.
So there are two options that we have. If we want somebody, an office in the structure of the PEC, the NEC, to deal with convening student programs, so it means the issue of a student, whatever, must be removed under structures and go there under the PEC, the NEC, and whatsoever. But if you want something of a structure, now I'm talking to the document, that we need a structure of students. Now under section 8, which talks of structures of the organization. So we need to then put it either as a desk or as a chapter and all of that, so that it becomes a structure. So if we're saying that, but the issues of students, we're just going to reduce them or expand them, however you look at it, to just programs of the main body, so to say. Then you can remove everything from chapter 8 of that talks to students and just take it to the structures of the organization in terms of your NEC. We have a president, a deputy president, and so forth, and a student program convener. Because therefore it means students, they will only relate with the PPICT on programs, and programs that are defined by the PPICT main board. But they don't have their own structure as permitted by the Constitution to run their own programs at their universities, at their campuses, and deal with challenges that they face there on day-to-day basis, as campuses, but also as a sector of higher education, because if you do that, it means this constitution is just going to give a leeway for it to be established. Then you need to create a whole new hierarchy of student chapter in with their own constitution and their own operations like that, under the supervision, of course, of the NEC and the PEC where relevant. So that's what I'm checking. Comrade Seletwaba, Comrade Sbu, Comrade Silowani, in that order, comrades. Comrade,
want to lower my hand, Askis.
Sorry. Okay, Comrade Sbu.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. I wanted to just align myself with the views that were articulated by Comrade Steph and Comrade Africa, especially in relation to the possible introduction of a condonation or deviation clause that would empower the NEC to be able to, in cases where there are extenuating circumstances in a particular area that warrants that the structure should be different to what is, because if it's not catered for in the Constitution, it could be misconstrued as being unconstitutional to allow it to happen when there is no provision to that effect. So I think that we need to have a provision that will grant the NEC the powers to actually grant condonations in cases where the structure needs to be amended to suit the environment in that particular province. Thank you, Chair. Oh, another thing, Chair, my apologies, just to also, there was a question, I can't remember which comrade, but I also see on the chat that talks to the term of office being misaligned, that comrades are worried that why not have 5 years for the province and 5 years for national. I think, Chair, what we need to realize is that sometimes it becomes difficult to run an organization wherein you're going to be operating with a new structure at a national level and a new structure at a provincial level. It might make it rather difficult to manage the transition process. So I think with a term of office that is not aligned, it enables the structure, the higher structure, to prepare the lower structures in between and or during the processes that elective processes. So that's possibly the rationale one would like to outline or articulate in that regard, Chair. Thank you very much.
Hey, Comrade Chipan.
Yeah, thanks, Comrade Chair. And I also just wanted to come into the issue of the term of the provinces. I disagree slightly on the rationale, but my issue is that I think it should equally then align with the national structure of 5 years for a few reasons. One of them is that you need to find yourself in a situation where there is stability. Now, elections have a tendency of creating a lack of stability. We are still a young organization currently, but 5, 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, when we are much older, elections are going to be a thing which will be a thorn in. It's going to create instability at times, and you want that to happen once off, so that once after elections, you can have work that happens. We would have seen in the ANC that at some point, you don't want to find yourself in a state of perpetual electioneering. And currently, we don't have those issues, but I'm saying that there will be a point in time when we are older as an organization, and that this misaligned issue of times, 3 years for provinces, 5 years for national, is going to become a problem where we are also in a state of perpetual electioneering and very little work gets done. Secondly, I think it is equally very important to have we are a unitary organization by virtue, one line of work. So when you go to a mid-year analysis of what would have happened, it's important to equally then be able to analyze what would have been happening, or rather the implementation at provincial level and possibly even lower levels, should we get to a point where we've got regions and such things. So I think the alignment of the terms is good for, firstly, for making sure that work happens across board. Secondly, for reporting back. Thirdly, for making sure that where there isn't, then you are able to deal with it quickly from national to province. And I rest there.
Comrade Africa.
A comrade chair of the session. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. And comrade,
Yeah, you know, comrades, I would have, and this is no offense to anyone, but I would have liked for people to ask what was the rationale. Because why are we changing it to 5 years if we want them to be the same? The suggestion was on purpose that they are not the same. Just like every other structure, the national structure has longer terms. There isn't one where it's the same. You're not trying to say Magubi draw. It's not that. What we have found is instability in provinces where the NEC needs to intervene. Now, the NEC type of programs, by virtue of it being an NEC, a national a national structure, their programs take much longer to implement. They focus mainly on fighting policy, which in itself takes a long time. What provinces are supposed to do is roll out programs, develop programs in line with the policy directive from the NEC. 3 years was the argument that 3 years would be enough for provinces. Provinces cannot now today just barely over a year then say it's no longer enough time for them when they haven't even served the full term of 3 years. There's not a single province since we made the change that has served a full term. So how then can provinces say it's not long enough? NEC is able to say it's not long enough because we've reached a full term. The arguments that I lost at the special NGC and review conference was that provinces were saying the term that they had was not long enough and therefore made it. It wasn't the argument was not that, no, at all times we must be the same. We must be the same. Because if you're arguing that, you're not arguing on the basis of work. You're not arguing from facts that you've tried to do things and then you've realized that there isn't enough time. Comrade Rudzani, you are one of the people that said, we've tried and we found that we don't have enough time to implement. You can, but today you can't, you are using a different argument, but you are allowed to. But you are using a different argument, and Comrade Steph is raising my argument and rationale of making the NEC 5 years. What have we seen in just the past 6 months, comrade, with regards to provinces? Let us reflect back and say how many have collapsed and had to go to provincial GMs. How many? Yet you've still had a stable and fully functioning NEC. Why then? On what basis are provinces supposed to be on an equal standing? I submit.
Comrade Rolls.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think, Chair, I want to bring everyone back to 2017. So it will be a 1 year. And the reason organization, we still need to learn, and we will then come back now after 3 years and review this.
when this was raised policy conference, we said we do not have the mandate to change.
Your connection is failing you there, President. President. President.
The NEC, because the term of office. Oh, yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, proceed. Leon. Disappeared there. I don't know if that's Leon coughing or Leon. I think we've lost Leon.
Hey, Chair.
Yeah, you're back.
You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Oh, yeah, bueno.
Is it better?
No, try to do something. We had a problem.
Still problems.
Sorry? Yeah. We can't hear you. We can't hear you at all. We can't hear you. Yeah,
Still breaking.
Okay, comrades. Leon. Okay, it looks like it's gone. Comrades, I know that I said we are not going to censor anyone, but you see the discussion of the term has now put us off the discussion that we were dealing with, because the discussion of the term came in the middle of another discussion. I don't know if comrades get me. We're dealing with the structure because we had thought that the issues of the term we've done with them, because we're dealing with them with the 5 first 3 years and everybody agreed and we moved on. And I'm saying this having said that I'm not going to censor anyone. But then we have not concluded on the issue of the student desk, student programmer, student chapter, but we are now at the issue of the term again, which is something that we thought we have passed on. So I want us to do this combine, which is structures, and then a PBIC student desk, a PBIC student program convener, a PBIC student chapter, and finalize that. And then we see the issue of the term, because in my view, because we said the comrades agreed on 5 years, others agreed on 3 years. No one said anything at the time. And then when we are dealing with the issue of students, we lose our minds to a certain degree, because so much what we are dealing with at that particular time. So I want us to finalize the issue of the student desk. There are 3 things. At the present moment, the issue is under Section 8, which is structures. And if Comrade Steph can go up a bit, down or up to Chapter 8, yes, it then says there shall be a National Executive Committee and define the National Executive Committee. That's the structure of the organization. It says there shall be a PEC. Defines the PEC, goes and says there shall be a student desk. There shall be a consortium or cooperative. Those are the structures that must be there. There shall be provinces. You understand? One article that reaches now, I think it's new edition, but that's the section. The section is talking to structures. And Comrade Steph is correct when she says what the Pbict Trade Conference was seeking to do was seeking to have some structure that deals with student problems, because those comrades at that level have their own issues that they need to deal with. So we thought, let's create a student desk, such that we've said that the student desk convener will be an ex officio person in the PC NEC. There's something like that here somewhere, if my memory serves me well. Because we thought there are going to be struggles that are waged at the level of institutions, but That convener will then come to the NEC, the PEC, and give a report on what's happening at that level. And then the PEC and the NEC as the main body discuss the matter of student programs and then run their own struggles there, because the issue of the student desk either or the student programs, in my view, we just need to remove 8.3, all of it, and take the student program to be part of the NEC, part of the PEC, and then put that particular clause that Comrade Africa and Comrade TT were talking about, so that other provinces cannot be prejudiced by the provisions of the. And I see, comrades, which direction we are moving in terms of 8.3. Yeah, we suggest that it should be a the student test be substructured under the office of the SG. And its role must be to mobilize students and push transformation. And yeah, I think it's I don't know, Comrade Steph, can you come in? Looks like no one is hand is up.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. I also realized that the intention of this part was to give an overview of structures, and that's why I suggested we move this and put it under provinces, and then it will also give them that deviation mechanism, and then we leave everything as is in this one with regards to structures.
So we move the student desk, and we remain with the student program and provinces. Program convener.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Can I move on?
Yeah. The message is okay. Move on.
The next section, comrades, obviously the numbering will change because I'm going to remove this previous part. But initially, the intention at Dube was to create consortiums. However, instead, we then created cooperatives. So I need to align what's happening now with what we wanted to achieve, which is not different. But my suggestion is that we change the consortiums to cooperatives, seeing that that is what we eventually resolve to do.
Okay. It looks like there's no one on that issue. Can move.
Okay. The next structure, comrades, is provinces, and this is literally just provinces. It speaks to that, and that you'll be constituted by a minimum of 25 members. And then, comrades, this inclusion of regions, Comrade Makoba, you come in here and also advise. It's a separate policy document, like on its on its own. So this is now one of my inclusions where I suggested that we include it so that it forms part of the one of the structures. Because many provinces like Gauteng, Eastern Cape, KZN, Free State have regions. So it will then call for, well, everyone actually has regions. But some provinces have active regions as well. Some don't. So I just thought that we should include this. I'm not sure if it's correct to include it. If I don't need to include it, I can remove it. And then it remains a standalone document on its own.
Comrades, hence, let me see, nothing on the chat. I think, comrades, there's
apologies.
Sorry, Comrade Sabat.
Sorry, Comrade Chair of the meeting, I can't find my hand.
Who's this?
It's the Chair of Gauteng, William.
Okay, Comrade William starts, then Comrade Africa, Comrade Sabata, and Comrade Makabu.
Sorry, Chair of the session. I didn't drop my hand. I don't have anything to say. I'll drop it now.
Okay, sure. So it's Comrade Letwawa, Comrade Makavu, and Comrade Sabata.
Yeah.
In that order.
Mine is just a small one on point D. I don't know if maybe there's any material impact on enforcing that clause, but I understand where the chair come from. But can we say then that if it's the coordinators or if it's if those regions is only coordinators or the regions become structures? Because I think we did not go deeper into it to say if you have a region like Gauteng, Johannesburg, you're only going to have one person who's a coordinator of Johannesburg, nothing else over and above that coordinator. And so you have 5 regions. Now it means that in the PwC, you'll end up having 8 members of some sort. So I think let's just maybe not include that point D. The coordinators can be part of the PEC, not the PwC. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, Comrade, what was speaking? Is it Comrade Sabata? Comrade Sabata?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the last speaker with regard to point D, but ultimately my hand was raised that 8.6 must follow the student desk.
Okay. Comrade Spongile? For some reason, your hand.
Mine.
Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Mine, Chair, was going to be completely different, like from the 2 speakers in that. This 8.6, I think it needs to be done away with because the current regulation or the current clause in the Constitution actually allows the provinces to have coordinators as part of their PEC, depending on the size of the region. I mean, for example, in the Western Cape, we have 6 regions and only 1 is in the metro. Others, are in the rural part of the Western Cape. So, I mean, like in terms of, I would rather maybe suggest that the region part, if the meeting allows, to be a separate policy guideline document instead of it being here, because we're already making, those inroads in terms of co-opting or getting, like coordinators from the various regions. So that's just my take on 8.6. Chair, thank you.
Okay. Comrades, if 8.6 were to become part of the Constitution, it will need to establish a fully fledged structures of regions. But if, if as Comrade Bongele is saying, it seeks just to have coordinating structures at the level of regions, maybe we leave it at the level where it is in the Constitution as it stands. Right now, looking at at this submission, it means if we agree, and it looks like many people, except for Sbongile, have agreed that it must stay. I think it needs therefore to be expanded in terms of it becoming proper constitutional structures. If we are leaving it as coordinating people or structures, maybe we can just move that that clause that says that if a province have such people, they must sit in a PEC. Maybe we can just add that, and that's my suggestion, comrade, on that. But if it comes under structures in the Constitution, it does need to make it a full structures. Give it as we did with provinces and national, and give that full definition. So I don't know if Comrade Savata did not drop his hand or what.
No, it's a new hand, comrade.
Okay, Comrade Savata, yes.
Mine is if we can try and simplify the structure, because now to bolster it with all these things, Kera, it really makes it unfriendly for people who don't necessarily have the patience to read, and any other new people that are non-political. I think majority of us in the
I think we're losing you there.
now have the advantage.
Comrade Sabata.
Of experiences in the. Am I clear?
Yeah,
am I
now
audible?
we are audible now.
All right. Yeah. No, point is that let's keep it simple. The elected members, let them be the ones that are visible, and then all these other substructures, let them be coordinated.
Okay. So in other words, Comrade Sabata, you say we will remove 8.6.
That's correct, Keda.
Okay. Comrade Steph. Are we all comrades for removal of 8.6 and put it as
keep it separate?
What about it? No. Okay, let me get the feeling of the house. But I have comrade Sabata says must remove. Comrade Makabu.
Chair, I'm totally disagree for the removal of 8.6. This structure is needed in the region. They are needed.
Okay.
I'm totally agree. Yeah, let's have the structure. What we can do, Chair, I concur with the speaker says that let's remove number D there. The region's coordinator should not be part of PwC, but to be part of PEC. And then another thing here, number A says that PECs must divide their provinces into 3 regions. I propose that if, for instance, in Limpopo, we have got 5 districts, we should make sure that each and every region has got a representative, because if you check, these regions are very far from one another. So at least if we got each and every region, we have got a representative, then I think we can have a solid and strong structure that can run and support PEC. Thank you.
Comrades, there's something I think we're saying it must remain, but I think, comrades, Steph, at the present moment does not reflect a structure.
Yeah.
So I think we need to develop it to be a regional, must have structures in regions. And then those structures, as the PEC will have, as the NEC will have your chairperson and secretary, part of the NEC, those regional structures must have the same. In terms of how we deal with these regions, I think we've got either to decide whether we go with the demarcations of the country, as it seemingly comrades are suggesting, because even our provinces are going according to the country's demarcations. So in a region where it becomes difficult, that's an operational matter that we need to be in the province. How do they deal with those operational issues? But I think if looks like the majority say we must keep it, but I'm saying if we are keeping it, it must be a full structure of that. If for example we have not recruited people from what you call Poland, for example, it means that we don't have that structure at the moment, but the constitution allows that after when we have recruited, we can launch. You know, and the work, the operations, and the constitution must. The constitution just allows that whenever the work has been done, the constitution allows that there must be a launch of the structure. So I think it will work better if we use the structures or the demarcations of the country. Comrade Naledzani and the president, in that order.
Thank you. I see where, okay, this is, I think the regions must be allowed, the PEC must be allowed to come and present to the NEC via PEC, so that the PEC knows their region more than anyone else. And the PEC must sit down, organize themselves in those regions. Then they come and present to the national structure. I think that would be the best way, rather than coming here and tell them how to do their job. Because now, as Comrade Tendo mentioned here, Limpopo is too big. And then you are saying it must have 3 regions. Then there will be a problem of organizing those regions. So, but if you allow us to go and find a way how to come and build our own regions, and then we come and present to the national, I think that can work. Thanks.
I think Comrade Naledzani was saying that that particular clause of 8.6, we just need to develop it to be a full clause in terms of creating regional structures. And those presentations, I don't think there would be a challenge if they have to be done, so that whatever we do is proper and assist us. Comrade President.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that, Chair, in the Eastern Cape, when we had the NEC, where we raised this, we discussed it. But nevertheless, Chair, the NEC failed to operate in 3 years. And in midterm review, we had to take decisions to fill vacant positions. Provinces, as we speak, are failing to function. Adding other structures, Chair, let us please not be misled here. They won't work. The work that we are doing, Chair, we need coordinators in those regions. We need coordinators in those regions, people that are part of the PEC that coordinate those activities under the office of the SG. So if there's a program that we are rolling out for community networks, those comrades in those regions then coordinate that, because the economic activity right now is not at a state where we can have regions that will then be able to sustain. We will just have structures that are dysfunctional, and we will be spending a lot of time as the PEC, failing as it is now, to implement a few programs that we have. Now we're going to have regions that we have to deal with. I think that what we need to do, we leave it as coordinators that are under the office of the Unopala, and coordinating activities from under the office of Unopala. Then what we then can do then, Chair, is that at the midterm review of this NGC, this is going to be 2.5 years from now. By then, we would have seen the activity of the provinces, and then we can come back and revisit this. So this NGC does what the Dube resolution did, to say that we're leaving this as coordinators, but it's one of the things that we're mandating the midterm review that will be preceded by a policy conference to look at this thing of structures. But Chair, if we put structures, they won't work. The PECs, as we speak now, are not even working. Even the NEC itself, as we speak right now, is not functioning to its full capacity. And we want to add more structures, Chair. I don't think it's going to be a wise thing for us to do. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, comrades. One thing that I want to caution comrades against when you are dealing with a document such as the Constitution is, one, to write it with looking at your material conditions. The Constitution must be written looking at an ideal situation, because it means if we're going to write it looking at material conditions, we'll change it now and again. It must that higher stature of saying that whatever happens underneath, I've covered it as a constitution. It's not against or is against the constitution. So, for example, the question that we need to answer as the meeting is that, are we going to ever need regions? If not, we just take it away. Let alone what provinces are functioning and whatsoever, because that is a function. It's not the purpose of the guidelines that must be given by the constitution. It means that halfway through the term, and we see that looking at our successes and all of that, why we do need regions. We are not barred by the constitution to have regions. I'm just making that point. But I think also we can leave it like this, because it says that a province can have someone dealing with regional coordination. If we have that in the constitution again, I think we can leave it that for now and see in the future. All I'm saying is that we need to be cautious not to treat the document called the constitution as something that must control an everyday operation of the organization. It must give that higher parameters where we can so that we are able to move forward. So I think, comrades, we had agreed that I think there are people that have seconded what the president is saying. So it therefore means that we've got these two options that now comrades have put in the desk. I thought I had passed this. It looked like Agululanda. Comrade Mfana and comrade, who's this comrade? From Gauteng. Let's start with comrade Fana.
Sorry, chairperson of the session. Because I'm a host, I can't lift my hand, but I had just after you had recognized the president, I had lifted my hand in the chat there. Could you recognize me, Chair, for the other members, please?
Okay, let's take comrade Fana because it's been recognized. We take comrade Tieni, and then we take the SG.
Thank you, comrade Chair. So mine is very simple. I'm seconding the president in what it just said now. I just wanted to say on point 8.6a, if we can just do away with the provinces in 3 regions and just stick to demarcations. What's currently in place, let's use that to define a region. Thanks. If we're gonna have regional coordinators.
You are confusing me, comrade Mfana, because the president is saying that we must do away with the structures of regions.
Yeah.
Now, you are seconding him, but at the same time, you are saying that we must amend something, because we just need to take away 8.6 if we are seconding the president. Comrade Tieni?
Thank you, Chair. Mine is not different from the latter speaker. I think we do need the coordinators, but I think the issue that we must focus on is how do we constitute those coordinators that we are going to have. Because, for example, we'll have members who are from the same regions, whereas we want to have representatives in all those different regions. So I think we must deal with the issues of how do we constitute to have those coordinators of those regions. The issue of regional structure, I think we must not even discuss it, because it's going to put strain on the PC at large. So I think that will be my submission for now.
Okay. Comrade SG.
Thank you, Chair of the session. Chair of the session, President Ubambe by saying that the regions, I'm supporting him in that point. And the reason why I think I need to just clarify also is that as someone who sat in the secretariat on a national level and have dealt with secretaries in a provincial level, I'm of the view that if the region and the regional coordinators are part of the provincial secretariat, it then makes it easier, not as a separate structure or anything like that. So they will just assist unobhala of the province. In that way, chair of the session, I support what the press is saying in that way. So not as its own structure, but it is part of the secretariat. And the reason why the secretariat is a very heavy, it's a very heavy office and it's admin heavy. So when you have these regional coordinators reporting to the Nobhala of the province, then it gives Nobhala more legs and it gives Nobhala the reach that he needs to even grow the organization. Because if there's someone in a particular region, he can then give them directives as part of his assisting office bearers to get the message out, to grow membership and to stabilize the growth and to have sustainability. If it's its own structure, chairperson of the session, it's not really not going to work. But under the office, no provincial Nobhala, we 100% support it that way. That's my submission. Thanks.
If it's me that is disconnected, but Comrade SG?
Yes, chairperson of the session.
I lost you there for a bit.
Is it? Okay. I'll summarize it, chairperson of the session. What I'm saying is, chairperson, is that someone who's been in the secretariat, it's understandable that that particular office is extremely heavy. So with regards to the regions, my support is what the president is saying, is that regional coordinators must be positioned as assistants of the secretariat in the province to help them with reach and to help them with growth. Because when you have these regional players or these regional coordinators who be in these various places, they are able to almost become like an extension of the Nobhala. Nobhala can mandate them then. And that's how they can get their mandate and their purpose. That'll be under Nobhala. Because Nobhala is really in charge of, the membership side of things and ensuring growth and sustainability on the membership side. I think the provincial coordinators could play that role when we're giving them real purpose now, to say, what is the purpose of a regional coordinator? Is to assist the provincial Nobhala. Then it becomes clear that they are there for growth and sustainability of the organization. And they will be an extension and the assistance to the Nobhala to capacitate that particular office to make them strong. Instead of it being its own region and having its own structure under that. If it's not under the Nobhala, it's not supported in my submission. But if they go into assist the Nobhala and be the capacity to the Nobhala and get a directive from the Nobhala, then I support it that way, chair of the session. Thank you.
I think, comrades, there is something that maybe I'm failing to explain here. With the inputs. All I'm saying is that when you are dealing with the document, you can't have under structures something that says regional coordinators, because we are not talking about a structure, we are talking about a person. So in the view of the spirit of the house, I suggest that the house is saying, or I think it feels to me that the house is saying that you remove the issue of regions under structures, then you empower PECs through the SG, through the office through the secretariat, to when it's be appoint regional coordinators to coordinate the work of the organization in those particular regions. If such decision has been taken by the PEC, that particular coordinator will then be allowed to sit in the PEC. But you can't have a clause that is under a chapter of structures saying regional coordinators. And I think if that's what comrades are saying, I suggest that we then take everything that has to do with regional coordinators to the powers of the PEC. Comrade Steph, I don't know if it's my understanding of drafting a document or.
Yes, sure. It will be correct like that. We can move it, take it out here, put it in the PET. I have also changed it here to May to accommodate provinces that don't have the need for it or don't, or the, so must we are saying that it's forced. But if we change it to May, it means that in cases where provinces don't have active regions, they then don't have to have coordinators. If they have it, like some provinces, then they can. I know President is now against it, but in 2018, he was very strong about this region thing. Hence why I thought I should add it. And now today, because of changing dynamics, he's now absolutely okay. I even said to him, President, you're making the structure big when provinces aren't even, it was my rationale at the time, 2 years back. So yeah, that's why I felt to add it. However, Chair, I can move it to provinces and then we just create it. As I say, the Constitution must try and create a conducive situation, like you said, of the perfect type of organization, right? This is we're trying to guide the strategy and implementation. So that's all it must be. I can move this, Chair.
So let's move it to under the powers of the provinces.
Okay.
So let's move, comrade, to another issue. There's an issue that we have not really finalized. We did. No, I think we did. Let's move. Chair.
Okay. The next item is the National General Conference. Again, nothing has changed here. Again, if I've changed student desk, and made it convener, I must make it convener here as well. Voting delegates, quorum, I haven't changed anything here. Here are cosmetic changes that I've made here. Again, I've just changed student desk to student programs convener. And then this is now the next point of discussion, comrades. This is the initial suggestion that I made in terms of how the organization was functioning and how I felt that from a governance perspective, Chair, it would streamline processes and make it a bit easier for us to manage our lives better from experience. So I've put in here that we changed the word Secretary General to General Secretary as it was in the initial constitution of administrative and support, and then we put a Deputy General of Systems and Membership Maintenance. I did post it on the NEC group and comrades agreed with this. And then we changed the additional members into Student, Women and Youth Programs Convener. Then there's a Professional Student Desk, and then you have your ex officios, which are your secretaries and your chairpersons. And then the National...
Comrade Steph, let's check the President. I think it's got something to say.
Can I just finish and then I wanna say this one, and then Gauteng also made an input. So I'm not sure if Comrade William wants to address their input, but I'm planning to present it as well.
Okay. Let us start with the President, and we'll check with Comrade from Gauteng. President, is this a old hand or? Comrade Leon? Okay, we'll continue. Okay. Comrade Steph, continue.
Yes, as I was busy saying that we then keep the chairs and secretaries as ex officios, and then the national coordinator, and this should be the student convener. They also form part of the NEC. So these are current proposals. Gauteng came and said that, I don't know if you can see the document I'm putting on now, Chair, with Gauteng's proposals.
No, I haven't seen it. It's not coming through.
Okay, no, maybe it's just me. Gauteng then said that we should have a secretary and 2 deputy general secretaries. One general secretary deals with admin and one with systems, and then they agreed with the rest of the structure. So all that Gauteng said is that the secretariat should be made up of 3 people. So instead of my suggestion of a secretary general and a deputy, they are proposing an additional deputy here. And I think that's what we must discuss, Chair, whether everyone is in agreement with this current structure, and then whether we should add another Deputy Secretary General, or does any other province have additional amendments they want to add? Thanks, Chair.
Okay. I'm trying to read what's happening in the chat with the suggestion by the president. But let's see, comrades. Let's move with the discussions on what Comrade Jeff is saying. One thing that I want to say before comrades speak is that whatever position you take, I don't know if maybe Comrade Jeff can explain why General Secretary instead of Secretary General, and I'll explain why I'm asking.
No, Comrade Makoba. I was looking at the initial constitution and it's General Secretary there. And then when I was doing the amendment in 2018, I then changed it, but because I'm used to, SG of the ANC. So then when we were now talking in our structures as the years went by, we then resolved, but SG is one SG of the country. So we shouldn't confuse it with that SG. And then I looked at the other two documents, the initial constitution, the amended one, and I realized that I actually I changed it on my own because I was used to the term. But I think we then agreed that we should change it back to how it was, which was General Secretary, that there's only one SG. So that's how I have it. However, comrade, if we should keep it SG, I'm fine. I'm just following discussions.
I can see in the chat that the issue of adding having two deputy secretary generals is accepted. Can I explain something, comrades? The issue of general secretary vis-a-vis the secretary general. Comrade Isma Khashule is a secretary general of the ANC because the ANC has got the political head who's the president. The general secretary, the term general there is used as it would be used in an army, for example. That's why it comes first. That's why your left-leaning organizations will use it like that, because general secretary of the party is a political head. Now, I want us to understand this so that when we define, we take it from that political understanding.
Yeah.
Now, what is the meaning of Secretary General? It means that office is the office of the Secretary in general, meaning that the organization has got other secretaries beneath. On the beneath structures, they've got provincial secretary, regional secretary, branch secretary. And that is a secretariat office that is running the organization on a daily basis, but it's got the ultimate, which is the Secretary General. He's the secretary or she's the secretary in general. But general secretary also possesses political powers. Not to say that secretary general has no political powers, but general secretary becomes the face or the political, the one is HSCP, the general secretary is the one that provides the political input. Is the one that will open the meeting like this, for example. But in the ANC, maybe in Pbict also, it's the president that is the political head of the organization. So I think those terms, they're not just loose terms. They've got some political meaning behind them. So we can discuss whether we are saying we want to have a general secretary. It means if we are going to have a general secretary, you must move the general secretary to be A there, and then followed by the president and so forth. You understand? If we're having a president as a political head, the protocol will say then you put the president, the deputy president, national chairperson, then secretary general, because secretary general becomes the secretary general because he's the head of the whole administration, but also of the daily operations of the organization. That's why even the president at some point must account to the secretary general, because he's the person that is running the organization on a daily basis. Is the head of administration. Is in a company, for example, you might put him or her as a CEO. Although some mismatch in terms of definition. But let me move. I'm just putting that so that comrades understand, so that when we discuss and that, so that we don't use names or terms like that. Comrades will remember that I always caution comrades that if you are going to say in a constitution that you are unitary, you can't therefore have a TG in a province or SG in a province. It means in a province you've got a provincial secretary because you've got a secretary general. You've got a chairperson because you've got a president, because the organization is unitary. You've got a provincial treasurer because you've got a treasurer general. So that will be the meaning of those terms in application. I see, comrades, that we are saying that we second the issue of two deputy secretaries. Now, I want to say, comrades, I see Comrade Leon is your hand up. Before I allow Comrade Leon, I want to say to comrades that in an office like the Secretary General, a buck must stop with somebody. So if you're going to have a Secretary General administration and support, it means something that is outside there, he may not want to account for it. But you must have a Secretary General. Then you have these deputy secretaries that are going to have different tasks. But the ultimate person becomes the Secretary General. The membership, if they want somebody to account on a particular matter, it must be the Secretary General, even if it falls under the Deputy Secretary 1 or the Deputy Secretary 2. But the Secretary General must be the ultimate, the Secretary General the buck must stop with the Secretary General. Comrade Leon, I see that everything has been seconded here. Yeah, Comrade Leon, and yeah.
No, thank you very much, Chair of the session. Chair of the session, we've been going at this for more than 4 hours. I think it's unnatural not to have a break as human beings. More so, we had budgeted and requested members to budget at least 4 hours for their data and their time because we're in this virtual meeting. Now, Chair, I've made some proposals. One of them is that I would like to consult with the TG and see how we can try and get data for members, because this engagement is very critical. We're enjoying it, but we are not enjoying the data. And I've seen that we've lost more than close to 40% of the house. May I propose, Chair of the session, may I propose that we allow the Chair to just go through the amendments, then as members, and then after that, we then go through the commissions, what will be discussed tomorrow, so that we prepare and sleep over it overnight, so that tomorrow morning, instead of starting at 10, we start at 8:30. We finish the constitution, we go into commissions and still meet our mandate. But during that time, comrades, I would, if this proposal is then agreed upon, I would request the secretaries to then give the TGs the phone numbers and the network of the comrades that are participated today, so that we can then see how we can assist comrades. Because if we can continue like this, chairperson of the session, I fear that we're going to lose our minds and we're not going to engage as much as we would like to. It's a proposal. Thank you very much.
Any second, comrades?
Second.
Seconded.
Check.
Yes, Comrade Letwaba.
It's Comrade Tata. Sorry.
Okay, Comrade Tata, sorry.
So the suggestion by the president is to continue with the constitution tomorrow at 8:30.
Yes. After they've discussed with the TG to
8:30, it's going to disadvantage other people now because it's early for other people. We need to be cautious about that because now we're deciding on the earlier time, and other members won't participate on the. And this thing it's very critical in terms of finishing the constitution. But I understand that we can do away with it now. But then I'm just worried about the time, because even if we say we start at 8:30, I'm sure we're going to start at 9. So what happens to the proceedings of tomorrow? Are we going to postpone postpone them to a later time, or how we're going to deal with it. I think if we agree on postponing this this thing that we're doing, we need to agree on the time.
Okay. Comrades, in principle, we are agreeing that we are going to, in fact, it's not just adjourn. We are going to allow first the presenter to finish presentation, mean that comrades must note section that they will want to discuss in the morning so that we go fast. And then we then take the matching back to the chairperson to then deal with the outline of commissions, so that we know when we come back tomorrow what we of us to discuss. Then we adjourn. And then we come back in the morning in a time that we're still going to agree on, start with finalizing the constitution, and then get into commissions, and then proceed with the normal program of the day. That I think that's a suggestion that the president is putting. Comrade Letwaba, is your hand up?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I just wanted to ask, how many pages are there still left for us to go through first?
We're at page 16 of 32 pages.
yeah, no, it's a big one. Okay, so yeah, I think based on that also, it's a good suggestion that we allow our minds to go and relax of some sort, and also arrange some logistics in terms of data for those members that are unable to log on. From 80 members to 58 members, it's a call for concern. Yeah. But can I also ask that the chair, be clear in terms of agenda for tomorrow and how we're gonna go about it before we exit. In terms of planning, for the constitution amendment, and then for the commissions, and ultimately what we have to do for day 2, so that we have a proper plan in terms of we don't spend the whole day again today like this. Yeah, thanks.
It's fine, comrades. I think let's allow, okay, let's finalize the time. There's a proposal of 8:30. Comrade Tata proposed some other time that it was not specified. Is 8:30? There is 9 that has been suggested now. Can you start at 9, comrades? I think let's start at 9. Yeah, Comrade Kosana?
Yeah, I propose that we start at 9, but just on the issue that on the matter that William has added on, I think it will be appropriate maybe for us to start putting timelines to issues of discussions, because I think sometimes we don't want to discourage debate, but also we don't want to have a conference that is unfinished, because if we continue like today, we are likely to have the same problem tomorrow. We might end up at 1 or in the morning. So certain agenda item, we must just limit them to time. And if we've not exhausted that discussion, sorry, but we want to finish the conference properly.
Okay, I think that's why I was saying, comrades, let us have what you call a presentation being finalized, so that comrades, as Comrade Steph is presenting, they note what they want to say in the morning, so that we go through that very quickly. We don't present and stop and deal with that section, present, stop and deal. Let's finish the presentation today, and then everybody's going to then note where they're going to want to discuss. And then when we come in the morning, we just enter into discussions. I think what I'm going to do here in terms of time. I see comrades have forgotten how I chair. I thought I wanted to be lenient this time around. I'm going to decide here in terms of time, and I'm going to be fair. I think let's take 9:30 tomorrow morning. I see there are lots of 10s and there are lots of 9s. Let's take 9:30 tomorrow morning so that let's start at that time. But I think at 9, maybe all our systems must be in order so that we really start. In fact, at 9:15, everybody must log in or must dial in so that at 9:30 we are starting. Comrade Steph can finalize your presentation, and I want to request comrades to then take notes so that in the morning discussions would be easy.
Sorry, Chair of the session.
Yeah, Comrade Nopana.
I have just a small disposition. I can't lift my hand, so now and again I have to try interjecting where I can.
No
Chair
problem.
of the session, can I table a suggestion just before we close that we at least adopt a timeline mainly for the program that we didn't do today? Say maybe if we agree and resolve that the breakaway sessions become exactly 1 hour and then we come back after that, no matter what happens in the proceedings of tomorrow and how we end of today, but at least for the breakaway sessions, can we adopt a strict timeline so that it allows the constitution conversation to happen, and then maybe we lock down more strictly around the breakaway sessions, and then at least we limit that to 1 hour, no more, and we come back so we can proceed. Thank you, Chair of the session.
Okay, that is totally in your office, Chair, Comrade Nopala. We will agree with that if you give us a directive of like that is like that. But that's why I'm saying, Comrade Staff is going to finalize the presentation, and then we'll continue with the outlining of the program of the program for tomorrow, including outlining of the breakaway session. Then we can have 1 hour to discuss, because when we have the outline, it's going to be easy to discuss. So I think let's finalize the presentation by Comrade National Chair, and then get to the presentation that says what is expected of us in breakaway session, so that in the morning what we do, we finalize the constitution, we go straight to commission for 1 hour, we come back and we finish the business of the day. Comrade Steph.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Hence why, Chair, I circulated this document weeks ago so that people could come back with valuable submissions and not just agree with it, because I was fearing what's happening now. And I must be honest, comrades, remember I was chairing since this morning. I couldn't leave like some of you can walk around. So my back is really not going to last longer than, I think, half an hour. Well, that's me pushing it. My back is seriously giving me issues. So, comrades, I'm going to finish the presentation, but I would like to ask all members, please go and make notes. And if you can, even send it to me via WhatsApp or something, so that I can already work on consolidating them, so that tomorrow it's a quick process, which was supposed to happen today. Had we had all these inputs 2 weeks ago, we would have already sat and dealt with some issues instead of debating them and over-debating them today. So thanks, Chair. I'm going to continue and run through it quickly. Chair, this was the proposed additions to the NEC. I will let members go and sit and discuss any other additions they have. Under the powers and duties of the NEC, except for the issue that we raised in the beginning, I added nothing here. I don't have any proposals about additions here, but it is welcomed. And then this 8.75G, I suggested deletion because the 8.75G didn't speak to the sentence. So comrades must please go and look at it, because the section here doesn't speak to what this section V says. It's misaligned. Duties and functions, this is literally just cosmetic changes. Again here, if we change the NEC in the top to 5, we have to bring it down and change it here to 5 years as well. Here I've just made spatial errors, cosmetic changes here, not errors, cosmetic changes. I've kept the powers of the president exactly the same, including this sentence about be the overall chief director of the Pbict, which I explained when we dealt with the definitions, comrades. The minute we change the definition of the chief director in the definitions, it then means we have to qualify this section and the powers of the president. So I would appreciate proposed additions here as well, because we've now proposed to change the definition. When we go down to the deputy prayers, again, I've just made spatial errors. This was in the second line. I brought it up just so that it reads a bit better. Then here at the national chair, I haven't changed anything. I literally just added a word there. And then under I, in the chairperson section, I've added inductions because as chairperson, that is what I've been doing for the last year and a half. Instead of not just political classes and programs, but inductions as well. So I propose that insertion. Then again, if we agree to keep Secretary General the same, then I'll just remove all these proposed additions, because this is, if we change the word to General Secretary, I would have had to change everything that refers to Secretary General. So if we're going to keep it the same, Chair, I'll just remove these proposed additions, because that's all it is, because it's grammar. Again, this is literally just a grammatical change because of the change or not the non-change. Again here, I've literally just changed the heading of what it was. If we change the secretariat to 2 deputies, it then means we'll have to qualify this section into 2 as well. It also must then mean if we're creating 2 deputy secretaries, we'll need to create 2 sections that deal with what each secretary does. So perhaps the province who suggested it can give us suggested duties of that, and then just help streamline the process a bit faster tomorrow of the 2 secretary generals, as well as the SG that must supervise the 2 of them. We'll need them to qualify this entire section here that deals with the secretariat and how it's going to function with 1 SG and 2 deputies. So I suggest here, comrade, that we'll need to look at the entire section here because we're bringing in 2 deputies. And then moving on, again here, I've just done cosmetic changes. I've brought up the spaces. I haven't added anything to treasurer, as I haven't also added anything to deputy treasurer. Provincial chairpersons, the secretaries of the provinces, because we changed student desk, I had to change the convener here. I've also had to change it in the second sentence, and I've needed to fix numbering. And then there was a submission about the Women's and Youth Program conveners of the NEC. This section was only the women's convener or the youth program. So I had to qualify it because we've introduced 2 women, youth, and SMME. Because we changed it on the top, we'll need to align it later in the document. So that's all I'm doing here. I've literally just qualified because we've added in the national structure. And then we'll need to duplicate it in the provincial structure. So again, what we need advice on is this section here about whether the conveners attend NEC meetings as voting members. It is like that in the earlier section. So I've literally just duplicated it. If you want me to remove it here, I'll have to remove it in the top section as well, on the side of the NEC structures. So that's a thing that we must talk about tomorrow. And then the National Working Committee, this is literally just, if I change the SG to GS, I need to change it all over. So this is all I've done here. The Provincial Executive Committee and the PAGMs, there was a suggestion from Gauteng to work on this and qualify the issue about EPAGMs. So that's the only, this section. That's the only proposal I have received, and I will incorporate it from Gauteng, who felt that we must qualify this section a bit better. So tomorrow I'll present the additions from Gauteng, or the proposed additions, and we can, as a group, discuss it. All that I've changed here is I've added conveners and I've added the regional coordinators. And then we've also given them rights to vote in the PAGMs. So comrades must please go and look at that as well. When we deal with the PEC, again, if we are creating 2 deputies at national level, are we doing the same for our PECs? It's something that we need to go and consider as well. I'm going to create 2 deputies for the provinces, or is it not necessary? If it's not necessary, then, well, we'll keep it as it is. If it is, we'll have to change it. Again, here, comrades, we've changed the additional members into, I think, 4 specified desks, which is the student convener, women, youth, and the professionals desk coordinator. You guys will tell me if it's necessary or not, or if I must add further amendments. And then duties and powers, I've not changed anything here. Again, this is a cosmetic change here, spacing and all that. The same here, it's just spacing. I also have not changed anything at the provincial secretary. Obviously, if we introduce another deputy secretary provincially, we'll need to work on this section. Deputy secretary, I've kept it the same, and then I've just qualified the deputy to deal with website, domain, and related functions if they are head of systems and membership maintenance. Then I've added this sentence because it was not there. So I've added this section about PAGMs and EPAGMs with full voting powers. Treasurer, I have not added anything to the provincial treasurer. And then when we come to the women and youth conveners, I've literally this was an addition because I realized we didn't define it at all. So I've added a little bit of definition to it and what we expect from them. And also they must assist the PEC. So again here, if we are making them voting members here, we'll need to then decide if we're going to make them voting members. If we're making them voting members at national level too. Provincial Working Committee, if we kept the regional coordinators there, I would have had to add it. But since we declined to make them part of the PwC, I'll then just make them part of the PEC instead. So I'll have to shift around this provision here by virtue of the vote that we took. And then, comrades, there was a lot of controversy when we did things like the PTTs that we mandated, when we put provinces under administration, when we do things like that. Provinces felt that because it's not clear in the constitution, where does it come from? So I thought, comrades, we must discuss adding it in. I've literally just put a proposal to the floor about the PTT and when it must be implemented. And comrades, please go and consider it, and we'll discuss it tomorrow. And then Chapter 9, the funding, I did not add anything to it except the issue about the bank accounts, that the NEC will facilitate the opening of bank accounts and it will be subsidiary, because that's what we agreed on as the years went by. And then in the event of withdrawing money in the accounts, I put in a provision that through the treasurer and in consultation with the NEC and or PEC, depending on what level it is on, will approve this withdrawal of any member of provincial program in writing. So that's all I've added here. It is open for debate, especially this section about the approval. Comrades, in terms of the election procedure, I have not added anything except here. I've changed it to either or IEC or by independent elections committee, the way we are doing it tomorrow, in the event that there is no IEC present. So I've literally just added that proposed to be added, which comrades must please look at. Again here, if we change Secretary General, we need to change it here, but if it's going to stay the same, I must delete this proposal at Chapter 11. And then, comrades, I've realized that this provision says that we must submit amendments within 2 months for consideration. However, we agreed in PE that we're going to amend the Constitution and add certain things, which was last year. So here I've just added in a sentence here that the amendment may be proposed by the NEC to the NGC without following process above if it is in the interest of the organization and motivated. This is really up for debate. We can remove it, we can leave it in here, we can qualify it. So please go and look at it. Lastly, comrades, I did not add anything at dissolution or interpretation. Those are generic things. And then the last page of this document, comrades, is the appendix, which is also the same. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Okay, thanks, Comrade Chair. I think comrades just been advised that the presentation on breakaway session has been sent to the group. So I think comrades will have to go and just go through them. Secondly, we are going to allow comrades to then go and look at what issues that they will need to make inputs on the Constitution. Comrade Ledwaba is requesting that we share the Constitution also. I think that's not a problem, Comrade Steph. to
Chair, do they want me to share this version with all these scribblings on it? Probably.
Yeah, I think it did not expire. Just say, please share the constitution document. I think he means this one that we're working on today.
Okay, cool. I'll do.
So we'll do that. So comrades, in the morning when you come in, what we're going to do, comrades can go through the presentation and go through the inputs that they want to make. We're going to then allow presentations to the amendments led by provincial chairpersons per province, and then we discuss, and then we adopt the constitution, and then we move to breakaway sessions, because the presentation on breakaway session has already been sent. Comrades can also read that, so that we're able to cover the program that was already drafted for tomorrow. Because now we're going to start with this one, completing this program, and then we start with the program of tomorrow. So I want to then leave it there, take the meeting back to its official chairperson, and who would going to agenda the meeting. Thanks, comrade.
No, thank you very much, Comrade Makoba. I think we've agreed on the way forward. So we will reconvene tomorrow, and then we'll finish the amendments of the Constitution, do the breakaway sessions for an hour, get the feedback from the commissions, and then we'll move into the formal NGC Day 2, which is then the reports from President, Secretary, Treasurer, and then the elections. I do note there's a hand, Comrade Tata. You can come in.
No, Chair, I just wanted to, I have two things. I just wanted to ask if on the document that you've been working on, did you include the Gauteng submissions? And another thing is, thanks to you and the SG and the chair of the proceedings, you've run a great NGC. But then I just wanted the clarity on the document that you've been working on.
Thank you, Comrade Tata. I was first going to propose it and then get it adopted before I add it. So I did not add your proposals. I was going to introduce them as I deal with each item, which I did with your proposal with regards to the NEC. So I was going to consolidate them, see what you've repeated and what's already dealt with, and then try and get a concise version and how it can work, not taking away from what the drafter was trying to achieve with the initial draft. So I didn't add it because it was not yet adopted. It was literally just proposals. So I will add it once we've discussed it and once we can agree on what sections to add, Comrade.
Okay. No, thanks, Chair.
Comrade, if there's nothing else, I believe that we are ready to close the session. Thank you very much, Comrade. I really need to get up and start walking around. And thank you very much for your time, and we'll see each other tomorrow morning. We close day 1 officially at 18:07. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.
Let's go, Black.
Thank you.
Professor Blacks on ICT and its members present Second Pbict National General Conference, happening on the 30th to the 31st May 2020. Using Zoom as a conference platform. Starts 10 a.m. and ends 3 p.m. on both days. That is why we are the leaders of the economic transformation in the ICT sectors. This will be the most progressive platform ever. With 100 delegates on provinces. Streaming live on Facebook and YouTube for general members. Brought to you by Pbict and its members.